Tabling of documents, introduction of government bills, the Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. McKinnon, seconded by Ms. Hoda, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Aeronautics Act and Other Acts. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. McKinnon-Gastineau, seconded by Ms. Hoda, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 23rd report of the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of this House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the report. I intend to move concurrence in the 23rd report later this day.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 23rd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented earlier this day be concurred in.
Do I have to read this? All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. I have to read this for the... So we're not doing this one today? Okay, Mr. Jennis, seconded by Ms. Jansen, moves that the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities presented on Wednesday, March 11, 2026 be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time. We have been persistently fighting in the opposition for the government and for this Parliament to confront the metastasizing youth unemployment crisis. Youth unemployment has continued to grow in this country, and many young people are losing hope that they will be able to get a job that allows them to afford a home and provide for themselves and their family. And we have been working hard to present constructive proposals that will give young people jobs, homes, and hope. Maybe I said it already, I will be sharing my time, Mr. Speaker, just so that isn't missed. Speaker, jobs, homes, and hope. Now, how do we address this youth unemployment crisis? Conservatives put forward a plan in the fall that has a number of key points in it: unleashing the economy, addressing the regulatory and taxation barriers that make it harder to start and grow a business in this country, fixing immigration, addressing the significant problems in the immigration system that have grown up under this government, fixing training, and building homes where the jobs are. Now, today, we're putting forward a motion that focuses specifically on the issue of training, because at a time when we have very high youth unemployment, we also have critical shortages in certain occupations. We have not attended enough in the last 10 years to the need to train Canadian young people for the jobs that exist here in this country. Businesses struggle to find people who can fill certain skill gaps. Meanwhile, many young people remain unemployed. So we need policies that zero in on this need to fix training, to train young people for the jobs that exist. Now one of the problems in this regard has been what we have been calling profession prejudice, that there are certain good jobs in this country, jobs that are in demand, that pay well and provide good opportunities. that are nonetheless scorned by certain elites for kind of prejudicial reasons. There are certain careers that sadly for too long people in elite positions of power have, for whatever reason, considered less important or less valuable. Paradoxically, some of these are careers where you earn much more than the kinds of careers that are more highly esteemed by elites. So Conservatives have been challenging this idea of profession prejudice and highlighting the fact that all work has dignity, that the dignity of the work comes from the human dignity of the person who is doing that work, and encouraging young people to look past this elite-driven profession prejudice that sometimes gets in the way of people choosing careers that they would actually like and that actually fit with the needs of the place they're in and of the country as a whole. So as we were making this case, as we have been making this case, we were deeply disappointed to see in the last Liberal budget a policy that actually makes matters worse, a policy that I think reflects profession prejudice on the part of the government and that will widen the gap between the jobs that require Canadian young people and the training people are actually receiving. This policy was on page 217 of the last federal budget. The policy said that students studying at private for-profit institutions would no longer be eligible for student grants. So the policy going forward is to completely cut these students off from student grants. To say that if you study at a university, any studies you do at a university, no matter how job relevant it is or isn't, you can get those student grants. But if you study at a vocational institution, and this is how vocational institutions in this country are generally organized as private for-profit institutions, then you will not have access to student grants. So it's a distinction that is not based on the labor market relevance of the qualifications. It's a distinction that is based solely on this ideological filter that the government brings, which I think is rooted in profession prejudice. And I think the important thing to understand is this debate is not about whether you like the model of private or private for-profit, private not-for-profit, or public institutions at the post-secondary level. It just happens that within our system that there are certain kinds of careers that the training is available at a certain kind of institution. If you want to study philosophy, as I did, you're not going to find that at a private for-profit institution. Likely you're going to find that at a university. But if you're going to study traditional Chinese medicine, if you're going to study massage, then you're likely not going to find those qualifications available at a university. You're going to have to study, and you're going to choose to study at a vocational institution. That's how our system is structured. And the government might not like that, but the way the system works is that these private vocational institutions are offering all kinds of skills that are simply not available in the public system. In some cases, there are programs available in both public institutions and private institutions, but there isn't sufficient capacity in the public institutions to address the need, and so the difference is made up in private institutions. An example we heard about this at committee was dental hygienists. There is a real demand for dental hygienists in this country. It's a good career, it's an in-demand career, and a career that we need to be training Canadian young people for. Some study at public institutions, but most of those who take the exam and who go on to pursue this career are coming out of the path of private institutions. So for the government to say to these students who are trying to get the qualifications to fill in-demand careers that, well, you're no longer eligible for student grants, that's completely unfair to those students to discriminate in this way, and it also has the effect of steering young people towards career paths that don't actually align with the needs of the labor market. If the message to young people is, if you study these very practical vocational skills, no grants available to you, but if you study a general undergraduate degree, these grants are available to you, that creates an incentive structure that pushes young people who are kind of making these decisions at the margin to consider a career that leads them to access student grants, yes, but may not actually align, does not actually align with the needs of the labor market. And we've really tried to understand, well, why is the government doing this? Like, why are they cutting off students at vocational institutions from getting student grants? We haven't gotten any clear or credible explanation, except the minister said at one time, well, we think public dollars should follow public institutions. Well, sorry, but the government isn't planning on offering these kinds of programs at public institutions. If we're not going to see a worsening of existing shortages in the skilled trades for certain healthcare professions and in various other areas, if we're not going to see a worsening of those shortages, then those grants need to remain in place, and we need to further valorize and affirm the value of these careers. And the only explanation I can think of for the actions of the government is that it comes out of this kind of elitist ivory tower preferencing of certain kinds of professions over others, that it comes out of profession prejudice. So as we've tried to challenge this issue, Mr. Speaker, we put forward a motion and actually got unanimous support at the Human Resources Committee to ask the government to reconsider this policy. So this was a big step, and I congratulate the Liberal members of the Human Resources Committee for joining with Conservatives in the bloc to unanimously pass this motion asking the government to reconsider this bad policy. And I hope they will stand by the votes they made at committee and vote for this concurrence motion. I want to also recognize that before he crossed the floor, the member for Markham Unionville was a big part of the effort to challenge this policy. He helped organize events within the Chinese community with me, calling this policy discriminatory. And he pointed out that the Chinese community is particularly disadvantaged by this because the traditional Chinese medicine programs that many rely on are not offered at public institutions. So I hope the member for Markham Unionville will stand by the activism that he did. I want to thank him for working with me at that time, and I want to encourage him to stand by what he did and what he said at the time and vote for this motion. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight the fact that Conservatives proposed policy to actually go in the opposite direction. That is, we propose policy that student grants should magnify the needs of the labor market. We should offer relatively more generous grants to students studying for in-demand careers. That would have made sense rather than the profession prejudice, to quote the member for Markham Unionville, discriminatory policies of this government. But this motion provides the government with an opportunity to do the right thing, to vote with us and vote with their members on the Human Resources Committee and vote to reverse this policy. So, Mr. Speaker, we're going to have a vote on this today, actually. So Liberal members seated here and elsewhere, they have a chance to do the right thing, to vote with us, calling on their government to reverse this policy so that we can get back to training Canadian young people for the Canadian jobs that exist, and we can address those gaps that exist. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you for the speech from my colleague. I wonder if he could speak to the ecosystem that's currently created between public and private institutions that collaboratively work together to address the labor market shortages. Is this something that he'd like to expand on with respect to this recommendation?
Honourable Member for Short Report for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was an excellent question from my colleague, who I know has been advocating on behalf of institutions in her riding, and I suspect we'll be hearing a little more about the points she made in the speech coming up. Mr. Speaker, I think a key thing to realize is that there's no antagonism. There doesn't need to be any antagonism between different kinds of institutions. For some young people, university is the right path. For some young people, vocational institutions are the right path. There's a range of different ways you can gather qualifications, and it depends on the path that you're pursuing. What I encourage young people is study the options, start early, thinking about what you want to do. Ignore the elite profession prejudice that we sometimes see. Pick the career that's right for you and start gaining those practical skills early. Different kinds of institutions offer different kinds of programs, and we shouldn't be discriminating against some students compared to others, especially when they're pursuing skills for in-demand jobs.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's somewhat unfortunate, and I'll get the opportunity to expand on it, that the member opposite in the Conservative Party is playing somewhat mischief politics. We were supposed to be looking at our parliamentary budget officer today. That's what we were supposed to be having that debate. the Conservatives on the one hand talk about the importance of having the Parliamentary Budget Office, and then we see the hypocrisy on the floor today. It's not to take away from the importance of young people in Canada. This government is focused on giving attention to the young people of Canada. My question to the member is, what is the Conservative Party's position on the Parliamentary Budget Officer? Do they support the Parliamentary Budget Officer? Are they in opposition of her being appointed?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government fired the last parliamentary budget officer. It was actually a Conservative government that created the position of the parliamentary budget officer in the first place. But further, Mr. Speaker, this motion that I had was put on notice long before their motion was put on notice. So procedurally, the motions that are put on notice earlier are the ones that take precedence. This government had long advance notice of this motion, and the fact that my motion was the one that the Speaker called reflects that procedural reality. So I look forward to the debate. I look forward to how that member is going to vote. Is he going to vote with the Liberals on the Human Resources Committee? Is he going to stand with the member for Markham-Unionville who called the previous the current Liberal policy discriminatory? Or are the Liberals going to reverse themselves and vote to defend their discriminatory budget policy? We'll see how they vote after question period.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
I wonder if my colleague could talk about this idea that, well, don't worry about it. Students can still access loans. They just don't qualify for grants. I wonder if he could maybe give me a little bit of a thought on that.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, the real issue we're zeroing in on here is the discrimination. If you say there are grants available at these kinds of institutions, but no grants available at these kinds of institutions, what message does that send to a young person who wants to work in the trades, who wants to work in certain medical professions where the training is provided at private institutions? If you say that you're going to get a grant if you go here and you're not going to go to get a grant here, that sends a message about how this government perceives the value and the dignity of those professions. I will note that I've seen a number of Liberals actually make statements denouncing the provincial government of Ontario for cuts to student loans and student grants. Now, I don't live in Ontario. I'm not following that issue. But I would encourage these Liberals to hold their own government to account. That's their job, to focus primarily on what their own government is doing in terms of this discrimination, rather than to try to use their federal position to focus on a government at a different level.
We have time for a short question. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this is very interesting. My daughter is in grade 10 and she's talking about what she wants to do. And the policies that has been put forth by the Liberals are quite discriminatory to the point, what is it telling our young people about what they choose to do with their lives? She's very confused. She thinks universities...
I did say a short question. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, 20 seconds or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I speak to young people, I always encourage them to look at the labour market and to look at where is that overlapping space between the thing they're interested in and the needs of the labour market. And in the case of these vocational institutions, in many cases, there is a very tight alignment with the needs of the labour market. That's why this debate is so important.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to the request that the government reconsider its policy on the distribution of student grants based on the type of regulated institution where students are studying and instead align with decisions about eligible institutions made by the provinces and territories. Student financial assistance for students from rural, remote, and coastal communities is extremely important, where access is limited and the cost of post-secondary education is often higher. For many Canadians, access to grants is what makes post-secondary education possible. It allows students to pursue training, build skills, and contribute meaningfully to our economy. In addition, and most importantly, in Newfoundland and Labrador, it's an important component in helping us train and therefore retain our youth. Governments have a responsibility to ensure that public funds are used effectively and that student aid programs deliver strong outcomes. However, any changes to student aid must consider how students are actually accessing education and training across the country with an understanding of students from rural, remote, and coastal communities like long-range mountains. This is where the current policy raises some important concerns. While we have much in common, regions across the country have unique profiles of challenges and strengths. In Newfoundland and Labrador, there are current, pervasive, and ongoing workforce shortages across industry sectors based in part on the retirement of the baby boomer generation. There are more retiring people from the workforce than there are people joining the workforce. Newfoundland and Labrador has a much higher percentage of its population that is older and a much lower percentage of its population that is younger relative to Canada overall and to the rest of Atlantic Canada. Not only must we train more people for ongoing operations and business succession plans, but we must also become more productive and more diversified in order to grow our economy. More broadly, there is the question of access and affordability. Many students who attend career colleges rely on these grants to finance their education. These programs are often more targeted and designed to lead directly to employment. They are particularly important for individuals looking to reskill, enter the workforce quickly, or pursue practical in-demand careers. Removing grant eligibility for these career colleges will discourage enrollment, increase financial barriers, and limit opportunities for lower and middle income Canadians who are seeking to improve their circumstances through education. In fact, I can speak personally to this. After completing a university undergraduate degree, I was not employable with that skill set in the community that I lived in and grew up in. Accordingly, I went on to complete a paralegal certificate program from a private career college at Academy Canada in Corner Brook that was not available through a traditional university pathway. It was a practical, career-focused program that allowed me to enter the workforce with the skills that I needed to support my family. After completion, I was employed actually by my instructor in a small firm in the community that I grew up in. It was a career I was interested in, and I knew there was a need. Therefore, I was able to transition out of the food and beverage industry into a career that I loved. And thereafter, it also created the strong legal knowledge that I needed for my longer career in real estate. These opportunities become constrained, as many would not be able to attend career colleges with these programs without financial assistance. And again, this program was not offered in the public colleges or universities. Opportunities in more rural areas of the country can be limited, and it is important that we do not negatively impact those seeking to live, work, and thrive at home. Limiting access to student grants for these institutions will disproportionately impact those communities where opportunities are already more difficult to access. These institutions are part of a broader, collaborative post-secondary system. They are regulated at the provincial level, operated under established frameworks, and work alongside public institutions to meet local labor market needs. I have heard directly from hardworking Canadians, students, and stakeholders who are very concerned about the impact of this policy, including institutions like Academy Canada and the Kean College in Newfoundland and Labrador, which play an important role in training students for in-demand careers in the province. These institutions have indicated that hundreds of students in Newfoundland and Labrador alone could be affected, particularly in programs that are longer than 1 year. I'd like to point out that they have strong institutional integrity as they are regulated career colleges that support strong oversight, clear accountability, and effective enforcement of existing legislation and policy directives. There is the broader question of workforce development. Canada is currently facing significant labor shortages in a number of sectors, including skilled trades, healthcare, and applied professions. Career colleges play a vital and important role in addressing these shortages by providing targeted job-ready training aligned with local market labor needs. We should be encouraging participation in these programs, and this policy risks the opposite. It will reduce enrollment in areas where demand for workers is already high. And over time, that will contribute to widening workforce gaps rather than closing them. Education is primarily a provincial responsibility. Provinces and territories determine which institutions are recognized and regulated within their jurisdictions. They oversee quality, accountability, and outcomes. The recommendations in this report that the federal government align with provincial and territorial decisions on eligible institutions is appropriate. It reflects the reality that provinces and territories are best positioned to understand their own education systems and workforce needs. If the government's objective is to achieve cost savings, that objective should be pursued in a way that is equitable and proportionate right across the country. To simply shift the impact onto a specific group of students raises legitimate concerns about fairness and effectiveness. I want to acknowledge that the government has indicated that there may be flexibility to consider exemptions on a case-by-case basis. While that may provide some relief, it also introduces additional uncertainty and administrative complexity. Students and institutions benefit from clarity and predictability, particularly when making decisions about education and investment. A system based on exemptions does not provide a clear and equitable framework. The report before us calls for a reconsideration of how these changes are being applied and for an approach that aligns with provincial decisions and treats students equitably. These are reasonable recommendations that reflect the concerns raised by stakeholders across the country. Students pursuing practical job-ready careers are an essential part of Canada's future. They contribute to our economy, support our communities, and help address some of the most pressing labor challenges that we face. They should not be placed at a disadvantage because of the institution that they choose to attend. Educational pathways are not a one-size-fits-all. Whether a student chooses university or a career-focused institution, they deserve to be treated fairly and supported equally. That is especially true for students in rural, coastal, and remote regions where access to education already comes with additional challenges. I want to conclude on this thought. One of the reasons I left the private sector to pursue a political career is that I wanted to influence policy that impacts the next generation and their ability to live, work, and thrive in the communities that they grew up in. Far too often, our young people leave their homes, their families, and neighbors to go to the mainland to pursue their education. And the harsh reality is, in lots of cases, they never come back. And it's exactly these types of decisions from Ottawa that are contributing to our inability to educate and retain our youth in Newfoundland and Labrador. And finally, I will end with a quote from the Newfoundland and Labrador Association of Career Colleges, who sum it up best. Newfoundland and Labrador has a strong, collaborative, post-secondary ecosystem where regulated career colleges complement public colleges. We work with our regulators, student aid officials, to ensure accountability in student financial assistance. We communicate regularly with provincial government and community groups to find and implement proactive workforce development solutions and partnerships with one another. To be clear, regulated career colleges provide an important service for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. And this policy we understand and support the government's desire, but we believe eliminating the Canada Student Grant for learners and programs longer than 1 year at career colleges moves Canada and workforce development efforts in the wrong direction.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've had the opportunity to express the question to her colleague. It's disappointing that the Conservative Party has not recognized the importance of Canada's independent parliamentary budget officer. It would appear as if they do not support her appointment, and that's the reason why it is that they've chosen to move a concurrence report today as a form of a filibuster in order to prevent that discussion. I'm wondering if she can express to us or to Canadians through the House why it is that the Conservative Party does not support the appointment of the parliamentary budget officer.
Great.
Honourable Member for Long Ridge Mountains.
Speaker, this question was posed by that member previously, upon which my colleague did provide a procedural answer which I thought satisfied the question. But in addition to that, it's exactly comments and statements like that that are divisive to the Canadian people, prioritizing certain priorities. Essentially what he's saying is that the concerns from coastal and rural communities about this very important issue is not as important as something that he might have on his agenda. And I reject that. And I think that is completely dismissing the concerns that I brought up in my speech for the last 10 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for St. Community South Okanagan, West Kelowna.
Thank you to my colleague for her really interesting speech that hits right home. It is, I want to ask her about her mentioning this being an attack on rural Canada. Public universities and colleges aren't located in small towns, but the private schools, private colleges, career colleges are filling that gap. And we want our young people and older people to be able to work and go to school in their communities. For example, I can't see right now, and there's a lack of, for example, dental hygienists. I can't see a dental hygienist for 6 to 8 months in the interior of BC where I live because of a lack of of hygienists. Can you explain to my colleague? Can she explain how this affects rural Canada more than any other place?
The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you for that question. And yes, I can speak to a specific example as well. Heavy-duty mechanics in my riding specifically often try to enter programs and they're completely filled. So what the private institutions do is they look at the entire ecosystem of the educational paths and then they decide in what communities they would like to have their operations that complement the communities that have the needs and the workforce shortages. So this is exactly the flexibility that places in rural Canada need in order to educate, train, and put our people to work so that they can thrive in the communities that they love.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre Marple.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the speech. Now, I know that the justification given by the government is that there are bad apples among the private colleges. However, denying students who attend good private colleges for programs that could help them to build their career in the future is denying their opportunities. So I want to ask my dear colleague whether or not he will agree, she will agree that this policy will do harm to our young people.
For Long Range Mountains.
Yeah, thank you for that question, and I absolutely agree. I think, again, it's divisive in nature. And I hear all the time from people in my riding that they don't like the divisiveness that Canadians are experiencing right now. They don't like how one group is pitted against another. And this is the exact type of policy that creates this in our communities and amongst Canadians. And this is another reason why, and again, trying to correct bad actors instead of head-on dealing with the situation that has been created, try to fix a specific problem, and inadvertently punishing a bunch of rural communities and rural Canadians in the process. This is not good policy, which is exactly why we put forward recommendations that the government reconsider. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's unfortunate that I have to rise today to be able to speak to a motion that has been brought forward by the Conservative Party. And it's not to take away from the importance of young people in Canada. And before I get into this, I think it's important to recognize the issue and the issues that young people have to face in Canada today is something in which this Prime Minister and this government, in fact, every member of the Liberal caucus, you will find, is very much keen and wanting to be able to take the actions that are necessary in order to support our young people, Mr. Speaker. And I want to amplify that in the sense that, just yesterday we had the Job Bank, the summer youth program kick off. And that is a program that is so critically important to our nation. It has provided all forms of training in many, many different applications for future employment for young people. It's been there for generations, Mr. Speaker. And we have seen, at the very least, Liberal members of Parliament talk about the value of a program such as youth summer employment because of the different levels of skill sets that can be developed through those summer jobs, Mr. Speaker. When the leader of the Conservative Party sat around the cabinet table along with Stephen Harper, they actually cut that particular program. So that's why it's somewhat interesting you have the Conservative Party pretending that this is the issue that they are so concerned about, Mr. Speaker, that they want to have that debate today. Why didn't they come up with the thought when they have opposition days, Mr. Speaker? Why don't they think about young people when it comes time where they can actually provide a motion that's very specific? Maybe even reinforce programs like the Summer Youth Program, Mr. Speaker. Why wouldn't they do that, Mr. Speaker? As opposed to trying to play a game with the young people of Canada. By trying to say, yeah, we care about young people, and that's the reason why we're bringing forward this motion that we have before us. I think there are bad actors, as the previous speaker just spoke from the Conservative Party. And you will find those bad actors within the Conservative caucus, a number of them, Mr. Speaker, led by the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. And it's unfortunate because there are some issues that are there, that are real, that are tangible, that the government is focused on trying to elevate and give attention to, whether it's financial resources or other forms of resources. I just met, prior to the House, some wonderful young entrepreneurs. And they had told me about the entrepreneurship that small businesses, the minister responsible for small businesses had brought forward, and this government renewed the program for young entrepreneurs, Mr. Speaker. 2 outstanding Indigenous individuals that were actually taking advantage of a national program that is providing skill sets in terms of becoming entrepreneurs, providing mentorship, and so forth. Just prior, less than an hour ago, standing in this very spot with outstanding entrepreneurs. These are the type of programs that the government actually not only initiated, but continues to support, that weren't there when the Conservative Party was in power. We understand the needs of increasing skill sets. Take a look at some of the numbers. Just under $600 million for Employment and Social Development Canada. And I'll go in a little bit more in depth on these issues, but first I want to deal with the motivation and what we're seeing here today. Yesterday, maybe I was a little too premature, obviously. I gave the opposition a compliment. I said it was yesterday afternoon that I was encouraged that they were actually allowing a piece of legislation go into committee. Bill C-22, lawful access. We've been debating lawful access since June of last year, Mr. Speaker, shortly after our Canadians elected a new Prime Minister. And they finally allowed it to go to committee, Mr. Speaker. Not so. It came in the form of Bill C-2 first. They made it known that there's no way they're going to allow Bill C-2 to pass. We had to break Bill C-2 into a couple of bills. C-22 was one of those bills. And after hours and hours of debate, they finally allow it to pass, to get to committee. So what did I say? I gave them a compliment. What a mistake. I gave them the benefit of the doubt. I said it's nice to see that they're finally allowing something to go through, because they were being a little sensitive when I was accusing them of filibustering yesterday morning. Fast forward it to less than 24 hours. Do you know what we were supposed to be doing right now, Mr. Speaker? we were actually supposed to be having a vote on the independent parliamentary budget officer. And I would think, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives would have wanted that to take place. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that it is disappointing when you hear the Conservatives yelping from their seats last fall that we need to appoint a permanent parliamentary budget officer, and then when it comes time to actually do something, take some action, what do? You want to talk about irresponsible opposition? Once again, Mr. Speaker, we witness it firsthand. You know, the idea of the concurrence, and that's why I started my comments off, Mr. Speaker, by talking about young people, to make it very clear that whether it's this Prime Minister or any Liberal member of Parliament, we are focused on young people and enhancing their skill sets where we can. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we're also very much concerned in terms of the tactics that the Conservative Party is using. Because yesterday we made it very clear. The government, or the opposition, knew that the government was going to want to have motion 359 debated and voted on, Mr. Speaker. We wanted to be able to deal with the issue of the parliamentary budget officer, Annette Ryan. You know, what is it that is causing the Conservatives to actually have this violent reaction to an appointment of an incredible woman? Someone that has the experience, someone that's going to be able to make a difference and serve Canadians. Annette Ryan has demonstrated her abilities exceptionally well, has incredible credentials, a good background, and the Conservatives, as I say, were yelping about wanting to have a budget officer last fall. We now have one, and it's ready for a formal appointment, and then they bring in this particular motion. Well, technically, because we said we were going to do it yesterday, the leadership group within the Conservative Party, which is actually the leader of the Conservative Party, that's it, makes the decision, well, we don't want her appointed, we don't want to have that vote, so let's bring in a concurrence motion. So they look at the numbers and they say, well, you know what? 359 is the parliamentary budget officer number. So what we'll do, is we'll introduce one that's lower than that. This way we can prevent the Liberals from bringing in this particular motion. So then they look and they come up with 326 and they single out the issue of young people and say, well, young people are really important to us today. So that's what we're going to debate. And this way we can say the Liberals are bad because they don't want to debate that particular issue, which is a bunch of hogwash, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, I'll match the initiatives that have been taken by Liberal administrations, in particular our new Prime Minister and this new government that was elected less than a year ago, and the commitment that the 170 plus Liberal members of Parliament bring to Parliament every day, dealing with a wide spectrum of issues, including the young people of Canada, recognizing that we want the strongest economy, Mr. Speaker, in the G7, a strong economy that works for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That is, in fact, our priority. And that's why it is so disappointing to see the games that continue to be played by the official opposition, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's going to be a continuation of things that we're going to continue to see, unfortunately. And I find that it is unfortunate. It is destructive. There are opportunities for opposition parties to be able to actually be to critique the government. You don't have to agree with everything that the government is saying, but at the very least, as opposed to reflecting just on what's in the Conservative Party, more specifically the leader of the Conservative Party's best interest, start focusing more in regards to what's in Canadians' best interest. Because if they started to do that, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we would actually see a higher sense of cooperation within the House of Commons and more tangible results being delivered to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you, over the last, 9, 10 months, and the games that have been played by the official opposition have been at a significant cost. That's right. The Conservative Party of Canada, under its current leadership, and the games that they play inside the House have cost our economy, has cost our society in very significant ways. They say name one. I can do a lot more than one.
Report for Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I'm always very patient with this member, but he has had nothing to say about the motion that we're discussing in 13 minutes. It's not on topic. Could you bring him to order?
I believe I understood the point of order to be about germaneness to the debate. As the member knows, members have a lot of latitude in making the points they need to make, and I think the member was getting to his point when the point of order was raised, so I invite the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, to continue.
Absolutely. I suspect, Mr. Speaker, I likely used the word skill sets and youth more than the member opposite did when he introduced the concurrence motion. So if he was actually listening to what is being said, as opposed to just being the mouthpiece for the leader of the Conservative Party in this game that they choose to play, that would be better, that this House of Commons would be better served, quite frankly. But the member opposite, my colleague from Manitoba, asked me to give a tangible example that Canadians are paying the cost of an irresponsible opposition. And I'd love to give you that example. Hopefully I won't get another point of order to prevent it. There's a suite of legislative initiatives to deal with an important issue that's in the member opposite's riding, my riding, and across the country, that the Government of Canada has been pushing hard since virtually day one following the election. And that was to deal with the issue of crime. We had Bill C2. We had Bill C8, sorry, C9, I should say, C12, C14, C16, C22. All legislation to make our communities safer. And the Conservative Party, through their filibustering tactics, have denied important reforms such as bail reform, supported across the country by stakeholders, law enforcement, mayors, premiers, and others. They have also prevented lawful access, the principle of that actually being put into place, Canada being the one and only Five Eyes nation that does not have it. And that would, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, would deal with issues such as child sexual exploitation, extortion, repeat violent offenders. These are the types of actions that this Prime Minister, that this Liberal government has been pushing since the last federal election, and the Conservatives have played games of politics, putting the Conservative Party's interests ahead of the Canadians' best interests, and as a direct result, we have lost out greatly. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, when you talk about strictly funds, dealing with young people, helping young people acquire skill sets, you know, $594.7 million over 2 years to Employment and Social Development Canada for Canada's summer jobs to support 100,000 summer jobs in 2026. Well, you think about that. I made reference to it earlier in my comments. The skill sets that are acquired, members opposite might want to minimize that particular program, but I can tell you that there's not a Liberal member of Parliament that would not recognize the true value of that program and how it is such a valuable asset to the communities, not only in which we serve, but also the communities in which Conservatives serve. Every region of the nation benefits by that program as the Conservatives mock it today. And it doesn't surprise me because it was Stephen Harper that actually cut the program when they were in program, cut the funding, a lot of the funding to it. They didn't cut it completely out, but they did cut the funding to it. And it's taken this Prime Minister and government to recognize the value, understanding the need for it, and supporting it. And that's why we're going to have close to 100,000 young people. And the type of jobs that they're taking, Mr. Speaker, are going to allow them to enhance their skill sets in many different ways, provide them possible door openings for future jobs, Mr. Speaker. I think of the type of jobs that come into Winnipeg North, childcare. I amplify the importance of childcare. Many of summer students that have gone through this program are now working in childcare today. That's one of the reasons why I look at places like Stanley Knowles and I use that program. Think in terms of another $307 million over 2 years for horizontal youth employment and skills strategy to provide employment, training, and wraparound supports. Think in terms of mentorship, transportation, mental health, counseling, and it's estimated, again, literally thousands of youth that will benefit by it, estimated somewhere in the neighborhood of 20,000. $40 million over 2 years to Employment and Social Development Canada to create Youth Climate Corps to provide paid skills training for young Canadians. They will be trained to quickly respond to climate emergencies, support recovery, and strengthen resilience in communities across the nation. Not to mention, Mr. Speaker, when you think in terms of the training the next generation of Canadian builders by providing $75 million over 3 years, starting in 26-27, to Employment Social Development Canada, expand the union training and innovation program, which supports union-based apprenticeship training in the Red Seal trades. Mr. Speaker, this is something that is just to give you a sense of what it is and how it is that the government is dealing with young people today. We recognize the importance of the issue, Mr. Speaker. But the difference between us and the Conservatives is that we recognize it year-round. We are focused on, as I said, building a strong economy that works for all Canadians. That's our goal, and we will achieve that. We will get the strongest and healthiest economy in the G7, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that that's an admirable goal, and as much as the Conservative Party continues to want to play games on the floor of the House of Commons and not deal with the issues as a priority for Canadians, but only as a priority for the Conservatives, that's fine. We will be focused on delivering tangible results for Canadians because that is the right thing to do. And a part of that means encouraging my opposition friends to stop playing the games, be more creative, you can still be a critic of the government, but you can also be more cooperative. That's what Canadians want us to do.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Parliamentary Secretary brought up games. Well, let's do a reality check. We have an affordability crisis right now. We have a cost of living crisis right now that is affecting all Canadians coast to coast to coast, including young people. But with regards to this motion of cuts to student grants for career college students, I've had stakeholders of career colleges approach me in London Fanshawe regarding this. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary related to this motion is, does the government believe that that education at career colleges is less valuable than education at other institutions? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe fundamentally that any opportunity a young person has to be able to enhance a skill set in whatever type of a format that it might be and venue is something in which it is worthy of us to pursue and encourage, and we should be doing that because it is about getting that young person a chance. And where we can enhance it, we should look seriously at doing so. But what I would ask members opposite, in particular from the Conservatives, when you stand up to ask a question, because understand that the reason why you've brought this motion today isn't because of young people. You brought it because you didn't want to have the discussion or a vote in regards to the independent parliamentary budget officer. Be very clear. What is it about Annette Ryan that you do not support? Why do you not want to have that appointment? Why do you want to continue to play these type of games for your own personal political conservative agenda as opposed to the interests of Canadians?
Hear, hear. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires de Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, obviously my colleague just made a great speech, and we care about young people and young people getting jobs, which is why I think he talked about this. The Minister of Youth has announced that there'll be some jobs for young people in many ridings across the country. But obviously this morning we're supposed to talk about the budget officer that was supposed to be accepted and voted on by this House as the Government House Leader announced yesterday. Can maybe the member talk about, jobs, young people's jobs in his riding, and the importance of also having a budget officer be adopted in this House?
Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the mistake was made when the Government House Leader made it clear that we're going to be bringing in the motion and wanting to have that vote on the independent parliamentary budget officer. Because by making it known to the opposition, and we're trying to be cooperative, the opposition then says, oh, well, we can prevent them from doing that by coming up with another motion. And I think that the official opposition is not recognizing the value of having that permanent appointment being made. And that's unfortunate. And with regards to the latter part of the question, my colleague and good friend understands how important young people are to our economy and how important it is that government be there to support young people. And that is the reason why this Prime Minister and this government are there fully supporting the summer youth program. 100,000 youth potentially will benefit by this program.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Joliette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pourquoi est-ce qu'il s'acharne autant contre le...
Knowing what is going on here, we say that you shouldn't punch down. You shouldn't kick someone when they're down. And we know that things aren't going well for the Conservative Party. People have crossed the floor. And now we have a majority Liberal Party. It's true that the new elected MPs have not yet been sworn in, but they won a majority in these recent elections. So if they don't really want to debate this report, then why not have a vote in the House? They have the votes to carry that. So why didn't they do that?
Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's in the past been majorities or minorities, concurrence votes and reports, very familiar with it. It is a stalling game that's being played. The idea of this whole majority versus minority, quite frankly, we want to see cooperation. We want to be able to encourage cooperation. That has been what the Prime Minister has talked about since the last federal election, less than a year ago. We want to see Parliament work for Canadians. Now, at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, it's important to recognize in order for Parliament to work, we not only need to get private members' bills being processed through the system, we also need government bills also.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question is to the Parliamentary Secretary and the Leader in the Government in the House is that I think it was, and perhaps he misspoke, unfair to suggest that the Conservative Party is against the proposed nominee by the government benches to be the new parliamentary budget officer. It certainly isn't uncommon for the opposition to bring forward a debate on a concurrence committee motion. It may be annoying. It may mean that I don't get to present a petition for another couple of hours, but it's hardly an attack on the person who's being put forward. And I just wanted to make that point, and perhaps the honourable member for Winnipeg North would like to correct the accusation that the Conservatives were against this particular person. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would disagree with the leader of the Green Party in the sense that I've posed the question, and they had opportunity to answer or defend or anything of that nature, Annette Ryan. They chose not to do so. The leader of the Green Party is wrong to try to give the false impression to Canadians consistently that there's absolutely nothing wrong with concurrence reports being debated. She knows full well, Mr. Speaker, that there's a limited amount of time on government legislative hours in any given session. If we were to have a report debated concurrence on every report, we're talking hundreds. So yes, you can try to take the high road. Yes, sometimes it's necessary to have a concurrence report, but don't give a false impression that we should have a debate on every report.
Great answer.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to point out that the member opposite has taken up a tremendous amount of time, and not once has he spoken directly to this concurrence motion. And the reality is there are people who are really interested in my riding to know how the government is going to respond on this. He talked about disappointed. You know who's disappointed? The young people in this country. You decided to play partisan politics instead. And I have a very simple question. Is it because you don't care about this? Is that the answer?
So before I go to the Parliamentary Secretary, a reminder to members to speak through the chair. When using the you can't address directly to members. It's happened a few times and I've let it slide, but just a reminder, standing orders require all members speak through the speaker to the other members, not directly to their members. With that being said, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you'll find that there was actually Liberal members of Parliament that were on the committee that expressed in great detail the support. What I can tell the member opposite, Mr. Speaker, is that all evidence that's before us today and previously will clearly demonstrate that there's only one political party that has consistently been there for young people and representing their interests. As the Conservative Party, time after time, continues to want to politicize, play games, filibuster, and so forth, we continue to be focused on delivering results, and I gave in my comments specific examples of that.
Questions and comments, questions and commentaires. The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As one of the members on the Standing Committee for Human Resources, People with Disabilities, and also as a former educator before coming into this wonderful chamber, I can attest to the importance of reports such as these that we did undertake. It's unfortunate, though, that the reasoning for this report, basically the Conservatives didn't get the information that they wanted, which is why we're here today. I myself received employment through the Federal Student Work Experience Program as a student, testifying to some of these government programs that really benefit kids, especially like me, a little rural kid. My question to my honourable member is, could you also talk about some of these wonderful employment youth strategy options that we have?
I have to give time to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, House Leader, to respond in 25 seconds or less.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think there's all sorts of opportunity for us to have a good, healthy discussion and debate about the issues facing young people today. I would ask and implore, whether it's the Bloc or the Conservatives, to designate one of their opposition days on just that topic.
Great idea.
So as opposed to 3 hours, we can spend a full day on talking about young people in Canada. If they care about young people, let's see the action follow the words.
That's a great answer.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Lamatin-Pédia.
Deputy Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House at 4 p.m. on Tuesday, April 28, 2026, the Speaker will interrupt the proceedings to permit the Minister of Finance and National Revenue to make a statement followed by a period of 10 minutes for questions and comments. After the statement, a member from each recognized opposition party and a member of the New Democratic Party and a member of the Green Party may reply for a period approximately equivalent to the time taken by the Minister's statement, and each statement shall be followed by a period of 10 minutes for questions and comments, and after each member has replied, or when no member wishes to speak, whichever is earlier, the House shall adjourn to the next sitting day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good idea. Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que l'honorable...
All those opposed, please say nay.
D'accord.
Very well. The House has heard the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Carried.
L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski-la-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the HuMA Committee has been clear. It's calling on the government to review how it distributes grants when access depends on the type of institution attended. And above all, it reiterates a very simple point. Federal decisions must respect those of Quebec and the provinces, because post-secondary education is an area of jurisdiction that falls under Quebec and the provinces. That's non-negotiable. Yet what we're seeing right now is that Ottawa is no longer content with simply providing financial assistance to students. It's also beginning to decide indirectly which institutions grant access to scholarships and which do not. As a result, two students recognized by their province, like Quebec, may be treated differently by Ottawa. For us, this is unacceptable. It's a clear intrusion into an area of jurisdiction that just doesn't belong to it. The federal government's role should be simple: to help students, not to redraw in its own way the map of higher education. If an institution is recognized and authorized by Quebec, students studying there must be treated fairly. But while we focus on this, there's an even worse problem that continues to worsen: the underfunding of the next generation of scientists. For over 20 years now, Mr. Speaker, scholarships have stagnated. Some have not been indexed since 2003. In practice, they've lost nearly half of their real value. Meanwhile, there are currently about 240,000 graduate students for barely 6,000 federal scholarships or grants. In the University of Quebec network, the situation's even worse. Barely 1.3% of students actually receive these federal grants. So we tell young people, go into research, contribute, get an education. But in reality, we don't give them the means to do that correctly. And that's obvious. Today, the majority of graduate students live on very little. Some have to work while studying. Some, unfortunately, have to turn to food banks. Others are thinking of dropping out. In Montreal, for instance, some are living on less than $20,000 a year. We know that's just not enough. And in the regions, it's often even harder. In my role as vice chair of the Standing Committee on Science and Research, I hear about this constantly. Exhausted students, professors who can't keep their teams together, a system that's hanging on by a thread. In my riding of Rimouski-la-Matapédia, I have applied research centers, teams that are innovating on the ground, and they too tell me the same thing. The resources just are not keeping up. Projects are being slowed down. They're being delayed, postponed. Sometimes they're just abandoned, and that ends up having a direct impact on what we're capable of doing here. CEREX, a college-based technology transfer center located in Amqui, reached out to me a few weeks ago to warn me that new cuts to certain specific programs may significantly affect its ability to operate. And then you wonder why people are leaving. And the answer is quite simple. A large proportion of graduate students are considering leaving Canada for many reasons. And many are already doing so. Why? Because conditions are better elsewhere, because the pay is better, because there are more resources. So, simply put, I ask this question: why train people here if we're going to lose them afterwards? At this rate, we're becoming a place where we train people for other countries. we are essentially a place, a branch, we pay, we train, and others reap the benefits. A country that does this is not working for itself, it's working for others. And this is not just a student issue, it's an economic one. When we lose the next generation, we lose the ideas, expertise, and the ability to innovate. We also lose economic benefits for our regions, for our businesses and our institutions. And in Quebec, this affects us directly. Our universities, especially in the regions, play a key role in development. When funding doesn't keep up, the entire ecosystem suffers. And now the government is telling us that it has acted, that it has improved funding, that it has extended it. Yes, sure, there have been announcements, but let's be honest, that doesn't solve the underlying problem. You can't make up for 20 years of neglect with a few announcements. Meanwhile, access to grants is getting more complicated. They're adding conditions. There are distinctions that are made. So on the one hand, you say you want to help. On the other, you put up barriers. And that doesn't add up. There's also another problem. We can't even have access to all the data needed to see clearly what's working and what isn't working. Researchers are asked to be rigorous, but the government itself doesn't always provide the means to properly analyze its own system. The federal government claims that it wants to become a global leader in innovation, but it doesn't give itself the means to achieve its ambitions. It continues to lag behind in R&D, among the worst in the G7. A leader does not underfund its next generation. A leader doesn't unnecessarily complicate access to scholarships. And above all, a leader doesn't let its talent slip away to other countries. The bottom line is simple. If we want to move forward, we must keep our people here. For the Bloc Québécois, this is clear. The government must review how it distributes these grants. It must respect the decisions of Quebec and the provinces. And it must treat students fairly. It must, above all, put in place stable and sustainable funding, because ultimately we have to ask ourselves the real question. Do we want to keep our people here, or are we quietly accepting that we've become just a stop along the way for our researchers? Because at this point, right now, that's exactly what's happening. We train them here, and they build their careers elsewhere. And if we don't correct this, we'll continue down this path. Mr. Speaker, training people here so they can succeed elsewhere is not a strategy. It's a failure. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated the speech from our colleague. When we discuss with the universities in Quebec, we're getting this feedback. They're quite satisfied with the various programs the federal government has in place today to fund research and innovation, specifically so we can keep our brains here. There's a lot of support from these universities. But the question that I have, and the colleague perhaps could clarify his position on this, on the one hand, he's suggesting that we should increase grants, scholarships to students, but at the same time, not to do so directly. So I'm a bit surprised, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Lamatype-Pédia. Mr. Speaker, things are clear, actually. To my knowledge, this colleague is rather good with numbers. Federal grants have not been indexed for the last 20 years. Does he know of anything else that has not been indexed for 20 years? Does that make any sense whatsoever? How can you retain expertise and talent when you don't have the necessary incentives in place to keep people where they are? The Bloc Québécois has been clear. Yes, we want to enhance grants at the federal level. The government is trying to draw in people from the U.S. and elsewhere, more interested in that than to improve conditions for people who are already here. In the last budget, $1.2 billion was invested to draw people into this country, to attract people here. I'll give the government the benefit of the doubt, but I'd like to see some results. Before we start building new things, we need to start taking abroad. We need to focus on what we have here.
For Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated the speech from my bloc colleague. I didn't have a chance to respond directly after the Liberals spoke on this. I am quite struck by the fact that the Liberals have yet to articulate a position or provide an explanation for their own policy. We're debating this today because we had a unanimous recommendation from a committee to overturn a policy that was part of this government's budget. That policy was to discriminate against students who are studying at certain kinds of institutions. In particular, to say that if you're at a university, you get the full grant, but if you're at a vocational institution getting labor market relevant skills, you don't get any grant. Now that seems discriminatory and seems like a policy aimed at steering or directing students away from those vitally necessary vocational skills with this mentality that sort of everyone should go to university without understanding the value of these vocational programs as well. I wonder if the member can reflect on how rare it is to have a unanimous report of a committee asking for this reversal and why the government still hasn't explained their position.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, La Matépédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleagues' comments. This is not the first example of discrimination on the part of this government, yet we're hearing that this is an inclusive and open government. But if you look at this data, about 80% of research funding is granted to how many researchers? 10% of the researchers we have. That's unfair. We are fostering or favoring certain individuals, perhaps elites that are close to the government, and that suits them. The structure, the model under which the university system is designed, specifically these grants, involve the same people getting everything at the end of the day. And when they receive scholarships now, then they have a more likelihood of receiving them in the future. That's how the system's designed. The Honourable Member for Joliette Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I want to stay on the theme of these grants by federal granting agencies. He said that there weren't enough to support students today, that they haven't been indexed for the last 20 years. And then Association of Students is asking for masters to go from 12 to 24 months and doctoral studies to also, masters are usually 2 years and doctorates take 4 years. Has the government actually listened to the student associations on this front? The Honourable Member for Rimouski, La Matépédia. You have 30 seconds. Thank you very much. I appreciate the colleague's question. The government finally acted in Budget 2024. There was an indexing of student grants. They were obviously seeing that there was a brain drain going to other countries, the U.S. and other countries. But what we're noticing is that the time it takes to get these degrees is expanding. So students who are living in a precarious situation have to study for longer, which means longer period of cost. But the government won't cover these longer periods, like a number of organizations are calling for. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Joliette Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Historically, in the 1990s, Ottawa decided to cut back to transfers to the provinces, specifically also higher education funding. And that's why we're talking about these federal grants. G7 leaders were complaining about austerity at the time, and government, the Prime Minister at the time, Jean Chrétien, was saying he didn't have this problem. He had cut back funds to the provinces. The provinces had then cut back on services, and the protests were happening before parliaments in the provinces and not at the federal level. Then there were cutbacks from the Harper government, and then the Trudeau government, and the current government. The government will be covering 18% of health costs, where it had committed to half originally. For higher education and social services, we're dealing with the same level of cutbacks. The Parliamentary Budget Officer is confirming this level of unfairness. He's looking at expenditures and saying that the government in Ottawa has a great deal of leeway. The federal government realized it was absent from the lives of Quebecers. The government got involved in re-engineering the state to the benefit of the federal government to the detriment of Quebec. At the time, Paul Martin was the Minister of Finance, and the President of the Treasury Board, Marcel Massé, former clerk of the Privy Council. He was an expert on the apparatus or machinery of government, made sure that Quebec would have no room and that the federal government would have a lot of leeway, hoping that Quebecers would turn to the federal government then and bypass the Quebec government. He wanted them to go from Quebecers to Canadians. And Massé said this. He was referring to Lucien Bouchard. When Bouchard will have to cut back, then we'll be able to show in Ottawa that we have the means to preserve these social programs.
That's why there were severe cuts to health and social services transfers, 40% cuts over 3 years. These forced the Quebec government to cut back in turn. We all remember the massive layoffs of nurses. The health system never fully recovered. Meanwhile, Ottawa was raking in sizable surpluses. These surpluses seemed so obscene in a period of government austerity that they needed to cover them up. And that's when the government got the idea to create various foundations. By dumping money into these foundations, they would empty the federal coffers, eliminating the federal surplus, at least on paper. This allowed them to continue refusing top-ups to the transfers that would have allowed Quebec to maintain its public services. But for the foundation's money to no longer count as government money, the government had to relinquish a certain amount of control. In 2005, Sheila Fraser, then Auditor General, published a scathing report entitled Accountability in Foundations. She observed that the government had transferred $9 billion to 15 foundations between 1998 and 2002. With inflation, that is equivalent to $17 billion. She only, of the $9 billion, the federal government relinquished control of all but $2 billion. The foundations gave out scholarships through the Millennium Scholarships Foundation, but they also funded research and did a number of other functions. But the goal of all of this was to deprive money from Quebec and provide it to these foundations. While the federal government was spending lavishly, Quebec struggled to do its duty, which was to provide basically all public services, including education and higher education. Again, the Parliamentary Budget Office, year in, year out, publishes reports noting that Quebec and the provinces are seeing their costs increase faster than their revenues, while Ottawa takes in more money than it needs to fulfill its own functions. There have been a number of impacts to this fiscal imbalance. First, Quebec and the provinces are over a barrel. After they pay for the bare essentials, they have no funds left over, preventing them from accessing any leeway. The federal government has no such constraints, allowing it to expand its powers and meddle in the affairs of Quebec and the provinces. That is the issue here. As a result of this fiscal imbalance, waste has become an inherent part of the current federal system. Let's do a series of comparisons. We know that employment insurance costs Ottawa 2.5 times as much as it would cost Quebec. It costs Quebec 4 times as much to issue a passport than it does for Quebec to issue a driving license. Before the Sainte-Anne-de-Bellevue Veterans Hospital was transferred to Quebec, the federal government was spending 2.5 times as much money as what would be spent by a Quebec-run seniors' home. Because Ottawa is flush with cash, it is paying less attention to its to possible waste. In 2014, the Quebec government published its report by the Committee of Experts on Federal Intervention in Health and Social Services 2002 to 2013. In that study, the Quebec government identified 37 federal programs it considered interference by the Conservative Party in the Quebec health sector. The report concluded that the government was spending more to meddle in Quebec, in Quebec's area of jurisdiction than it would by simply transferring the correct amount of money over. In other words, the government was wasting public funds. It wastes $1 billion here, $10 million there, with very little accountability, and while providing few services to the population. This has led to the size of the federal public service to explode. During the Trudeau years, 109,000 federal public servants were hired. Imagine what those 100,000 people would have represented if Quebec and the provinces had hired them to treat sick people and teach children and fix damaged roads. In recent decades, Quebec has distinguished itself from other provinces, despite Ottawa's budget cuts. While other provinces were cutting in social services and making education more expensive, Quebec put in place new social programs to reduce poverty and inequality. Here I will refer to the incredible book published by the University of Toronto Press in 2017 entitled Combating Poverty, Quebec's Pursuit of a Distinctive Welfare State. The authors of this book speak of a neoliberal shift for Ottawa and the English Canadian provinces, resembling what we have seen in the United States, which led to increased inequality and poverty. Meanwhile, Quebec adopted an approach similar to the Scandinavian countries. Quebec has provided much more support to families, and especially single-parent families, than the rest of the country. Quebec's parental leave and other forms of support have made a serious difference. Our social policies caught the eye of the economist Joseph Stiglitz some years ago. He was invited to speak at the Quebec Inequality Observatory on April 29th, and he spoke glowingly about the Quebec model to reduce poverty and inequality. This shows what Quebec can do if left alone. But we are still reeling from the effects of the 1990s cuts that prevented Ottawa and the provinces from dealing with their own affairs. We see that the government is continuing to meddle in affairs of Quebec and the provinces through its fiscal imbalance. And I think the conclusion of all of this is that we would be best left on our own. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated the speech from my learned colleague. The speech touched on federal transfers to the provinces. And he seems to think that the federal government is conspiring to weaken the Quebec government. I certainly don't agree with that, but that will be a discussion for another day. For now, I will ask this question. If what my colleague said were true, how come Quebec is doing so well at supporting families and students? It's among the best. It performs better than most OECD member states. How is this possible? The Honourable Member for Joliet-Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his remarks and his question. He would be better placed to answer that question. After all, he is a former Quebec finance minister. When the federal government was trying to reach zero deficit via austerity, it took the easy way out. I spoke about Marcel Massé, the Martin-era public servant who made these cuts. He made it certain that the provinces would have to cut back due to federal austerity. Quebec, however, did manage to pull a rabbit out of a hat and work miracles, and the honourable member would be better placed to explain how we were able to accomplish that. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of the House to an article from a few months back in Newmarket Today that says traditional Chinese medicine students raise alarm over federal budget cuts to grants. Now, this highlights the particular impacts on Chinese medicine, and various leaders in the Chinese medicine community have spoken out about how this Liberal policy really attacks the Chinese community and attacks others who benefit from traditional Chinese medicine. There are many people who aren't of Chinese origin who benefit from this medicine as well. And in this article, the member for Markham Unionville speaks very strongly against the government's policy. In fact, the article highlights a town hall event that the member for Markham Unionville and I and others did together. He uses the language of systematically discriminatory. This now member of the government says this policy was systemic discrimination. I wonder if the member who just spoke would agree with that.
The honourable member for Joliet-Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue here is that there is no federal education department. Why? Because higher education is a provincial responsibility under the Constitution. It is a Quebec responsibility. So this idea that the federal government is deciding who gets scholarships and who doesn't is interference. Instead, the federal government should transfer taxes collected to Quebec so that Quebec and the provinces can decide which programs get funded. I'm not an expert here. It's not up to me to decide which programs should be recognized, but provinces do have the relevant expertise. And so Ottawa should deal with its provincial areas of jurisdiction and stop meddling in the affairs of the provinces. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rimouski-Lamatapedia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague on his excellent speech. Back in the early 2000s, the Sagan report spoke about the damage caused by the federal system and the federal interference in areas of Quebec jurisdiction. This fiscal imbalance is a well-known phenomenon. Universities are caught between two levels of government, the federal government and the provinces. Both are trying to manage scholarships. Both are trying to manage research funding. Could my colleague explain what the result of all of this has been? The federal government has been hoarding taxpayer funds to itself and is lording this power over Quebec, which is now forced to make difficult decisions. The honourable member, I would like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. Yes, things are far from optimal. When different levels of government are trying to do the same thing, it leads to redundancy and inefficiency. That's why I said that it would be better if Quebec were left to manage 100% of our programs with our own money. We would be better at managing research, social services, and education than the federal government would be.
Honourable member for Richmond Hill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to split my time with the member from Cloverdale, Langley City. Mr. Speaker, Canada is in the middle of a jobs crisis, and the Liberal government's answer is to make skills training harder to afford here at home. That is exactly what the costly Liberal Budget 2025 does when it moves to restrict the Canada Student Grant for full-time students to students attending public educational institutions and not-for-profit private institutions. So let us be clear what this really means. A student from a modest income family can choose a public institution and keep access to a non-repayable federal grant. Another student, equally hardworking, equally deserving, equally serious about building a career, can choose a regulated career college because that is where the practical program they need is offered, and that student gets punished. Same country, same taxes, same need, but different treatment. All the while, this Liberal government chooses to fund millions of dollars in scholarships for international students while cutting back on domestic talent here at home. That is not fairness. That is prejudice by institution type while ignoring free market forces. And the timing could not be worse. StatsCan reported that in February 2026, unemployment rose to 6.7%. There were 1.5 million unemployed Canadians, and 23% of them have been searching for work for more than half a year, well above the pre-pandemic average of 17%. For youth aged 15 to 24, unemployment rose to 14%, and the private sector lost 73,000 jobs in February alone. Those are not abstract numbers. Those numbers mean stalled lives, delayed plans, parents worried about their children, and young Canadians wondering whether they will ever get a fair start. Canadians are not working because Liberal policies are not working. Mr. Speaker, 1 year into this Liberal Prime Minister's term in office, we continue to see job chaos, especially for young people desperate to get a start in life. Conservatives put forward a serious plan to unleash the economy, fix immigration, fix job training, and build homes where the jobs are. The Liberals obstructed and turned down these ideas, and now instead of widening the path of employment, they are narrowing it. At the precise moment when Canada needs more practical, job-ready training, this Liberal government is telling thousands of students that their chosen path is somehow less worthy of support. Why is the Liberal government, cutting student grants for Canadians pursuing practical, employment-focused careers? Why should a student lose access to support simply because their program is delivered through a career college instead of a public institution defined by this Liberal government? How does this improve affordability for Canadians? How does this help a country facing skilled labor shortage in certain sectors? This Liberal government says, on one hand, that is investing in post-secondary education to keep it accessible. But what we've seen is an announcement that will give millions of dollars in scholarships to international students. Yet, on the other hand, it is preparing to exclude a whole class of domestic Canadian students here at home from the very affordability measures it boasts about. That is the Liberal pattern. Broad announcements, picking winners and losers in an industry, and hardworking Canadians end up paying the price. And nowhere is this more short-sighted than in the field of acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine, which has been under attack time and time again by this Liberal government over the past decade. Acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine are not fringe occupations. They are real professions, serving real patients in real communities every single day. Canadians of all backgrounds, including Indigenous communities, seek out these services for pain management, rehabilitation support, stress reduction, wellness care, and complementary treatment. These practitioners often work alongside broader health and wellness networks and serve patients who are looking for additional options to manage chronic conditions and improve quality of life. Training in the field of acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine is hands-on by nature. It depends on supervised practice, clinical skill building, safety protocols, diagnosis, patient interaction, ethics, technique, and repetition. Even public programs in acupuncture emphasize direct clinical training, patient treatment, professional competencies, informed consent, and safe needling practices. That tells us something important, that this is not casual learning. It is serious health training with real demand. But in practice, many students here at home pursuing acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine have historically relied on specialized institutions outside the traditional university model. These are often exactly the kinds of settings that this Liberal policy seeks to undermine. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about who actually gets hurt when the Liberals pick and choose winners in educational institutions and cut support to training in traditional Chinese medicine. Students here at home get hurt first. The son or daughter of a Canadian family who wants to build a stable career in a respected health profession gets hurt. The mid-career worker seeking retraining into a field of growing demand gets hurt. The modest income student who cannot simply absorb thousands of dollars in additional costs gets hurt. The student who wants a practical, culturally rooted, patient-facing profession gets hurt. Jobs are also affected. If fewer students can afford to enroll, fewer students will graduate. If fewer students graduate, fewer clinics can hire. If fewer clinics can hire, fewer Canadians can access care. And that means this Liberal policy does not just affect individual students here at home. It affects the broader Canadian workforce and the public that depends on the services it provides. That is especially reckless in a weak labor market. Canada should be expanding fast, skills-based pathways into employment, not closing them off. Career colleges have long played a role in training people quickly for specific occupations. In a country with 1.5 million unemployed and elevated long-term unemployment, why would any serious government make targeted training less accessible? There's also a cultural dimension here that this Liberal government seems blind to. Traditional Chinese medicine is part of a rich heritage carried across generations and across continents. For many Canadians of all backgrounds and communities, including those of Chinese heritage and other communities familiar with these practices, this is not only a profession. It is part of a living tradition of knowledge, healing, discipline, and care. A government that talks endlessly about inclusivity should not create barriers that in practice make it harder for students to enter professions rooted in cultural traditions valued by many communities in Canada. In effect, this Liberal policy undermines culturally significant professions and cuts off opportunity for students entering fields connected to long-standing traditions of care here at home. In the meantime, this Liberal government then spends millions of dollars of taxpayer money on scholarships for foreign students, all the while the Liberal Prime Ministers ask everyday Canadians to make more sacrifices. Mr. Speaker, let us talk about healthcare access too. Canadians know that our healthcare system is under strain. Wait times are too long, 6 million Canadians without a family doctor. Many people are searching for legitimate and professional services that can help them manage pain, mobility, stress, recovery, and chronic conditions. Expanding the supply of qualified acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine practitioners can improve access to complementary care and give more Canadians additional avenues of support. Yet the Liberals are choosing to make training our domestic workforce for Canadians harder while funding scholarships for international students to study here in Canada. That is the absurdity of this Liberal government. When Canada needs more options, they create fewer options for domestic talent here at home. When Canada needs more skilled practitioners, they set up new barriers for Canadians while giving millions to foreign nationals. When students need more affordability, they take away supports and send taxpayer money overseas. This Liberal policy is bad for students because it raises the cost of career-focused education. It undermines the enrollment in specialized programs that often sit outside conventional public university streams. It is bad for the economy because it weakens labor force development. It is bad for healthcare access because it risks reducing the supply of trained practitioners. Conservatives believe something simple. Skills training should align with the needs of the economy, not the ideology of this Liberal government. If a program is legitimate, credentialed, employment-focused, and serving real Canadian needs, students should not be punished because the government does not like where that training is delivered. So I ask this Liberal government again, will it reverse this decision? Will it stop treating one group of students as second class? Will it admit that regulated career college students deserve equal respect? Will it recognize that fields like acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine actually matter to patients, to communities, to employers, and to Canada's workforce? The Liberals need to review this policy, consult affected sectors honestly, and reverse course before more damage is done. Because this is bigger than one budget line. It is about whether we value practical education for Canadians. It is about whether we respect students who choose hands-on careers. It is about whether we address labor shortages seriously. It is about whether we preserve space in Canada for professions deeply rooted in culture and the communities connected to them here at home. It is about whether access to opportunity in this country depends on merit and hard work, or on whether a Liberal bureaucrat approves of your institution. Conservatives know where we stand. We stand with Canadian students who want to work and study in institutions that provide job-ready training. We stand with communities that want their traditions respected. We stand with patients who want better access to care. And we stand with restoring fairness for every Canadian who believes that if you're willing to study, train, work, and contribute to our country, then your government should get out of the way and let you thrive, not shut you out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Interesting comments. Obviously, I don't agree with a vast majority of them, but I do have a question in regards to the members' focus on the issue of acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicines and so forth. And, you know, I've always been fascinated by that. And ultimately, I'm sure the member is aware that the province plays a more significant role in that whole area than the national government does. Has the member actually had any discussions with the provincial government in his jurisdiction? Has he encouraged the provincial government and our post-secondary institutions to pursue and get our professional organizations to recognize what it is he wants to blame the federal government for?
Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have spoken to the members in my community in my riding. Since the Liberals announced this cut, I've talked to schools, I've talked to patients, I've talked to teachers, I've talked to practitioners of all communities and backgrounds, and they're telling me these cuts hurt because it reduces enrollment, it reduces the number of graduates that will be trained for on-demand skills that will be job ready. There's jobs ready to go. But sometimes the difference between getting a little bit of support and not getting support could be the deciding factor for a number of students who are choosing to pursue these careers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech today. February, we saw in Canada the loss of 46,000 jobs among youth. Canada has the lowest workforce participation for youth since 1998. And now we see the government stepping in and cutting funding for youth to access programs at vocational colleges and career colleges. And yet at the same time, the government today seems to be implying that it's all about the parliamentary budget officer vote, which is going to be delayed by a whole 2 hours today. Why does my colleague think, despite all this horrific tragedy happening with the youth job market, the Liberals are trying to deflect about a vote delayed 3 days instead of focusing on the youth?
Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
To thank the member for his great question and identifying the problem. What we've seen in the February jobs report is unemployment at 6.7%, 1.5 million unemployed Canadians. 23% of them have been searching for work for half a year or more. For youth aged 15 to 24, unemployment is at 14%. And instead of choosing to invest in students here at home, in Canadian students, our domestic workforce, this Liberal government decides to send money to foreign students to study here in Canada. They have their priorities completely upside down, and that is not right.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I disagree. I disagree with most of what the colleague has mentioned about the labour market. We could talk about that at another time. But I am surprised, intrigued, it's a better word, about his insistence on Chinese acupuncture and traditional medicine. My question directly is, has he talked to the provincial government? Because this is under their jurisdiction, not federal jurisdiction. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Order, the Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
This is another example of the Liberals oversimplifying a problem and pointing the finger at a different level of government, because the regulation, not just the profession, of the entire industry, from import, exports, health, Canada, there's a whole list of federal jurisdiction that is that deals with this industry and this profession. And the thing that we're talking about today in this concurrence motion is about federal grant money that is now being denied by this Liberal government. So yes, I have spoken to constituents, to practitioners, to teachers, to students, and folks in the industry and folks in the community about, and patients too, who are going to be affected by this. So, and they tell me that it is this Liberal government who has attacked this industry time and time again over the last decade, and this is just another example of that.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, today's concurrence motion is about more than just student grants. It's about whether this country still respects the kind of work that actually keeps the country running. Because buried in Budget 2025 is a decision that says if a young Canadian chooses a public institution, UBC, McGill, U of T, they can receive a federal student grant. But if they choose one of many provincially regulated career colleges where they train to become welders, electricians, healthcare aides, mechanics, or practical nurses, they will be cut off. Same taxpayer, same ambition, same hard work, different treatment. And that reveals something bigger than a budget line. It reveals a bias that says some education is respectable and some is not. That somehow the path that leads to a tool belt is worth less than the path that leads to a desk. And that thinking could not be more dangerous right now. Canada has lost 95,000 jobs this year. Youth have lost over 50,000 jobs. We have one of the highest unemployment rates in the G7, yet the government has chosen to make skills training harder to afford. Think of how upside down that is. We say we need more homes, but we make it harder to train the people who built them. We say we need more workers in healthcare, but we make it harder for students to train for practical care professions. We talk about growth. We put roadblocks in front of the very people who know how to make, fix, build, repair, and create. And behind it all is a deeper cultural problem. We have spent too many years pretending the only education that matters comes wrapped in prestige, as though a polished degree is inherently more valuable than a practical skill, as though an Oxford education is the gold standard and everyone else is a consolation prize. Well, with respect, the Prime Minister would be very wrong about that, because you cannot build a country with consultants alone. Somebody has to wire the house. Somebody has to pour the concrete. Somebody has to repair the truck, and somebody has to keep the systems working. Skilled work is not second-class work. It is part of the foundation of civilized life. And if we start treating the people who do that work as somehow less worthy of support, we're not just making a mistake in policy. We are teaching a whole generation to undervalue the very work we desperately need to rebuild this country. One of the strangest contradictions in Canada right now is that we have an entire country talking about a housing shortage, an infrastructure deficit, labor shortages in the trade, and a generation of young people looking for a foothold in the economy. And somehow, this government can still manage to make it harder for those same young people to train for the very jobs we claim we desperately need them to fill. There is something almost comical about that, if it weren't so serious. We complain that homes are too expensive, but seem oddly reluctant to talk about the carpenters, electricians, pipe fitters, and heavy equipment operators without whom no home has ever been built. We talk about building the country as though a policy announcement will get it done, when in fact countries are built the way they've always been built, by skilled people who know how to turn raw material into something useful. And here's why this policy becomes so baffling. At the very moment when we need more skilled workers, more apprentices, more young Canadians learning practical, employable, in-demand skills, the government proposes to pull grants away from students attending career colleges that are doing exactly that training. It's like standing in front of a labor shortage, staring directly at it, and deciding the sensible response is to make it harder for the next generation to learn these skills. Do we really want to sabotage the system? Canadians trying to hire skilled people right now need policies that will produce more skilled people, not fewer. There's another myth we've been telling for very far too long, and it's the notion that the surest path to prosperity is always the most expensive education, the longest credential, the most polished title on a business card. We have repeated that so often, it has taken on the status of common sense, even though the evidence is piling up against it. Because out in the real world, there are countless skilled tradespeople making excellent incomes, raising families, buying homes, building businesses, and doing it often with less debt, less delay, and frankly, more certainty than many young people who have been sold the promise that a degree alone is a ticket to security. There is something off about the way we've celebrated one kind of work while undervaluing another, because many of the people we're talking about here, welders, electricians, millwrights, mechanics, heavy-duty technicians, are not merely getting by. Many are earning incomes that would surprise the very people who tend to look down on the trades. And why should that surprise anyone? Skill has value. Competence has value. Being able to do something difficult, useful, and necessary has always had value. It always will. Somewhere along the way, we got something backwards. We made kids borrow heavily to push them toward jobs that, by the time they have their degree, may or may not exist, while neglecting millions of jobs that do exist, that pay well, and that are sitting open because too few people have been encouraged to pursue the skill required to do them. That's not just a mismatch, that's a cultural failure. And now this policy threatens to compound that mistake, because when government says students pursuing vocational paths should no longer receive the same grant support as others, it's doing more than changing an eligibility rule. It's reinforcing the old prejudice that some forms of learning lead to real opportunity while others don't. Yet anyone who has looked at a pay stub from a successful tradesperson or tried to hire one lately knows how ridiculous that is. In many parts of the country, a skilled trade's not merely a path to a good living. It may be one of the best paths available. And at a time when young Canadians are struggling to see a future they can afford, it takes a special kind of blindness to put obstacles in front of one of the clearest paths to financial independence we have. Maybe the biggest thing we've gotten wrong is this, that people still talk about the trades as though they lead only to a job, when very often they lead to something much, much bigger. Because a skilled trade isn't simply a paycheck. It can be the first rung on a ladder that leads to ownership, independence, and entrepreneurship. A young person starts as an apprentice, learns a craft, gains experience, builds a reputation, takes on contracts, buys a truck, hires a helper, then a crew, and before long, what began as learning a skill has become a small business. If that sounds ordinary, it's only because people have been building this country that way for so long, we forget how remarkable it really is. But we should not take it for granted, because there's something profoundly hopeful in that path. It's one of the few paths where a person can begin with almost nothing but a willingness to work, and over time build something of their own. Not inherit it, build it. Many of the people doing what the culture calls dirty jobs are in fact examples of what self-reliance can produce. Many are entrepreneurs, many are employing others, and many are creating opportunities, not just for themselves, but for the next young person looking for a start. This isn't some footnote in the economy, this is the economy. And yet in a strange twist, we celebrate the idea of small business while undermining the institutions helping people acquire the very skills that lead to starting one. That makes no sense. Because the electrician who starts a company, the welder who opens a fabrication shop, the contractor who builds a crew, a mechanic who opens a service center, these are people taking risk, creating jobs, paying taxes, training others, and strengthening communities. This is how wealth is created in the real world. Which is why this policy strikes me as so short-sighted, because discouraging students from attending career college doesn't just affect individual students, it affects future businesses they might have built, the apprentices they might have trained, the workers they may have hired, and the opportunities they might have created for others. It narrows not just a training pathway, but an ownership pathway. And in a country worried about stagnant growth, weak productivity, and too few young people believing they can get ahead, it seems to me the last thing government should do is make it harder for young people to enter one of the clearest roads to becoming their own boss. So if we want to make work cool again, if we want to rebuild respect for hard work, skill, and enterprise in this country, then we should start by passing this motion and stop punishing the very students preparing to do the work at hand.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's unfortunate that the member doesn't necessarily recognize that there are significant investments in our colleges. I think in terms of Red River College, Manitoba's elite college, it trains literally thousands of individuals and a wide spectrum of skills. It leads our province. And, you know, collaborative innovation garage that was in part supported by the federal government. We had the post-secondary strategic investment fund that also went to Red River College. We had the innovation in regards to the green manufacturing, supporting things like our aerospace industry, which provides many jobs for Manitobans. You know, the government understands the importance of colleges and education. And my question to the member is, why does she believe the Conservative Party has not used an opposition day so we can have a wholesome debate on the issue?
Cloverdale, Langley City.
I would actually talk about the fact that instead of actually doing support, they've put a barrier between the two types of training. Budget 2025 changes eligibility for the Canada Student Grant so that students at many regulated career colleges no longer qualify. Not because their school is unaccredited, not because their program is substandard, simply because of the type of institution that they're attending. A student training to become a practical nurse or electrician at a provincially regulated college now receives less federal support than a student at a public taxpayer institution. Same ambitions, same hard work, different treatment. The government has created 2 classes of Canadian students, and this motion asks them to fix that.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. She brought up a lot of great points. The Liberal government, in a program running till next year, is giving $4 million to Cornell University in the United States, a private university that charges $95,000 Canadian per year for tuition. Why does my colleague think the Liberal government is funding private universities in the U.S. while at the same time depriving funding to Canadians to attend career colleges in Canada?
Honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. I think it shows very clearly the bias against the lower middle class student. This policy hurts those students who can least afford it. Career colleges disproportionately serve lower middle income Canadians who need a faster, more direct path to employment. These are not students with a safety net. Many of them chose career college specifically because it was the practical, affordable option that led directly to a job. Removing grant access doesn't make that choice disappear. It just makes it harder to afford. It tells young Canadians from a working family that the path they chose to a good career is worth less government support than someone else's path. That is wrong, and this committee agrees.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would look for a clear answer from the member in regards to, can she explain to the House why it is that the Conservative Party has never, ever brought forward an Opposition Day motion to deal with supporting young people of Canada to the degree in which this particular report deals with the issue. They will make light of the issue, possibly inform her, but they've never had a focused attention on it. Why is it today is the only day in the last number of years, 10 years, that they've actually decided to it? Many would speculate that it's because they don't want to have the vote on the independent budget office.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't need an opposition motion day to defend students against Liberal cuts.
Here, here. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to the 7th report, as you know, of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, but more importantly, to speak for the students in my community of Oshawa who are being left behind by this Liberal government's decision. Because let's be clear about what this policy does. It draws a line between students. It's not a line based on effort. It's not a line based on talent or based on ambition, but based solely on where they choose to study. And in doing so, it creates 2 classes of Canadians. So this is not fairness, and it is in fact discrimination. In Oshawa, we are a community built on hard work. We are a community of tradespeople, healthcare workers, technicians, and skilled professionals who keep our economy moving and our country strong. We're also proud of our educational institutions, including Durham College, Ontario Tech University. These institutions play a vital role in shaping the future of our community and preparing students for success. But, Mr. Speaker, not every program is offered at a public college or university. Many students choose career colleges because they offer practical, hands-on training that leads directly to employment. In some cases, they are the only option for certain specialized programs. They're not second-rate institutions, Mr. Speaker. They are regulated, they are recognized, and they serve an important role in our education system. Yet under this government's changes in Budget 2025, students who attend these particular institutions are being told something very simple. You do not deserve the same support as everyone else. Mr. Speaker, imagine being a young person in Oshawa, maybe just out of high school or about to graduate, maybe looking to retrain after losing a job, which we've seen frequently in Oshawa, in our auto sector, again, because of these liberal failures. Maybe trying to build a better future for your family. So you do your research, you find a program that fits your goals, it's practical and it's focused, and it leads to employment. But it's offered at a career college, and because of that one factor, the federal government says, no grant for you. The student sitting next to you studying a different program at a different type of institution is going to get support, but you will not. How is that fair? How is that equal treatment? And how can anyone in this House defend that kind of discrimination? Mr. Speaker, the policy does not exist in a vacuum. It has real consequences, and we know that. At least any member listening to their constituents knows that. In Oshawa, families are already under pressure. The cost of living is high, rent is high, groceries are high, every dollar matters. Student grants are not a luxury. They are often the deciding factor in whether someone can afford to pursue an education at all. So when you remove those supports, you're not just cutting a line in a budget, you're closing doors. You're telling people that their path is less worthy. And who does that affect the most, Mr. Speaker? Lower and middle income Canadians. What we are seeing time and time again, this government wants to leave behind. People trying to upgrade their skills, new Canadians working to establish themselves, single parents looking for a stable career, workers transitioning from industries that are changing or declining, including many auto workers, as I mentioned, at the GM Oshawa assembly plant, who have lost their jobs due to unjustified tariffs caused by the U.S., but also this Prime Minister's failure to get a trade deal. These are the people we should be lifting up. Instead, this government, once again, is pushing them down. Mr. Speaker, there's another consequence that can't be ignored. At a time when Canada is facing serious labor shortages, this policy makes absolutely no sense. In Oshawa and across Durham Region, employers are looking for skilled workers. We need people in the trades. We need personal support workers. We need technicians and people who can step into jobs and contribute right away. Career colleges play a critical role in meeting those needs. They provide fast, targeted, job-ready training, and they help people move quickly from education to employment. And yet, this government has decided to make it harder for students to choose these paths. Why? Why would we discourage enrollment in exactly the kinds of programs that our economy desperately needs and depends on? Why would we reduce the number of graduates entering high-demand fields? Why would we worsen workforce shortages at a time when Canadians are already feeling the strain? Mr. Speaker, the answer is not rooted in logic. It is rooted in a flawed approach that undervalues hands-on education. It sends a message that some forms of learning are somehow more legitimate than others. That working with your hands is somehow less worthy than sitting in a lecture hall. That practical careers are somehow second class. That's a wrong message. It is wrong for Oshawa, and it is wrong for Canada. And it is deeply unfair to the students who are simply trying to build a better life. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share a personal story that brings this issue into focus. My son is about to graduate from the University of Western Ontario, and I couldn't be more proud. He's coming out with an economics degree, and he's excited about his plans for his future. My daughter is in grade 10 and beginning to think seriously about her future. And lately, we've been having many conversations about her next steps and what she may want to pursue after high school. So what concerns me is the message this policy may be sending to young people like her. Does it suggest that an education at a career college is somehow less valuable than one at a public university? When I told my daughter that she does not have to follow a university path and that she might find more suitable hands-on training through a career college, her immediate response was, but is that good enough? Mr. Speaker, that question speaks volumes. When my daughter asks, is that good enough? And policies like this Liberal policy risks reinforcing the idea that trades or career-focused education are somehow less than, when in reality they are essential, respected, and rewarding paths. And I have yet to see a member from the Liberal benches stand up and acknowledge that. I have yet to hear them say that we are not creating two tiers in our education system. And yet that's exactly what they're doing. Instead, they're trying to play games about the day instead of focusing on what this motion brings forward. Provinces and territories already regulate career colleges. They determine which institution meets standards. They approve programs, and they ensure accountability. So why is the federal government stepping in to override these decisions? Why is it imposing a blanket policy that ignores the realities on the ground? The committee's recommendation is straightforward. Align federal student grant eligibility with provincial and territorial decisions. Respect the systems that are already in place. And most importantly, treat students equally. It's not a radical proposal. Quite frankly, it is a very reasonable one. Treat students equally. So I want to bring this back to the people I represent. In Oshawa, I have spoken with students who are trying to make responsible choices about their future. They're asking for a system that recognizes their goals and supports their efforts. And they are right to ask that, because fairness should not depend on where you study. Opportunity should not depend on a bureaucratic distinction. Support should not be denied based on a category that has nothing to do with a student's potential or their contribution to society. Mr. Speaker, this House has a responsibility to ensure that policies are fair, that opportunities are accessible, and that no Canadian is treated as less than. Because at the end of the day, this is about more than grants. It's about dignity and it's about opportunity. And I anticipate the Liberal members' questions about this opportunity and this dignity. No matter their path, every Canadian deserves a fair chance to succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, picking up on the word game. The government and the Prime Minister do not take the youth of our country and play it as a game, unlike the Conservative Party. We are supposed to be debating and having an actual vote on the independent public budget officer. That's what was going to be happening as part of the agenda on today, followed then by C10, in which, when we get into C10, we know the Conservatives have yet another motion to delete the short title. As opposed to doing this issue for the first time ever. For the first time ever in the last 10 years, the Conservative Party says we're concerned about this specific issue. Why? Because they're playing a game. They're playing a game with important legislation, Mr. Speaker, and I wonder if she could provide her thoughts on C10 or the auditor.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
For the first time ever, we are bringing forth this because for the first time ever, the Liberals have placed this terrible policy in Budget 2025. And it's our job to look at that and ask questions about why it's there and suggest that it needs to be removed immediately. It is Parliament's job. Concurrence motions are part of procedure. How dare he get up and try to act like we are somehow messing around with procedure? It's in the book for a reason. It's an important topic. It deserves his attention. I really wish they would start asking questions about students and the rights of students in their ridings.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech. It really got to the heart of the problem with this policy. In my riding, the Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, a mainly rural riding, a career college is one of the only choices for many fields. And for some reason, the Liberals have decided to attack rural Canada, because there are many people that will not be able to get an education if they cannot afford their college education and a career college. So I want to ask my colleague, why do you think the Liberals are so determined to limit what people in small town Canada are able to further their education?
Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you. I appreciate the question, and I'm very concerned that this Liberal government does seem to create tiers of classes in our country. You know, I mentioned kind of somewhat jokingly once before in a speech that sometimes this feels, when I look across at the other side, like the House of Elites. But it's proving itself to be true day after day as I sit in this House almost a year now. It seems to me that they are not focused on middle to lower income families and students or folks who live in rural communities who only have access to certain types of career paths, and maybe that's what they want as well and what they're capable of doing. And for our government, the Liberals, to constantly be putting their thumb and pushing down and lowering Canadians' goals and ambitions, it's actually shameful, and they should be ashamed of themselves.
Question et commentaire, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank my colleague, the MP from Oshawa, for a wonderful speech. The reason I rise is because London right now, recently released statistics shows London having a high unemployment rate of 9.1%, the highest in Canada. Obviously, Londoners and also some of my constituents, because of this, would think of a career change. So my question to my colleague is, what does my colleague think about the Liberal government with these cuts implies that education at a career college is less valuable than education at other institutions? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, I fear it doesn't just imply it, it says it outright. It says outright that education at a career college is not as important as education at a publicly funded university. Shame on them, and my heart goes out to the constituents of London Fanshawe. Unemployment is very high in Oshawa as well. We have a very similar unemployment rate. It is a real problem, and our students just want access to the same grants that maybe the student next to them is going to get because they choose a more elite so-called place to go to school. Again, it's a shameful thing that they're doing. They should be ashamed of themselves that they're not speaking about it today, and they're completely ignoring our concurrence motion, which we are doing for a reason, because we care deeply about students' choices and the people in our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise débat, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
There's a small passage buried deep in Budget 2025, Mr. Speaker. It sits quietly on page 217. No headline, no press conference, no public debate. But for many young Canadians and for communities like mine, it matters a great deal. Because in that short passage, the government signals its intent to eliminate student grants for those attending private educational institutions. At first glance, it might sound technical, even reasonable to those who believe that everyone should strive for a university degree. But when you take a closer look, it reveals something much bigger. It reveals how this Liberal government values different kinds of work and who it chooses to support. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, it reveals a blind spot. I know something about that blind spot. I am proud to be both a goldsmith and a lawyer, a tradesperson and a professional. I've made my living doing each of them at different stages of my career. Some people would be surprised to learn which was a better way to support my family. But the stigma is real. When I introduce myself as a lawyer, people react one way. Yes, there are lawyer jokes. But there's also a measure of respect and deference. When I introduce myself as a goldsmith, as a trade, the reaction changes. I don't need to explain it to the tradespeople watching from home. Less credibility, as if one path is more serious, more worthy, more important. I have lived in both of these worlds. Doors closed to me when I crossed from the class of people who shower in the morning to those who shower when they get home from work. And that is why this issue matters to me, Mr. Speaker. Because what is buried in this budget is not just a funding change, it's a signal. It says that some forms of education are more worthy of public support than others. It says that the path through a university lecture hall is valued more than the path through a workshop, a training lab, and a hands-on program. And that is a mistake. There is an old fable many of us learned as children, the story of the lion and the mouse. The lion, powerful and confident, laughs at the mouse for being small and insignificant. What possible value could something so small have? But later, the lion is caught in a net, and it is the mouse, the one dismissed as unimportant, who gnaws through the ropes and sets the lion free. The lesson is simple, Mr. Speaker. Strength takes many forms. What some dismiss can turn out to be essential. When we need to build at speeds not seen in a century, we don't just need lawyers, Mr. Speaker. We need carpenters and scaffolders and welders and CAD operators, including those who got their certificates at private colleges. If we are facing a rupture, Mr. Speaker, we need all hands on deck. In ridings like Nanaimo Ladysmith, this is not an abstract debate. It is real life. We are a community built by people who work with their hands as well as their minds. Tradespeople, technicians, care workers, small business owners, people who fix things, build things, and keep our local economy moving. I was lucky to participate just last weekend in a repair cafe, Mr. Speaker, where people with no problem came together to help fix things together. Many of us did not get there through traditional university degrees. Many of us went to private career colleges. We took focused, practical programs. We learned specific skills that led directly to jobs. Programs in fields like healthcare support, early childhood education, welding, construction trades, information technology, and personal services. These are not backup plans, Mr. Speaker. They are essential pathways to work. And for many young people, they are the most direct route into the workforce. That matters right now more than ever. We are living through a time of high youth unemployment. Young Canadians are struggling to find their footing. They're looking for a way in. They're looking for a way to build a life. They are motivated by money, and they want to find the fastest pathway to earning an income that will allow them to have at least some of the things their parents have. At the same time, employers across this country are struggling to find skilled workers. We hear it from construction companies. We hear it from healthcare providers. We hear it from small businesses trying to grow. There's a gap, a real one. And you would think that the role of government would be to help close that gap, to support the pathways that connect young people to real jobs as quickly and effectively as possible. But instead, what does this government do? It narrows those pathways. Under this change, a student attending a public university remains eligible for means-tested grants. But a student attending a private career college, even if they're in a program that leads directly to a job, loses access to the same support. Same financial need, same ambition, same desire to contribute, different treatment. Why? Because of the type of institution they chose. That's not fairness, Mr. Speaker. That is picking winners and losers. And it ignores the reality of how our education system has evolved. Public universities play an important role. Of course they do. We need strong universities. We need research. We need professional training in fields like medicine, law, and engineering. But universities are not designed to meet everything we need. They're not built for rapid job-specific training. They're not always flexible enough to respond quickly to local labor shortages, and they do not offer the full range of hands-on programs that many industries depend on. That is where private career colleges come in. They are smaller, more focused, more nimble, more mouse-like. They can launch programs quickly. They can tailor training to local employers. They can provide targeted, shorter pathways. They get people into the workforce in months, not years. And for many students, especially those who cannot afford to spend 4 years out of the workforce, that matters. Now imagine if you're a young person in Nanaimo Ladysmith. Maybe you cannot leave your community to attend a university. Maybe you need to work while you study. Maybe you're looking for a program that gets you into a job as quickly as possible. You find a program at a local private college. It fits your life. It fits your goals. It leads directly to employment, and you might even be able to work part-time while you're in school. But under this budget, you lose access to grants. So what happens? You take on more debt, you work more part-time hours, or you delay your training, or you abandon the path altogether. That is not helping young people, Mr. Speaker. That is closing doors. And it's happening at the same time the government claims to be focused on youth employment. That is the contradiction at the heart of this policy. On one hand, we hear about investments in job programs and skills training, press conference after press conference after press conference. On the other hand, we see a quiet decision buried deep in a budget that makes it harder for young people to access some of the most direct routes into those varied jobs. It doesn't line up, Mr. Speaker, and it reflects something deeper. It reflects a mindset that assigns more value to one type of work than to another. It reinforces class differences that I thought we were trying to dismantle. Canadians know, Mr. Speaker. They know that dignity does not come from the type of institution list printed on your diploma. It comes from the work itself. It comes from building a home, from caring for a patient, from fixing a piece of equipment, from running a small business, from mastering a craft. I have seen that in my own life. There's a precision in goldsmithing that rivals any profession. There's discipline, creativity, and skill. There is pride in producing something tangible and lasting. And yet, too often, these paths are treated as second tier. This policy risks reinforcing that divide. It is not the message we should be sending. If we are serious about about addressing youth unemployment, we should be supporting all credible pathways to work, whether they run through a university campus or a small vocational college. We should be asking a simple question: does this program help a young person get a job? If the answer is yes, then we should be finding ways to support it, not pulling support away. Mr. Speaker, the lion in the fable did not think it needed the mouse. But when the moment came, it turned out that what seemed small was in fact essential. We should not make the same mistake in public policy. Unless and until this government is willing to fund these programs through public universities, private programs like these are essential to our economy. They are essential to giving young Canadians a real chance to succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires dans le Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, a reality check is that the federal government continues to support students. It supports postgraduate facilities, both colleges and universities. It continues to support workforce enhancements through industries. It continues to support entrepreneurial youth. It continues to support in many different ways our young people of Canada. This is something that's not just a one-day flash for the government. We do this year-round. Yesterday alone, 100,000 summer student jobs kicked off, where that has a potential for 100,000 youth to get started, an opportunity in Canada for the summer that leads to more permanent jobs, opens doors, and so forth. The question I have for the member is, why has the Conservative Party chosen one day to highlight an issue when, in fact, to play a game? That's all this is to the Conservatives. If they wanted to, they could do it.
Order. Order. Time has expired. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Mr. Speaker, when that member says that we are only spending one day on this, he devalues everything that I have done in my life and my career. This is not a one-day thing for me. I am a trade and I am a profession, and I value both. And if you looked at page 217 of the budget and saw what this government is doing to re-stigmatize and continue to stigmatize the trades, perhaps he would speak to the people on his side of the House and get it changed.
Questions and comments here. Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, it's evident in this discussion, listening to the questions that Liberals are asking, comments that they're making, that they really have no idea about their own policy, no will to justify it. We had the Minister for Jobs and Families before the Human Resources Committee, and I asked her multiple times to affirm whether or not this was still the policy of the government after it wasn't mentioned in the Budget Implementation Act. And after about 3 minutes of this, I asked the Deputy Minister who confirmed that this was still the policy. So Liberals are attacking people in the trades, attacking people trying to get skills that are skills you acquire outside of a university setting. And yet, as we hear from just the absurd interventions of Liberals today, there was no awareness of this, no willingness to defend it, no willing to look square upon the policy that they put in their own budget. I wonder if the member can make sense of what Liberals are doing today and whether or not they are planning on voting for this motion.
The member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
The short answer to my colleague is no. I cannot make sense of why the Liberals are attacking us on question after question today as we try to focus on jobs for young people. And I want to particularly highlight the work that my colleague has done on this file, because this is something that he has been focused on day after day. I've seen him talk about it to people in my riding when he's come to visit to help support me and my community as we strive to find jobs for young people. And I can assure you that neither my colleagues or I think that this is a temporary thing. This is something that we are focused on day in and day out. Thank you.
Comments now, member for Smilk Community, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, about 45-second question.
I thank my colleague for her comments. This policy creates two classes of students based solely on where they study. In rural ridings like Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, we don't have many choices for education. So why limit? Why do you think, my question to my colleague, why do you think the Liberals are trying to limit education, especially in small communities?
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her question. I can tell you that I do not understand why the Liberals are opposing us on this matter, but what I can say to those of you who are watching at home is we value what you do, thank you for doing it, and keep contributing to our economy because there is a bright future ahead. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise débat, the honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be dividing my time with the member from Kitchener Centre. And I'm very proud to get up on behalf of the people of Skeena Bulkley Valley to talk about the motion, which is basically the Canada Student Grant for full-time students, the federal grant. And this actually brings me back 20 years ago in terms of how a small First Nation, Haisla, was trying to integrate our people into the economy, specifically the workforce. And basically what we're talking about here is a motion that talks about the federal government restricting student grants to public institutions and not-for-profit private institutions. Well, when we're talking about this, I've got to talk about Kitimat Valley Institute, a private post-sec institute that was bankrupt in my community, in my riding, in the town of Kitimat. And we could see the value in saving Kitimat Valley Institute. As a small First Nations band under the Indian Act, we had no money. But we could see the value because coming down the pike were forestry jobs, LNG jobs, mining jobs. So we did what we could to scratch together the dollars to actually purchase this private post-sec institute and save it. Did we get any government help? No, we didn't. So who came to our rescue? The private sector, the corporations. And in those first few years was a struggle without government support, provincially or federally. And our people back then were facing the same situation that young people in Canada are facing right now. There's no opportunity or future for young people in Canada. So what are they doing? They're trying to leave. They're trying to go to the United States for a better opportunity to build a life. What was proposed at the Liberal Convention just recently for these young people who want to leave? A $500,000 exit tax. If anybody wants to leave Canada for employment or to build a business outside of Canada, there's an exit tax that the Liberals debated at their convention. So not only do you stifle the economy so the young people can't build a life, but you punish them by proposing this exit tax. This is not the way to build Canada into the best performing country in the G7, let alone become an energy superpower. Because to do either of those things, you need a workforce. Preferably a workforce that's trained and created in Canada, within our borders. Canadians. Without that, you're basically just supporting other countries' economies, especially when we're talking about labor shortages in skilled and technical fields. Now, many students rely on those grants to afford their career programs, including First Nations. And First Nations have no real opportunity to engage in terms of what we're talking about here today. You take the average Aboriginal who has never left the reserve and doesn't want to leave the reserve. And if they do, for training or employment, at some point they want to return to their community or their territory. This is a real struggle. So not only are you telling a person that never left reserve to go out there and find their way in the outside world, you're basically telling them you're going to have to struggle also with affordability issues under the Indian Act because you don't get 100% of the funding. And for a First Nation that doesn't have own source revenue, it becomes a budgetary exercise. And it puts limits on what you can do with your younger generation. That's why we bought Kitimat Valley Institute. And we scratched together the dollars to accomplish it. This proposal not only excludes Kitimat Valley Institute, that my band operates on private land, by the way. We bought the land from the provincial government. We kept it in fee simple status. We keep paying taxes because we understood the economy is a lot bigger than what we're thinking about. And I don't think this government's truly thinking about all the aspects that go into a private post-sec institute, including taxes, including the employment of the instructors, the custodians. Everybody that works at that facility does contribute to the economy, locally, provincially, federally. But it's the next generation of workers that are going to feel this crunch because you can't get the training in just public institutions alone. You can't get it. And with First Nations trying to be creative, trying to chart out their own futures of their young people based on the circumstances they've been given under the Indian Act, it's a tough slog. Don't even think about the idea of chicken and egg thing when you're talking about economy versus education. I learned out pretty quick that everything that we did for training, for education, actually returned to me in anger because there was no economy in our region. There was a job expected after this training. So at that point, I understood training and education go hand in hand with economic development. It has to. Otherwise, you have people leaving your community. You have the brain drain, and that's what's happening right now in Canada. Our best, our brightest, whether they go to a public institution or not, are going to the United States. This motion doesn't help. It punishes young people. It punishes Canadians. And why? Is it a budgetary question? If it is, just say it. But if we want Canada to be running on all cylinders, you've got to consider all the components that go into training. Especially when we're talking about what we do as small First Nation communities all across BC and Canada who want to contribute to the economy, who want to get our people into the workforce. If it wasn't for KVI, Kitimat Valley Institute, we would not have the amount of people entering the workforce to build LNG Canada. Would not have had it. And you think about the workforce for LNG Canada, 50,000 construction workers. And I'm sad to say, not all of those construction workers came from Canada. They came from all over the place. They came from the United States. They came from all across Canada, different provinces. Now, I see it as a specialized industry. I get it. But you don't build the Canadian workforce by limiting your options. I mean, Canada's in a tough spot. We're in a really tough spot. The trade war with the United States, the trade talks that are coming up. And I agree, we've got to be independent. We have to be independent as a country. We have to diversify our trade. And we have to rebuild our economy after 10 years of stifled policies and regulations and legislation. But to omit a certain educational entity is wrong. It's not building our workforce. It's not building the future. If we're going to be the energy superpower in the same vein as LNG Canada, or maybe Chevron, who left Canada, a $30 billion investment. If we want to rebuild this, we have to rebuild the people. We have to show them hope. This motion doesn't do it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Host Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a wide variety of things in which the Government of Canada does to support young people. Earlier this morning, just a few hours ago, I was on the floor of the House of Commons with Darian and Brett Descharnes, two outstanding individuals, constituents of mine, who've actually benefited through the Futurepreneur Canada program. A program that's there to provide mentorship, support in finances. And these two wonderful young men are successful today because of a government initiative, at least in part, but more importantly because of who they are and their determination to acquire the skill sets that are necessary. The point is, in every way, the government understands the need to support young people, and we continue to do just that, Mr. Speaker. Just like yesterday with the 100,000 youth summer jobs. His thought.
The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
So what's the point of this motion then? To restrict federal student grants, to exclude for-profit institutions like what my band does. Why do that? And this member got up early. I heard him say that somehow we're playing a game. This is not gamemanship. This is rebuilding Canada. This is rebuilding a future for the young people. Why the restriction? Especially for a lot of the First Nation communities all across Canada who are doing exactly the same thing I did. You're actually discounting all those First Nations efforts to not employ just their own people, but like an institution like ours, employ Native and non-Native alike. It's benefited everybody. It's made Canada stronger. I don't see the point of this motion.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's comments. I find it fascinating that the government members, the Liberal members of this House, are refusing to really ask questions about the motion that we put forward based on policy in their budget 2025, a policy that is exclusionary and discriminatory and creates classes of Canadians. And I wonder if the member would comment on that and how harmful that is to Canada when we create classes of Canadians and say one is less than and your career path is somehow less than someone else's career path.
The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, the member, for the question. We have a living example of that in my community. Haisla First Nation. And we couldn't get the government support for our for-profit institution, Kitimat Valley Institute. We fixed it. Not through government support or help, but through the corporations. I mean, I believe that this motion we're talking about, yeah, it's going to be discriminatory, but you know who's going to affect the most? Low income. And who is the most low income people in Canada? It's First Nations. I can't accept this motion the way it's worded.
The online commentator. Questions, comments? The member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent points and sharing from his own experience on this. It seems to me, given that we need skilled workers to work on critical nation-building projects, the options are you train the people who already live in those communities, you train other Canadians and encourage them to move to those communities, or you have workers come from abroad. And I think our priority should be on training Canadians to fill the jobs that exist here in Canada, and particularly in supporting those who live in areas where those jobs already are. This is precisely why the Liberal approach, which is to cut off training that is offered through vocational institutions that are more nimble, that are more innovative, that may be able to be placed in communities closer to where the work is done. The Liberal approach is going to undermine the kinds of major project construction that they talk about, because you need to have the workers, and we want those workers to be Canadian workers.
The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Without a doubt, and thanks to the member for the question, and it's exactly what we learned out pretty quick when we purchased KVI. But we opened it up to everybody, Native and non-Native alike, including First Nations from other communities, because we knew we couldn't fulfill the workforce for LNG Canada alone, 50,000 workers. And Chevron coming down, that was going to be another 40,000 workers. Like, we get the grand announcements, we get the rhetoric, Build Canada Strong, energy superpower and all that. I don't believe any of it. But if you're going to try get there, one of the key components is build the workforce and make sure that workforce, the majority of them, are Canadian.
Resuming debate. Reprise débat. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was a time in this country when a path was clear. If you worked hard, made good choices, and invested in your future, you could get ahead. That was the Canadian dream. But for a lot of Canadians today, that dream feels further and further out of reach. Costs are up, opportunities feel tighter, and more people are doing everything right but still falling behind. So at a moment like this, the role of the government should be simple: to make it easier for people to build a life, not harder. That is why this policy is so frustrating, because instead of opening doors, it's closing them. The government proposed restricting the Canada Student Grant for full-time students, and it might sound like a small change, but in real life, it boils down to this. 2 students can be working just as hard, striving for their careers, trying to build a future in this country. One of them gets the help, while the other gets nothing, just because of where they go to school. That's not fair. That's not common sense. And that is not how we rebuild the Canadian dream. In Waterloo Region, we are incredibly proud of our post-secondary institutions. We have Conestoga College, Wilfrid Laurier, the University of Waterloo, but we also have great institutions like Trios College, who reached out to me personally concerned about this change. These are colleges that serve our community that the traditional system does not work for. Single moms working 2 jobs and still wanting to go to school, or anyone who can attend classes outside of their 9-to-5 regular work. These people are now questioning whether they can afford to stay in their programs. Students who are trying to become medical professional assistants, PSWs, IT professionals, who are now being told that the support they were counting on may not be there. These schools are helping shape our next generation. They give students options, different paths, timelines, and ways to succeed. But the reality is, not every student follows the same path. Some students want a university education. Others want something more hands-on, something that gets them into the workforce faster. That's where career colleges come in. They train people for real jobs in real industries, often in less time. They prepare people to become personal support workers, medical assistants, IT professionals, and skilled trade workers. These are not backup plans. These are essential jobs. These are the people we rely on every single day. And yet, under this policy, many of those students will lose access to federal grants. Not because their work is less important or their career is not needed, just because of the type of school they attend, because that traditional path didn't work for them. Think about that. We're telling someone who wants to work in healthcare or in the trades or tech that they picked the wrong path, so you're on your own now. At the same time, we have a labor shortage. We see it all across our communities, that there's just not enough workers. So why would we make it harder for people to get those skills? Why would we put up those financial barriers? Because that is what this does. It makes it harder for people to take that next step, and for many, it will mean they simply cannot afford to go. It's worth asking, who is most likely to be affected by this? It's not the students with the most resources. It's the ones trying to change their lives. People are going back to school later. New Canadians, people looking for a second chance or a fresh start. This policy doesn't hit everyone equally. It hits already those who are climbing an uphill battle. Now, let's talk about affordability, because this is where it hits the most. Most students do not have extra money sitting around. They rely on grants to make school possible. Rent is high, groceries are high, everything costs more. And for some, trying to decide whether they can go back to school, change careers, or learn a new skill that supports can be different between moving forward or staying back. The government removing that support for one group of students is a closed door that will hit lower and middle incomes. Canadians who are in these classes are hit the hardest, the very people who are trying to get ahead and break cycles in their own lives. There's another piece to this that matters, especially in a place like Kitchener. That is the extra pressure put on our post-secondary institutions. They contribute to our community, support our local economies, but we have also seen the pressure on housing, infrastructure, and services, and those challenges need to be addressed properly. The policies that this government is suggesting does not solve these problems. It does not fix housing or improve oversight. It does not strengthen the system. All it does is make life harder for the Canadian students choosing career training. If anything, we should be expanding flexible, targeted training options to meet demand, not shrinking them. Career colleges are often the fastest way to respond to workforce needs. They adapt quickly, they focus on specific skills, and in moments like this, when the economy is shifting, that kind of flexibility is not a weakness, it's a strength. Mr. Speaker, provinces regulate these schools. They decide which institutions are legitimate, which programs meet standards, and the committee made a simple recommendation. If a province says a school is valid, the federal government should respect that. That is the response that puts students first. Right now, the government hasn't explained why it's suggesting this change, what problem it's solving. From where Canadians are standing, it doesn't solve anything. It just creates new problems. It creates unfairness, it creates barriers, and it sends the wrong message about the value of work. And at the end of the day, it comes down to something simple: respect. Respect for students, respect for a different path, respect for the idea that there is more than one way to build a good life in this country. University is a great path. College is a great path. I went to college. Career training is also a great path. We need all of them. We should be supporting all of them, not telling one group they matter more than another. When we do that, we hurt our workforce, we hurt our economy, and we push the Canadian dream out of reach. So the ask here is simple: reverse this, restore fairness, support students no matter which path they choose. Because if we're serious about helping Canadians get ahead, then we need to stop putting obstacles in the way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has been very committed towards youth employment. We have Build Canada Homes that has an initial capitalization of $13 billion. That will create jobs in the trades. And more recently, $51 billion to build infrastructure across this country and build upon the work we're doing at the Major Projects Office, including in my home of Durham, where the Darlington small modular reactors will employ many, many youth. But I'm wondering if the member can maybe speak to Canada Summer Jobs. And just this week, we've launched, the portals are open, applications can come in. This is a very good opportunity for youth to get them working in communities. And in my home community of Ajax, we have 368 jobs across 74 organizations. And so as part of creating these different opportunities across many different sectors, I'm hoping the member could speak to that in her writing.
Member for Kitchener Centre.
The announcements with the Canada Summer Jobs, of course, was a good thing, and it affected my community as well, but there can be both things at once. And because we're supporting students in the workforce over the summer, we should also be supporting those students that are looking at getting an education a different way because the traditional system doesn't work for them. So while I agree that it's a great program, I disagree with the government's decision here that they're cutting funding for the people who need it the most.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
My question to my colleague here, and I really appreciate her discussion on this very important issue, is what does she think about the fact that in rural communities like Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, there are hardly any choices to further your education, and this will limit the choices that my constituents have even further.
I'm a member for Kitchener Centre.
I want to thank my colleague for the question. She's absolutely right. This is going to limit choices for those who cannot take a traditional path. In rural communities, that would be exponential because they can't necessarily work a job and go to school at the same time. And that's what these career colleges are doing for people, is when you can't take a traditional path to education and change your life, you go to a career college. And I think that this is a very bad decision for the government, and they need to reverse course.
Comments, question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg's North.
Speaker, as I've clearly indicated, as a government, we've been very much focused not only on one day, but every day of the year to be there for young people. Yesterday, as has been already talked about, we had the major announcement that the Summer Youth Jobs program is opening up. 100,000 young people will benefit potentially under that program in itself. Many different programs. But the question I have for the member is, because that's not what we were supposed to be debating today. The Conservatives want to change the agenda, play a bit of a game. My question to the member is, does she support the appointment of Annette Ryan as the Parliamentary Budget Officer for Canada?
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, what I'm finding to be extraordinary here in the time that I've been able to serve in the House of Commons is every time we go to hold the government to account, we're being told that we're playing games or we're obstructing government. And the fact is that is absolutely not a reality. What we're doing is speaking on behalf of the 42% of Canadians that voted for the Royal Opposition and ensuring that they have a voice at the table as well. So while we are holding the government to account on this particular item, it's very important that you reverse course here and help those Canadians that need to take different educational paths here in Canada.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to continue this discussion in this House, a very, very important discussion for all of Canada, but in particular for rural people living in rural communities. This is what we're talking about is the Liberal government's changes in Budget 2025, which unfairly excludes career college students from federal grants. This obviously undermines affordability and Canada's workforce needs, and also undermining skills training that everybody in this House is talking about every day, that we're going to need if we're going to build the housing and the infrastructure that our country needs imminently. So what this policy does is it creates two classes of students really based solely on where they actually study. And we don't want to have, it shouldn't be up to us in this House to decide who gives a better education or what education anybody should have in the first place. I know my kids, when they decided to go to school, I wanted them to be able to decide for themselves where they were going. But also, as a institution, we're really promoting all types of education so that we have a well-rounded communities in Canada. But with this bill, students are penalized. With this policy, students are penalized for choosing hands-on, employment-based education. It's agreed on this side of the House that many of these programs, and I'm sure actually throughout everybody in this House agrees, that many of these programs that are essential to moving forward as an autonomous country are only offered in career colleges. Public colleges are great. Obviously, we have some of the best institutions in the world, but in particular, I'm going to talk about when you live in smaller communities, rural communities, such as the Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Colleges, public colleges, and university, which is quite a drive away and not accessible to everyone, don't offer some of the very important programs that are needed. I'll give an example. Let's see, dentistry or dental hygienists. Right now, I would like to go see the dentist myself and go see the hygienist, but it's a 6 to 8 month wait in all of the dentist offices in and around where I live. And even if you go even in more rural communities in the Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, it'll be even a longer wait. So that's just one example of what's happening. Career colleges play a key role in rapid workforce training. Cutting grants for just this particular segment of people who want to be able to further their education will obviously discourage enrollment, reduce the number of graduates, and worsen the workforce gaps that we talk about every day in this House. Affordability. Many students rely on these grants to afford career college programs. So this is not, many people understand that this is not a choice between, oh, should I go to a public school or should I go to a career college? No, this is not a choice. Many people don't have transportation, in particular in rural communities. We don't have a SkyTrain that we can take to a bigger city like Kelowna. We don't have mass transit. Sometimes the career college that happens to be down the street from your house is really, or nearby, is really the only opportunity you have to be able to further your education and then be able to put food on the table for your family. So this is not a fun choice. This limits upward mobility and access to opportunity, and I ask the House I discourage this policy. Thank you.
Order. It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows. Monsieur Genis,
Mr. Genis, seconded by Madame Jens, that the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, presented on Wednesday, March 11th, 2026, be concurred in.
A person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate to the chair. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to request a recorded division.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until later this same day at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. And we're back to routine proceedings. Motions. Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau, seconded by Mr. Lightbound, moves that pursuant to Standing Order 111.12 and in accordance with subsection 79.11 of the Parliament of Canada Act RSC 1985 CP1, the House approved the appointment of Annette Ryan as Parliamentary Budget Officer for a term of 7 years. If a member participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on to division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the Chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote, please.
Call in the members. Convoquez les députés.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, seconded by Mr. Lightbound, moved that pursuant to Standing Order 111.12 and in accordance with subsection 79.11 of the Parliament of Canada Act, RSC 1985, CP1, the House approved the appointment of Annette Ryan as Parliamentary Budget Officer for a term of 7 years.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Hodgson.
Mr. Hodgson.
Mr. Ananda-Sangri.
Mr. Ananda-Sangri.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Olszewski.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Mr. Belanger Desnethi, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger Desnethi, Mississippi Churchill River.
Ms. McKnight.
Ms. McKnight.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. McLean Esquimalt Senate Suk.
Ms. McLean Esquimalt Senate Suk.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Madame Chanette.
Madame Chanette.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Letao.
Monsieur Letao.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Ms. Chi.
Ms. Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Ms. Church.
Ms. Church.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Schiefke.
Monsieur Schiefke.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Ms. Fancy.
Ms. Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Hurtle.
Ms. Hurtle.
Mr. Joseph.
Mr. Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sahi.
Monsieur Sari.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Monsieur Saint-Pierre.
Mr. Saint-Pierre.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchorn.
Monsieur Watchorn.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ceux qui s'opposent à la
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr.
Barlow. Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Zoidminster Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lake. Mr. Meadow Lake.
Mr. Haldi.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Malat Kapiskasing Timmins Mushkagawak.
Mr. Marat Kapiskasing Timmins Mushkagawak.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Grollo.
Mr. Grollo.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Owl.
Mr. Owl.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bélanger, Sudbury Est, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury Est, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Cobania.
Miss Cobania.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Dawson.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Gill, Abbotsford, South Langley.
Mr. Gill, Abbotsford, South Langley.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Mrs. Kirkland.
Mrs. Kirkland.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conans.
Ms. Cronus.
Ms. Cronus.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre que la période.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Je vous informe que je vote contre.
N'est contre.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 164, 164. Nays contre 153, 153.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Okay. Motions, we just did. On poursuit avec les affaires.
We will now continue with the daily routine of business. We have a few minutes before statements by members. We are now on the motions heading. Are there any further motions? No, we will move to presenting petitions. The honourable member.
Montmorency Charlevoix, je m'excuse.
The honourable member for Montmorency Charlevoix. Today I rise on behalf of my constituents to present a petition about the overcrowding of striped bass in the lower St. Lawrence. This is creating ecological problems in the area. It is placing pressure on other species that are important for our fishers. Now they are having trouble meeting quotas. This petition shows that there is a problem with regulation. Striped bass can be fished upstream but not downstream, but that is where there is an overabundance of that species. My constituents are asking for scientific cooperation to show that there are resources in the river and there are ways to manage the species, including broadening recreational fishing for this species and clear collaboration with fishers. Despite the favorable position of the Quebec government, which has been sent on to the government here, this is the 5th time that we're rising about this in the House with a petition, and nothing has been done. I would ask the government to act immediately.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present 3 petitions on behalf of my constituents in Perth Wellington. The first petition is from constituents who are concerned about the export of live horses and are calling on the government to take action on the matter. The second petition is on the matter of Bill C9 and amendments to Bill C9, which constituents are concerned will impact the freedom of religion in Canada. And third and finally, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition over the concern about the thousands of acres of prime farmland that could be taken out of production in Clearview Township due to the Arctic over-the-horizon radar. I'm pleased to present these 3 petitions on behalf of the constituents in Perth Wellington.
L'honorable député de Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup.
The honourable member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup. On behalf of my constituents, I also have a fisheries-related petition, like my colleague just presented. It's also about the amount of striped bass in the St. Lawrence River. Previously, we used to have striped bass fishing competitions, and we would see these huge fish. But over time, that fishery disappeared. And now we have too many striped bass, and it's affecting the whole ecosystem in the St. Lawrence. In my region of Côte-du-Sud, I would like the government to take action and follow up on this petition.
For Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand and present a petition on behalf of over 42,000 Canadians representing every part of this country, east, west, north, and south. It's calling on all leaders of federal parties to seek and maintain top security clearance for the protection of our country. This petition was initiated by a retired senior high-ranking RCMP officer who spent much of his career doing national security investigations, and I'm honored to present it on his and on 42,000 Canadians' behalf. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Winnipeg South Centre. Of course, a primary function of our responsibilities is to bring their voices here to the floor. With that, I am presenting a petition today in the same vein as my colleague from Perth Wellington rose on a few moments ago, which is constituents who have asked me to raise the issue of banning the export of horses, live horses for slaughter overseas. So in undertaking of my parliamentary responsibilities, Mr. Speaker, proud to rise today to deliver that petition. Thank you very much.
Honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, it's my honour today to rise and table a petition initiated by a constituent of my riding in the Yukon that calls on the House of Commons and the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to take measures to address prolonged screening delays faced by permanent residency applicants. This petition reflects the lived experiences and concerns of many individuals navigating these processes. I'd like to thank Zara and Seda Saber Kazemi, who initiated this petition, as well as signatories for the hard work and advocacy put into this cause. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I would like to present a petition from my constituents on international debt relief. This petition is part of a national campaign from 60,000 Canadians called Turn Debt into Hope, where petitioners, as part of the Jubilee 2025, have called on public, private and multilateral creditors, along with political leaders, to stop the debt crisis by cancelling and remedying unjust and unsustainable debts without economic policy conditions, to prevent debt crises from happening again by addressing their root causes, reforming the global financial system to prioritize people and planet, and to establish a permanent, transparent, binding and comprehensive debt framework within the United Nations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Speaker, I rise today to present a couple of petitions. The first one signed by Canadians who oppose the Liberal government's firearm buyback and confiscation program. So the petitioners note that the program targets law-abiding, licensed firearm owners and does nothing at all to address gun smuggling or gang violence, which is responsible for the sharp rise in crime. This program diverts resources from measures that would actually reduce violent crime, and the Public Safety Minister has also admitted that this is costly and ineffective. Therefore, they call upon the government to end the buyback program and prioritize public safety through real reforms, including stricter bail for dangerous and repeat offenders. The second petition I am presenting today is signed by Canadians who are deeply concerned about this Liberal government's planned expansion of medical assistance in dying to persons whose sole underlying condition is mental illness. The petitioners call on the government to support the Right to Recover Act. This is Bill C-218, and halt this dangerous expansion. And Mr. Speaker, hope is always possible, and that is why we are urging Parliament to prioritize suicide prevention and to improve access to mental health supports for vulnerable Canadians. Thank you.
Honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the constituents of Vaughan Woodbridge, and in particular today I rise on behalf of the numerous members of the Kurdish community in my riding who are deeply concerned about the ongoing crisis in Syria. They're concerned for the safety and the political rights and the future of the Kurdish people in Syria, and they're alarmed about the armed conflict going on there and the intense internal persecution of their people, and they're calling on the government to recognize this fact. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How much time do I have left here?
As much time as you need, Garth.
Okay. Thank you. I have a number of petitions that I'd like to present to the House today. The first is from citizens who are deeply concerned about the Liberal attack on religious freedom contained in Bill C-9. They are concerned that Bill C-9 could be used to criminalize passages from the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, and other sacred texts. They observe that the state has no place in the religious texts or teachings of faith communities, that freedom of expression and freedom of religion are fundamental rights that must be preserved. And they call on the government to protect religious freedom, uphold the right to read and share sacred texts, and prevent government overreaches in matters of faith. Mr. Speaker, the next petition is from members of the Eritrean community who have been following efforts by this government, it appears, to strengthen and deepen diplomatic relationships with Eritrea. These petitioners want to bring the attention of the House to human rights concerns with respect to Eritrea. They know that it has been ruled by an authoritarian, brutal dictator under an authoritarian system for the last 30 years with no constitution, no election, no parliament, no freedom of the press, and no freedom of movement and association. They note that Eritreans continue to flee indefinite military conscription, religious persecution, and political repression. They highlight how those who have managed to flee the country still face intimidation and extortion from representatives and agents of the Eritrean regime in the diaspora, that families in Eritrea are also harassed and forced to pay tens of thousands of local currencies because their children have fled. They are also concerned about various forms of foreign interference that are driven by the regime in Eritrea, various other human rights abuses, and also the malicious conspiracy between Eritrea's dictator and Vladimir Putin that threatens the security of other peoples in Africa and around the world. Therefore, petitioners call on the government to engage Eritrean political and human rights activists and pro-democracy groups to take a leadership role against the joint actions of this dictator and Vladimir Putin against Western countries and in Africa, to investigate foreign interference of the regime in Canada, to enforce Canada's asylum laws against those who explicitly provide material and political support to this regime. They want to see Parliament and the government advocate for the release of Swedish-Eritrean journalist Dawit Isaak and 11 imprisoned Eritrean parliamentarians, and further to strengthen sanctions against human rights abusers in Eritrea. Mr. Speaker, the next petition I'm tabling draws the attention of the House to the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners, a movement that seeks to simply follow principles of truthfulness, compassion, and forbearance. Petitioners draw the attention in particular of the House to recent incidents including bomb and shooting threats targeting Shen Yun, a classical Chinese dance and music performance presented globally by Falun Gong community. Therefore, they call on the government of Canada to publicly seek the end of the persecution of Falun Gong, to impose sanctions against this regime related to the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners, and to undertake stronger measures to protect victims here in Canada.
Well done, Your Honor.
Alors, on va malheureusement devoir.
I will unfortunately have to stop this here, and we will come back to presenting petitions after question period.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Oakville West.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the House referred Bill C-22 to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. As a proud member of this committee, I am committed to strengthening public safety and ensuring that our law enforcement agencies have the tools they need to protect Canadians. I carry with me the voices of the residents of Oakville West who trust us to act decisively in the face of evolving threats, and that is exactly what we are delivering as a government. Bill C-22 is an important piece of legislation that will give law enforcement legal access to certain information or intercept communications used to support investigations into crimes and threats. Tonight, the Canadian Association of Chief of Police is hosting a reception to discuss the vital importance of this legislation. And I want to encourage all my fellow parliamentarians to attend who want to learn more about lawful access, to get informed and support Bill C-22. Let's give law enforcement the modern tools they need to keep our communities and Canadians safe. Thank you.
The honourable member for Barrie South, Innisfil.
This week, the International Association of Firefighters are holding their 33rd legislative conference in Ottawa. As a former firefighter and president of Markham Local 2727, I know the work IAFF members are doing this week, meeting with MPs from all parties, is critical to improving firefighter health and safety, as well as ensuring the financial security of Canadian firefighters, their families, and the families of members who've been lost in the line of duty either by accident or illness. Their advocacy reflects the same commitment to service they bring to their communities every day. As the Member of Parliament for Barrie South Innisfil, I want to thank both the Barrie and Innisfil Firefighters Association and their members, IAFF Locals 1753 and 3804, for the work they do in increasingly difficult circumstances and for their charitable fundraising, working to help those in need. Finally, to every IAFF firefighter in Ottawa this week and General President Ed Kelly, thank you for your service, your advocacy, your unwavering commitment to firefighter safety, and for looking out for our families.
The honourable member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Go Bulldogs! The Brantford Bulldogs are off to the Eastern Conference Finals tomorrow after 8 straight playoff wins. They've had a historic season, leading the Eastern Conference into the playoffs with an impressive 106 points and 48 wins, finishing atop the league. Shift after shift, this team is working, skating, and playing hard. They're winning battles, lightening the lamp, and locking it down in their end. Back home in Brantford, you can feel it. The buzz in the arena, the roar of the crowd, and a community rallying behind every goal, hit, and save. This is playoff hockey at its best, and the Bulldogs are leading the charge. As a lifelong Brantford resident, I'm proud to be a longtime supporter of the team that brings our community together. To the players, coaches, and staff, keep your stick on the ice, keep grinding, and bring the heat to the Eastern Conference Finals. Brantford is behind you all the way, and we're ready to see that J. Ross Robertson Cup come home. Let's go, Bulldogs!
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface, Infidel.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 30th anniversary of the National Aboriginal Capital Corporation Association. Founded through the vision and leadership of First Nation and Métis leaders, NACCA has built a national network of 51 Indigenous financial institutions, expanding access to capital for Indigenous entrepreneurs and serving every province and territory. In the 1990s, pioneering organizations such as the Alberta Indian Investment Corporation, Indian Business Corporation, the Saskatchewan Indian Equity Foundation, Société de Crédit Commercial Autochtone, Talayut Aboriginal Capital Corporation, and Ulnuweg Development Group laid the foundation for this movement. Last year, their work generated $377 million in labor income and over $640 million in GDP, while strengthening community well-being. Félicitations à NACCA.
Congratulations to NACCA for 30 years of impact, leadership, and success. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil.
As we recognize Daffodil Month, I rise to highlight the leadership of the Canadian Cancer Society and the many volunteers, patients, and caregivers who have come to Parliament Hill for their annual day of advocacy. For nearly half the people in Canada who are expected to be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime, the Canadian Cancer Society is focused on saving lives, improving lives, and driving collective action against cancer. As part of their actions, volunteer advocates from across Canada are sharing their stories, highlighting the critical role clinical trials play in bringing new life-saving treatments to people with cancer and how important it is to remove barriers in accessing these trials.
The Canadian Cancer Society continues to fight for a clinical trial system which is stronger, more effective, and that puts patients first and speed up innovation while strengthening Canada's healthcare system and economy. I thank the Canadian Cancer Society for their dedication and hard work. They are building a future in which Canadians have faster, better access to cancer care.
Nora Kiwittingham.
The Trans-Canada Highway is top of mind for the people of Northern Ontario, whether for safety, economic security, or nation building. During a 10-day stretch last winter, the region saw 5 collisions resulting in 8 fatalities, Mr. Speaker, and these types of accidents are far too common. It is also the only east-west corridor in the country. When the highway is delayed just 30 minutes, it costs the economy nearly $50,000. With more opportunities in mining, forestry, and nuclear, bringing more traffic to the region, this impact will only become greater. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister speaks often of protecting our economic security and developing nation-building projects. Despite this rhetoric, no new pipelines have been approved, mines aren't being permitted, and the National Highway continues to be ignored. Improving the Trans-Canada in Northern Ontario is a win for all Canadians. It will strengthen our economy and protect our sovereignty. So, Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister is serious about nation-building projects, he should start in Northern Ontario.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour the life of Tanis M. Richardson, a remarkable Winnipegger whose legacy of service enriched our country. Mrs. Richardson was gracious, caring, and deeply committed to others, dedicating her life to building a better community for all and inspiring others to do the same. She was a tireless volunteer and leader, supporting organizations like the United Way, the Kidney Foundation, and the Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra, and as a proud champion for the arts, played an important role establishing the Winnipeg Art Gallery. Her work with Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation and the creation of Manitoba's A Starry, Starry Night fundraiser made a tremendous difference in the lives of countless families. Her contributions were recognized nationally as she was appointed to the Order of Canada in 2003. Mrs. Richardson lived to be 99 years of age. In that time, she built a legacy defined by generosity and leadership. On behalf of the residents of Winnipeg South Centre, I extend my sincere condolences to her family and loved ones. May her memory be a blessing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Mr. Speaker, while there's much we may debate in this House, today I want to begin with what unites us, standing with Canadians affected by cancer. April is Daffodil Month, a time for us to show support for Canadians living with cancer, their families, and caregivers. As the co-chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Cancer Caucus, I want to thank the Canadian Cancer Society for its leadership and nonpartisan support. I also recognize my co-chair, the member for Vaudreuil, Senator Andrew Cardozo, and the patient advocates, researchers, and volunteers who make this work possible. Daffodil Month also reminds us why access to innovation matters. Clinical trials are often a last resort. They can be a lifeline. As journalist Don Martin recently shared, a clinical trial can quite literally mean the difference between life and death. Yet too many Canadians still face unnecessary delays. That is why the Canadian Cancer Society has set a big, achievable goal. No more than 75 days from a clinical trial registration to enrolling patients. This means more trials, more innovations, and more lives saved here in Canada. This is a goal we can achieve together. Let us support the work of the Canadian Cancer Society and give those facing a cancer diagnosis hope, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, April 22nd is Earth Day. In Quebec, the day is much more than just a celebration. It is a day of action. In 2012, over 250,000 people took to the streets all over Quebec. Quebecers, families, and young people stand up on Earth Day to protect the most valuable thing that we have, our planet. Their voices haven't disappeared, Mr. Speaker, but they are being ignored, just like the voices of the billions of people at risk because of the climate crisis. These voices are being ignored by governments which make other choices. Choices, for instance, influenced by nearly 1,000 meetings with oil and gas lobbyists in 2025. But we refuse to give up. Earth Day reminds us that change comes from commitment. We are fighting, and we will continue to fight against all odds to build a greener, fairer, and more compassionate world. And it's time for this government to come back down to earth because it's the only earth we have, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, Team Dave is FRC Team 3683, the first robotics team at St. David Catholic Secondary School in Waterloo. Team Dave's participation in the first robotics competition is what gives the team its structure, intensity, and connection. But what stands out is how they balance their competitive drive with their culture of helping others. When asked, Team Dave shared that the most meaningful part of their season was supporting fellow teams across the Waterloo-Wellington First community. I've seen it. Team Dave showcases the best of Waterloo and Canada. Team Dave isn't just a team that builds robots. It's a competitive engineering program, a training ground for real-world problem solving, a node in a global robotics network, an environment that develops both soft and hard skills. In March, Team Dave won the Canadian Pacific Regionals in Vancouver, BC. Congratulations, Team Dave. We look forward to seeing what comes next, and a big thank you to the sponsors, mentors, parents, teachers, and supporters who never cease supporting Team Dave. Dave, happy Sweet 16. Bravo. Thank you.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back home in Souris Moose Mountain, farmers will be in the field soon and are in the calving barns right now. Long days, short nights, doing what they do best, producing the food that Canadians rely on. But this year, like too many before it, they're doing it under the weight of rising costs. Costs driven up by this Liberal government.
Yep.
Fuel powers everything in agriculture: seeding, spraying, harvesting, and hauling. When taxes drive up the cost of diesel, they drive up the cost of food. It's just that simple. Canadians are already paying more at the pump, and Liberal taxes are making it worse, leaving us paying far more than our American neighbours. Now, Liberals are offering a temporary break on only one part of one tax for one part of 1 year. That's not relief, that's an illusion. Farmers can't plan a season on temporary measures, and families can't budget on half steps. Conservatives have a plan to remove these taxes in full, so farmers can produce and Canadians can afford to eat. Because when we support our farmers, we support families across Canada.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, in April, we wear daffodil as a symbol of hope for all those affected by cancer. Many families have been touched by cancer. Daffodil months bring Canadians together in that shared hope. Across the country, Canadian researchers are advancing new immune therapies and treatments. Let us recognize the nurses and doctors across Canada working hard to support patients every day. In Sunnybrook, Dr. Arjun Sahgal and his team are treating cancer patients with advanced radiation technologies. Dr. Helena McKay and her team is also improving cancer care with the new drug therapies. I want to recognize local organizations like Cancer Warriors, Walnut Foundation, and Terry Fox Foundation, and Canadian Cancer Society, along with the volunteers who are working hard on the ground. Let us continue the fight so that one day we can live in a world free of cancer, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Prime Minister warned at Davos, no more going along to get along. And then on April 10th, Canada went along and got along. Iran, designated as a state sponsor of terror, whose Revolutionary Guard is a listed terrorist entity in this country, was handed a UN seat shaping programs of women's rights and counterterrorism. Only one country objected, and it wasn't Canada. The government's silence on Iran is a vote cast in their favor, no matter what they tell you. This is a regime brutalizing women for not removing their hijab, running IRGC operatives in our streets, fundraising, organizing, and terrorizing our own people on our own soil. The Liberals have never had a single position on Iran, only whichever position costs the least. The record never lies. Delay and silence are a quiet ballot cast for the tyrants. Iran knows it, and because every time the Liberals are in the room, the tyrants keep winning.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to welcome to the gallery physicians from across Canada, part of the Canadian Medical Association.
As the member knows, we cannot point out those who are in the gallery, but the member may start from the beginning and omit that part.
Mr. Speaker, physicians from across Canada are here today as part of the Canadian Medical Association's Hill Day. My colleagues are here to deliver this message on behalf of their patients. Medicare is in trouble. We must fix it. I spent years as a physician, standing with patients in times of sorrow, joy, pain, birth, and death. It was a privilege and an honor. I saw what happens when a system stretched past its limits is held together only by the dedication of those who deliver care. Our doctors know what is needed to build a more efficient, effective, and equitable system. Meet with them. Listen to them. Let's end the toxic spread of health disinformation that erodes public trust and risks lives. Let's ensure access to care by all Canadians, especially the vulnerable and the stigmatized. I ask you today, colleagues, to salute doctors across the country who show up each day for their patients against all odds to deliver the care they need when they need it, regardless of where they live or their ability.
The honourable member for Long Range Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, after years of the Prime Minister's recycled speeches and empty promises, Canadians are still waiting for relief that never comes. There was nothing new in his latest message, just the same words, while costs rise and families fall further behind. In March, Canada again had the highest grocery price inflation in the G7. In Newfoundland and Labrador, families are paying more and getting less at the checkout and at the pumps. We are in an entrepreneurial drought, with 55% of small business owners not recommending starting a business. Why? Because this Prime Minister doubled down on deficits, printed money, and kept taxes high, driving up the cost of everything. No major resource projects, no plan to get our energy to market, fewer homes are being built, while young families wonder if they'll ever afford one. Newfoundlanders and Labradorians don't need another empty Liberal promise, they need results. Conservatives are fighting to end the waste, cut the taxes, unleash our resources, approve projects, and build homes so Canadians can once again afford to live, work, and raise a family.
The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, 6 years ago this past weekend, my community experienced unthinkable tragedy. 22 lives lost across Nova Scotia. They were neighbours, friends, family. These past 6 years have delivered much pain, sorrow, and confusion. But we have also witnessed extraordinary resilience, compassion, and solidarity. We have supported one another through the darkest of days and found strength together that we may not have known we possessed. We learned that grief does not have a finish line, but neither does love. So let us grieve, but not get lost in grief. And let us commit to working together toward the kind of community that honors every life lost. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Canadians should be able to fill up their grocery carts without emptying their wallets. But yesterday we learned that March, for the fourth consecutive month, has had the worst food inflation. All other G7 countries have the same global issues such as wars and tariffs. But here in Canada, under this Liberal Prime Minister, Canadians are seeing the fastest price hikes. On March 25th, the PM said that affordability is at its best in a decade. Did he still believe that it's true? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, on March 25th, I said that household affordability is at its highest in a decade. Second, in month of March again, Canadian salaries rose twice as high as the rate of inflation. And the economy is growing at the second fastest pace in the G7. That's not what he said, Mr. Speaker. He said that affordability was at its best in over a decade. And even if he did talk about rents, that wouldn't be true either. In 2015, rents cost roughly $970 for a one-bedroom. Now it's over $1,000 for the same. So the Prime Minister cannot solve a problem if he doesn't understand it. All Canadians who pay more for rent and food and other things know that he was wrong. Can he just admit that he made a mistake? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we measure affordability through prices and salaries. And salaries have continued to increase here in Canada at a pace that is double that of inflation. And rents are going down now here in Canada because of a greater supply of housing.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians should be able to fill their grocery carts without emptying their bank accounts. But yesterday, we learned that for the fourth month in a row, Canada had the highest food price inflation in the G7 under this Liberal Prime Minister. All the other G7 countries have the same tariffs and wars and other global factors as we do, but it is under this Prime Minister that Canadians are paying the most, the fastest. Yet he made a bizarre comment on March 25th where he said that affordability is the best it's been in over a decade. Families who are turning back items at the grocery checkout, young people who can't afford homes, know he's wrong. Will he admit that he was wrong?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the record is that every month that I've been Prime Minister, Canadian average wages have grown faster than the rate of inflation. Every month I've been Prime Minister, rents have fallen relative to wages. And you know what? There's more good news, Mr. Speaker, because on June 5th, over 12 million Canadians are going to receive the Groceries and Essentials benefit top-up. A boost today and a bridge to tomorrow.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he goofed. He stood on the floor of the House of Commons and claimed that it is now more affordable than at any time in a decade. The seniors who have to line up at food banks after those food bank lineups have doubled know he's wrong. The young people who are paying twice the rent that they would have paid a decade ago know he's wrong. The single mother who's paying 40% more for groceries and has to turn back items at the grocery checkout, know he's wrong. Will he just stand up, admit he's human, that he made a mistake, that he goofed up, and that he got it wrong on affordability?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, housing rental affordability continues to improve. Asking rents have declined for 18 consecutive months. Every single month that this government has been in office, Canadian average salaries have increased. And now the IMF says that Canada will be the second strongest economy in the G7 this year and next. We are growing Canada strong. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he said that affordability is the best it's been in over a decade. A decade ago, the average one-bedroom rent was $970. Today, it's $1,850. Double. Incomes have not doubled. The young people who can't afford that rent know that he's wrong. The seniors choosing between eating and heating know that he's wrong. The Canadians paying 70% more for beef know that he's wrong. Will he stop quoting international bankers and realize that Canadians have never paid more and admit he was wrong?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, asking rents have declined year on year for the 18th consecutive month. Growth in housing expenses have increased at less than the Bank of Canada's target, marking the 16th straight month of annual declines. Salaries continue to grow at more than twice the rate of inflation. Affordability is improving, but this government is just getting started, and we won't stop.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Canadians are hoping they do stop because they can't afford to pay one more penny. This Prime Minister is completely out of touch and Canadians are completely out of money. He thinks it's more affordable because his company puts its money in tax havens, so it's very affordable when you don't have to pay any tax. Meanwhile, the single mothers who are having to put their grocery items back, they understand that he's wrong to say affordability is better than ever before. The seniors who can't afford the doubling of rent under this Liberal government, they know he's wrong. Canadians know he's wrong. Will he stand up, admit that he goofed up, and that he was wrong on affordability?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to read into the record for the benefit of the Leader of the Opposition, I work for Canadians and only Canadians. I work for Canadians and only Canadians to improve their affordability. That's why we have the Groceries and Essential benefits, over $500 for 12 million Canadians June 5th. That's why we're cutting the federal tax on fuel. That's why we're providing Canadians, average family, with over $20,000 in benefit from child care to dental care, farmer care. Everything he voted against.
L'Honorable
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, for the past year, the Bloc has been insisting for trade talks with the U.S. to be our priority, but this does not seem to be the case given the government. Now, today, they have established an advisory committee for trade relations with the U.S., which may be in the interest of Quebec, but this committee under Trudeau did not have a great impact to date, and it sends a message once again that the government's priority is negotiation. In the meantime, can they establish measures for transitioning companies? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's a great honour to have the Advisory Committee for Canada-U.S. Trade, which includes the President of FTQ, the major Quebec union, and the head of the Aluminum Association, Mr. Seymour, including CEOs of major companies from Quebec and Canada. We already have the BEC trade deal with the U.S., but we're just getting started. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. You'd also be happy to have Ms. Picard on this committee, but I'd like to remind you that 3 weeks ago, the U.S. President said that tariffs would be higher for processing companies that use steel and aluminum, touching true companies and jobs. Will this be on the government's agenda? Will they have temporary measures for companies that are affected in the meantime before these negotiations are over? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member opposite for his question. It's an important one. The new U.S. tariffs, the 232 tariffs, are global ones, and our government is considering temporary measures for the companies and individuals, including workers, who are affected. Thank you. Yes. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The Prime Minister finally seems to be taking measures to have an impact and with respect to these U.S. tariffs on companies, because 85% of companies are under CUSMA, but that doesn't mean they're all doing well. That means there are many of them that aren't. So I'm looking forward to hear what these measures are, to see if they'll be in the economic update and if they've consulted us on this. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, obviously, we'll have to wait for the economic update on April 24th with our very great Minister of Finance, and there will be more good news for Canadians at that time with respect to our government strategy. We're building a strong, affordable, resilient, and more independent Canada from the U.S.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I gave the Prime Minister to correct the chance to correct the record, and he refused to do so. On March 25th, he made an inaccurate comment. He claimed that affordability was the best that it had been in over a decade. Rent has doubled in that decade. The cost of food is up 40%. The cost of beef is up 70%. The cost of mortgages is up well over 60%. And every Canadian knows that he got it wrong. He can't possibly fix a problem if he doesn't know it exists. Exactly. So will he stand up today, admit that he got it wrong, and admit that life has never been more expensive for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, just moments ago, the Leader of the Opposition was talking about single mothers. And Mr. Speaker, what I'd like to say to all the single moms across the country is we've got your back. We've got your back with the Canada Child Benefit Payment that is indexed to inflation, so that when the costs go up, so does your payment, something the Conservatives voted against. We've got your back when it comes to the cost of childcare, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that not only can you go to work, improve your skills, but you can actually pay for quality childcare while you do it. These guys vote against workers, they vote against moms, they vote against kids.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And now now the Prime Minister has gone in the witness protection program, Mr. Speaker. 70% of the time he doesn't even show up to answer questions, and then he refuses to stand up for affordability. He made the comment that affordability was the best it's been in over a decade. This after the number of people lined up at food banks has doubled. The rent has doubled. The cost of food is up 40%. We have the worst food price inflation in 40 years, and the Prime Minister cannot even stand in his place and debate me and answer the question, will he admit that he got it wrong on affordability like everything else?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clear we hit a nerve today, didn't we? Because they know the truth, Mr. Speaker. Whether we're talking about investment in skilled trades workers, supporting workers when they are laid off due to tariffs or other issues related to that sector, Mr. Speaker, they vote against Canadians' interests. Whether it's $500, $1,800, $16,000, guess what, Mr. Speaker? Same pattern of behavior. They vote against the very Canadians they say they care about. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? Their actions prove exactly what side they're on an issue.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he goofed up. He goofed up. He stood up and claimed that Canadians have never had it so good, claiming that affordability is the best that it's been in over a decade, during which time housing costs have doubled, food bank lineups have doubled. Canadians cannot afford to eat. So why won't he have the courage to stand up, admit that he goofed up, and apologize to Canadians for the price he's making them pay?
The Honourable Secretary. Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Good answer, Wade. Mr. Speaker, that past Conservative leader, that current Conservative leader have 45 years experience between the two of them, have produced nothing. On this side of the House, our Prime Minister has been elected 1 year. Strongest projected economy in the G7. Second fastest growing economy in the G7. Best net to GDP in the G7. Wages are outpacing inflation. On this side of the House, we're serious about the economy. On that side, it's bluster and rhetoric. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, what a sad sight it is when the Prime Minister cannot even stand to defend his own comments, and he claimed that life is more affordable than it's been in over a decade. He's been wrong on every major economic issue of our time. He was wrong to support the carbon tax, wrong to say that we should leave 50% of our oil and gas in the ground, wrong to oppose the pipeline to the Pacific, wrong about money printing, and now he's wrong to claim that Canadians are living a more affordable life than in a decade. Will he have the courage and stand up, admit he goofed up, and apologize to Canadians for telling them they never had it so good?
Let's save some for Wednesday. The Secretary of State for Sport.
Speaker, you know, the Leader Opposition wants Canadians to judge people by what they say in the House of Commons. You know, I kind of agree. He thought Brexit was a good idea. He said that marriage should be exclusively a bond between a man and a woman at the exclusion of all others. He also said that Canadians should opt out of inflation by buying crypto, Mr. Speaker. We have real solutions for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We have a tax cut for 22 million Canadians. We have the groceries and essentials benefit that'll help 12 million vulnerable Canadians with their grocery bills. How about a real solution for a change rather than this rhetoric?
You better stay here. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, just last week he was telling us that he wanted to lecture us all like students. Now he won't even get out of his chair and answer for his own words. He was the one who said that affordability is better than it's been in a decade, during which time the number of people lined up at food banks, working people, hard-working people, has doubled. The rent has doubled. Beef prices up 70%. And this Prime Minister has the audacity to look mothers who have to turn back items at the checkout of the grocery aisle and say they've never had it so good. Will the Prime Minister have a courage to look that woman in the eye?
We know there's no chanting in the House. That's unparliamentary. The Honourable Minister for Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, it's a little early for cherry-picking season, but he's cherry-picking quotes, cherry-picking negative statistics to run down our country. As the Prime Minister said, Mr. Speaker, wages have grown twice as fast as the rate of inflation. We just took 10 cents off the price of a liter of gas, 28 cents since we took government. We've just given families up to $1,900 this year for the groceries and food essentials benefit. We are fighting for Canadians. They're running down the country and cherry-picking useless quotes.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the question was not for the artificially intelligent minister. It was for the Prime Minister.
Epithets are not permitted, and we have to treat all honourable members with respect. That doesn't mean we can't have hard-hitting questions, but no nicknames, please. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I goofed. I mixed up his title, Mr. Speaker. That's all I'm asking for the Prime Minister to do. He looked Canadians in the eyes. Canadians who are downgrading their diets, who are skipping meals so that their kids do not have to, and said that they've never had it so good, that affordability is the best that it's been in a decade. Anybody who spent 5 minutes studying the economic facts would know that food bank lineups have doubled, rent has doubled, the cost of everything is going up precisely because of his inflationary liberal policies. Will he have the courage to stand up, own up, and admit that he goofed up?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
He is often mining for clips, as we know. Today, more often than usual, I wonder why. He might be nervous about something, Mr. Speaker. The champion of Brexit, the guy that wanted to cut the pensions of seniors, he talked about being out of touch. He stood in front of the home of a waitress and called it a shack. On this side of the House of Commons, we'll be sincere, we'll be hardworking, we'll stand by our communities and our constituents, we'll put in place the foundations for the Canadian economy in the present and the future. That's exactly what we'll do.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister owes Canadians an explanation. They're living with the worst housing costs, the worst food costs in Canadian history. They're living with the worst food price inflation in the G7, the worst household debt in the G7, the worst housing costs in the G7, the fastest shrinking economy in the G7, breaking every single promise that this Prime Minister made. Why won't he have the courage to stand up and answer the question, admit that he was wrong about affordability, and admit he'll reverse course so Canadians can afford to eat?
The Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition owes Canadians an explanation because when he goofed up and he lost his seat, Canadians spent $2.3 million of taxpayer money, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House to support women is through the National School Food Program. We are feeding 400...
We'll just wait till it gets a little quieter because the chair can't hear. And if the chair can't hear, the chair doesn't know if rules have been broken. So, well, not from the top, but the member may continue, and we'll have a bit of leeway. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, speaking of women, that leader of the opposition, let's not forget, embedded misogynistic hashtags in his YouTube channel because of promoting men who hate women, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we're promoting the National School Food Program, which is feeding 400,000 kids across the country. We've made this program permanent.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, far too many veterans suffer from mental health issues. To help them, Ottawa has created a program called the PSRVC, the Canadian Veterans Rehabilitation Services Partners, but it doesn't help, it hurts. A survey of 51 mental health professionals shows that the PSRVC worsens veterans' conditions. They are subject to misdiagnoses by unqualified staff. Worse still, if they boycott the program, Ottawa threatens to cut their benefits. Do veterans deserve to be treated this way?
Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, supporting veterans in their rehabilitation journey is a top priority. While many veterans are seeing positive results in their overall well-being, we know that there are still many that we can continue to help. That's why I've directed my department to launch an independent review of the rehabilitation program. The goal is to identify where the program is working well and where it can be strengthened, so that we can continue to support the outcomes and better support veterans through this transition.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, veterans who are suffering are forced to participate in the program under threat from Ottawa, even when it worsens their symptoms. They are mired and... I'm sorry? I'm not sure. You can hear in your earpieces? I don't hear anything. Can you start again, please, from the top? Mr. Speaker, veterans who are suffering are forced to participate in the PSRVC, even when it worsens their symptoms. They are mired in a bureaucracy that is harmful to them, and they are repeatedly confronted with their traumas by poorly trained therapists who contradict the advice of health professionals. And yet, Ottawa is considering extending the program for another 6 years without an effective evaluation. Before proceeding, Mr. Speaker, will the Minister launch an independent investigation into the human consequences of this program?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our top priority will always be ensuring that veterans receive improved support, service, and rehabilitation outcomes through the rehabilitation program. Since its launch in 2021, the program has expanded to over 15,000 service providers and has supported more than 23,000 veterans. We recognize that there are always opportunities to improve. I've just said that we are going to be undertaking an independent review, and we will continue to put the care of veterans at the forefront of the work that we're doing.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, this weekend the Prime Minister described our trade relations with the U.S. as a weakness. Same thing as the Liberal policy that makes Canadians' lives much more expensive. And Liberals might have taken 10 cents off the price of gas, but it's still 30 cents more for citizens. When will this Liberal government suspend all taxes on gas? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud that since Monday, Quebecers pay 10 cents less a litre in Quebec, and across Canada, this is immediate support. But we're not stopping here. We also have the CCB. I'll just give you an idea. They're voting against many thousands of children that will be helped, including many in his riding, and also the dental care program that will help many people in the Beauce. over 28,000 of them have access to a dentist now, and they can't stand up and say that they want to defend everyone when they vote against this. The honourable member for Beauce. Inflation costs a lot, and so does the gas, and Liberal math costs so much. The Liberals announced a 4-cent per litre discount on diesel, but this affects thousands of products, and it's 11/100ths of a cent per product. So this doesn't make sense. Will the Liberals adopt our plan and suspend all taxes on gas? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fundamental difference between what they're doing on that side of the House and what we are is that they have no vision for the Canadian economy. We have immediate support, yes, with the freezing of the excise tax. We have grocery benefits, dental care, the CCB, and this is immediate support. And what we have is a bridge to the future. It's uniting the Canadian economy. We're having with big projects such as the graphite project. We're talking about trade corridors, trade deals that we're signing. That's what our economic vision is on this side of the House. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, the Prime Minister kept saying that affordability has never been so good in over a decade. And it seems that the Brookfield elite don't go grocery shopping very often. And over the past decade, the food prices have gone up 42%, and potatoes up 60%, and beef has risen by 69%. These are facts, and the list is long. Can the Prime Minister take responsibility for the Liberals' poor track record and stop lecturing Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, it's important to walk and chew gum at the same time and to do other things. We have to be able to work on all different fronts. We are working on the gas tax. We are working on essential needs. And we're also working a lot because that's what's important in the long term. It's giving long-term purchasing power to Canadians. We are working on our economy. We're creating jobs. We are bringing trade back. We're becoming independent. That's what we have to do. Walk and chew gum at the same time and work for Canadians. And that's what we're doing.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Liberals love chewing gum without doing much else. Yesterday, data confirmed that Canada is the worst performer when it comes to food inflation, with the highest rate in the G7. And Canadians are miserable under Liberal rule. We've fallen from 5th to 25th in the global happiness rankings. Mr. Speaker, even without any form of track record, the Liberals are outdoing themselves in arrogance. When will this Prime Minister stop peddling illusions and finally deliver results for Canadians, all Canadians? The Honourable Secretary of State. Well, the member knows I don't chew gum myself, but in any case, thank you. But I don't doubt that the Conservatives understand that we are working for everyone when we work for children, when we work for seniors, when we work on groceries and essential goods. We, through this, work for all Canadians. And that's what's important. We work for all Canadians. And that's what we're doing on this side of the House every single day. But unfortunately, strategics that will help our economy, that will help us on our independence and that are sustainable are blocked by the opposition. The honourable member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Katascomique-Témiscouata. Cutting 10 cents off the price of gas right now is like trying to put out a forest fire with a glass of water. Canadians need much more relief than 10 cents a litre. And the Liberals asked us for good ideas. Well, removing all taxes on fuel by the end of the year would have been a relief measure for families, businesses and farmers. This not only in my riding, Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Katascomique, Témiscouata, but for all Quebecers and Canadians. When will the Liberals finally listen to us and remove the 25 cents on a litre of gas? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, let's just look at the facts for once. Let's just look at the facts, if they're aware of what a fact is. I'll explain to them what facts are. There is a war happening. There's a war. The price of crude has gone from $60 a barrel to close to 100. And the impact of that is an increase in the price of gas. It's not liberal taxes that did this. It's the international context. What we are doing is what we can do, is bringing relief to Canadian taxpayers.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
When folks in my riding of Hamilton Centre go to the gas station to fill up gas, they will notice a difference at the pump. Yesterday, the temporary suspension of the federal fuel excise tax came into effect, saving the average Canadian family 10 cents per litre on regular gasoline. This is just one way Canada's new government is making life more affordable. Can the Secretary of State update us on this and other measures designed to put more money in the pockets of Canadians?
Good question.
State for financial institutions.
Speaker, I want to thank that member from Hamilton Centre for the great work he's doing in this House and in his riding. And yes, if Canadians go fill up right now, they're going to save 10 cents a litre.
That's right.
Last week, we paused the federal excise tax on fuel. You add the cut to the consumer carbon tax of 18 cents. That is a 28-cent savings when Canadians fill up. On this side of the House, we're going to continue to be focused on building the strongest economy in the G7. It's time for the Conservative Party to join us, build a strong Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tyendinaga.
There is only 10 weeks left until the Kuzma review, and there is still no plan by this Prime Minister. Reports suggest there have been no serious negotiations with D.C. since October, while Mexico is actively engaged in informal Kuzma talks with the U.S. Mr. Speaker, we are at a critical juncture for North American trade, and I raise a very straightforward concern. 2.6 million Canadian jobs depend on this negotiation. They need certainty. They need predictability. Why is Canada not actively at the table?
The Honourable Minister responsible for Canada-U.S. economic relations, trade.
Speaker, I want to begin by thanking our colleague for that important question. It won't surprise you, Mr. Speaker, that the premise of the question that Canada is not actively engaged with the United States or at a negotiating table is not accurate. I have had a number of conversations on a weekly basis with senior members of the American administration. The Prime Minister, of course, is also communicating directly with President Trump. Our chief negotiator, Madame Charette, Ambassador Wiseman, are also having conversations. Mr. Speaker, we're doing the important work that Canadians expect us to do, but we're also focusing on what we can control here at home.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tyendinaga.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister was elected on the promise of being able to negotiate a deal with the United States. He has not delivered, and instead he's walking away with 76% of our exports bound for the U.S. That reality will not change quickly, and certainly not for Canadians already bearing the cost of tariffs. Diversification takes time indeed, especially when negotiations yield no results. When will this Liberal government commit to prioritizing Canada-U.S. trade, return to Washington, and secure a deal with a nation that we trade nearly $1 trillion a year with? What's the plan?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the question gives me an opportunity to share the good news with all members of this House that this morning the Prime Minister announced an important advisory council of women and men representing businesses, elected union leaders, community leaders. In fact, the former leader of the Conservative Party, the former Premier of Quebec, the former Premier of Nunavut, former Minister of Public Safety in this House. But, Mr. Speaker, business leaders, union leaders, representatives of associations are working with this government to make sure that we have a deal for Canadian workers.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, Reuters reports that Mexican President Sheinbaum is eyeing an early deal ahead of the completion of the review of CUSMA, an early deal on autos, aluminum, and steel. Wow. Is the government working in coordination with Mexico to secure an early deal on autos, aluminum, and steel? And if not, why not?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, to thank our colleague for that important question. Of course we're working with our Mexican counterparts as we do the work necessary to prepare for the CUSMA review. I am in regular contact with Economy Secretary Ebrard. The Prime Minister, of course, talks to President Sheinbaum. The good news, Mr. Speaker, is Secretary Ebrard will be in Canada with an important delegation of Mexican business leaders, a return of the successful visit we did. We will continue those conversations with the Mexicans and the Americans to ensure that we get the best deal for Canadian workers and Canadian businesses.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, Mexico is clearly at the negotiating table and providing formal updates. Yesterday, President Sheinbaum and USTR Greer formally met in Mexico City. The joint statement said that Mexico and the U.S. will hold talks this week on resolving trade irritants, and that Mexico and the United States will begin the first official negotiating round for the review of CUSMA the week of May 25th. When will talks between Canada and the U.S. take place to resolve irritants, and when will the first official Canada-U.S. negotiating round for the review of CUSMA take place?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, yes, of course, the U.S. is an important trading partner, but also there are many trading partners around the world that we're engaging with. We signed a trade agreement with Indonesia, destined to be the 5th largest economy in the world, overtaking Germany. The UAE investment agreement, which brought back $70 billion of investments to this country. Of course, we have Ecuador, but also what we're doing with the European Union, Mr. Speaker. Our defense exporters have asked us to unlock opportunities, and that agreement alone has unlocked hundreds of millions of dollars of opportunities for our defense export community. This is what it takes to unlock jobs in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, on April 2nd, the United States announced substantial changes to how they collect steel and aluminum tariffs. Now applied to full value products, this change will result in higher costs for Canadian manufacturers and reduce business activity across this country. Workers and businesses are looking for leadership, but instead they're getting silence. Was the Prime Minister aware of these changes, and what is he doing to have these tariffs removed?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, the U.S. trade relationship remains key, and that's why this government is working hard every day to make sure we get the best possible deal, and not just any deal. At the same time, we're supporting trade diversification. In the last year, our exports to Europe are up 31%. Our FDI is at an 18-year high, foreign direct investment. And we're working very attentively at the Industry Committee. We're working very attentively to listen to what the steel and the mold makers are telling us, and we'll be there with the supports that are needed.
Honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are being left in the dark on CUSMA review. We are forced to rely on media reports, the occasional committee appearance, hearing a vague talk of challenges faced. My constituents are calling me, concerned for their families and their businesses as resolution to these disputes continue to grind on. In fact, many of us know more about the status of the U.S.-Mexico negotiations than that of our own country. When will this Prime Minister provide a clear update to this House on the deal that he promised to secure over a year ago?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, on this side of the House, we're controlling what we can control. We can't control what is happening on the other side, but we are in regular contact both with U.S. administration officials and with the companies, with the steel makers, the mold makers, the aluminum providers, all those companies that are key to this trade relationship, not just with the U.S., but increasingly across the world, and we'll continue to be in regular contact. We will be there to support this sector.
Very good. The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned that Mexico is anticipating a deal on auto, steel, and aluminum. In fact, Mexico and the United States have been at the negotiating table having ongoing formal and substantive discussions. But here, there are reports that there have been no substantial and ongoing formal discussions between Canada and the United States since October. So why is it again that Mexico seems to be at the table with the United States and Canada is on the outside looking in?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as the Minister responsible for Canada-U.S. trade has indicated, our talks with the United States continue as they do with Mexico. And in the meantime, we will continue to diversify our trade relationships. Over a dozen new deals signed in the past 6 months, Mr. Speaker, combined with FDI, foreign direct investment. Mr. Speaker, we are also looking to conclude additional FTAs this year, including with the ASEAN in 2026, looking ahead to Mercosur. Mr. Speaker, we can control our own destiny, and we are doing that by diversifying our...
le député de Charlesbourg.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. The Prime Minister was elected on a single promise to negotiate a victory with the US President and reach an agreement on the 21st of July 2025. But no victory, no agreement so far, and US tariffs on Canadian goods have doubled. The results of this incompetence? Hundreds of Quebec businesses are losing millions of dollars due to US tariffs. Meanwhile, the Liberal government is spending billions of dollars of taxpayers' money to prop up an economy it cannot protect. Why should Canadian families have to foot the bill for Liberal incompetence? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our colleague knows full well we have the best agreement with the States than any other trade partner. However, we do recognise that unjustified tariffs applied throughout the world, like the Prime Minister mentioned in his answers, deserve a response from Canada and the provinces in order to support workers and the industry. I'm surprised that my Conservative colleague doesn't believe that we should be here for Canadian workers. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. I'm not the one who said it. Last year was the Prime Minister himself who said that he could negotiate an agreement and rectify all issues with Donald Trump. But there are no solutions, even worse. For the last 5 months, there have been no negotiations with Americans. Nothing is moving forward. Mexico is moving forward. Other countries have agreements. Canada has nothing. But taxpayer money is being used to compensate. Companies are suffering. They don't want checks here and there. They want to actually survive. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I don't think there was a question in what my colleague said, so it gives me the opportunity to remind the House the great news that the Prime Minister announced this morning. We have implemented a new advisory committee with representatives from Labour, like Ms. Picard, from the Federation of Quebec Workers, the CEO of AgroPure, of Domtar, which is a big forestry company. These are Quebec business people. And we have business people from coast to coast to coast, those who want to work with our government because we're here for industry. The Honourable Member for Orléans. Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Veteran Affairs Committee and proud member for Orléans, I often hear about the need to strengthen the Canadian Armed Forces to meet the challenges ahead. Our new government has embarked on an ambitious plan to rebuild, reinvest in, and re-equip our armed forces. Can a Minister for National Defence provide an update on this important plan? The Honourable Minister for National Defence. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Orleans for her question. Indeed, we have some important news for Canada and the Canadian Armed Forces. Recruitment has reached its highest level in 30 years. Here are the facts. Over the past year, the number of applications has more than doubled to over 45,000. We have recruited 7,310 regular force members, thereby exceeding our targets. And 70 of the 97 critical positions have been filled. Mr. Speaker, we are working hard, but we've only just begun.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday at committee, the Auditor General revealed multiple situations where the Immigration Department failed to investigate or even detect significant cases of fraud. At the same meeting, the Deputy Minister of Immigration pled ignorance on the topic, saying, "Fourth week on the job, so I can't answer that question." In fact, for 2 straight hours, he had zero answers as to why the Auditor General found over 153,000 cases of immigration fraud, yet his department only investigated 2%. The Prime Minister said the system was under control, but like everything else, that was an illusion. Simple question, why has this immigration minister lost control?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees.
A 60% decline in the number of international students coming to Canada. A 1/3 decline in those claiming asylum. We are restoring control and integrity in the immigration system. There's a number of other examples I could provide, but for the benefit of the member, who's an honourable member and a good colleague on the Immigration Committee, he knows very well that's not what the deputy said. He's cutting off his comments, in fact. He said very clearly that the recommendations of the Auditor General are taken into account. Data systems are being put in place to ensure greater integrity. We'll continue that work.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Last week, a Quebec judge called out the rampant practice of prosecutors and judges arranging lenient sentences for non-citizens convicted of serious crimes in Canada in order to shield them from deportation. The reality is that many victims are suffering after non-citizens convicted of serious crimes in Canada are getting sweetheart deals so that they don't have to face the consequences already set out in Canadian immigration law. Yet the Liberals voted against my bill that would have ended this practice. Why?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, it's important that when people commit serious crimes, they face serious penalties. That's why we are moving forward with some of the most serious reforms when it comes to Canada's criminal laws in generations. As the member knows, Mr. Speaker, there is no rule that requires judges to reduce penalties for people based on their immigration status. We want to ensure courts have the ability to make judgments that consider all of the facts of a given case, and when serious crimes are committed, serious penalties will result. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I would love for the minister to say that to a woman whose non-citizen's ex-boyfriend choked her and assaulted her so badly that she's terrified to leave her house even for grocery shopping. Yet her attacker argued that he should get a light sentence so that he wouldn't be deported. And last week, Mr. Speaker, we found out that the judge agreed with the criminal. It's disgusting. Wow. This isn't a system that's under control, and it's not a system that provides justice for victims. The Liberals, in fact, are supporting a two-tier justice system that undermines the safety of everybody and the credibility of our immigration.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, when violent criminals are convicted of serious crimes, they must face serious penalties. That includes, Mr. Speaker, in the immigration system, the risk of deportation after a conviction for a serious crime has taken place. There is not a rule, as some have suggested in this chamber, that requires judges to give lighter sentences for people based on their immigration status. We need to ensure that the justice system operates with integrity, and that includes the ability of the court to consider all of the facts that are before the court when making a decision as to an appropriate sentence. Rest assured, Mr. Speaker, we support serious penalties for violent offences in all circumstances.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Malton.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday C-22 was referred to committee. This is important legislation in our digital age. It gives law enforcement exactly the tools that they've asked for, and our government's work is closely aligned with many child protection organizations, like Peel Children's Aid Society in my own very riding. Can the Minister of Public Safety please elaborate on what the movement of this bill means to keeping our communities safe?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the member for Mississauga-Malton for the very important question, and let me thank law enforcement across Canada for the work that they've been doing in ensuring that lawful access measures become law in Canada. I want to assure all members in this House that we're working together to pass swift passage of Bill C-22 lawful access. Today, Mr. Speaker, chiefs of police and police leaders are gathering in Ottawa under the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police to educate lawmakers on the need for lawful access, and I invite all members to join us this evening.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
The Prime Minister wants to talk about our country's weakness. The only weakness I see is his broken promise to Canadians in not getting a tariff deal. A new 25% tariff was put on the entire value of goods made with steel, aluminum, and copper. This is devastating news for the thousands of workers in Stony Creek's industrial corridor and the 2.6 million Canadians that rely on U.S. trade for their jobs. It's been 1 year. When will the Prime Minister stop the illusions and get the tariff deal that he promised Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hamilton has a proud history of steel making, and there's a proud sector there of steel mold making, supporting a broader sector of Southern Ontario manufacturing. You know, on this side of the House, we're controlling what we can control, which means to expand trade to places where we've previously not been doing as much trade, establishing new trade agreements, supporting those mold makers, those steel manufacturers and others with supports, with tariff relief, and with the opportunities to move beyond that. And we know that we will be regular dialogue with these members of this community so that we can have their backs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Canadians are being crushed by the cost of living, and now gas prices are skyrocketing. But not everyone is suffering. Oil companies will rake in an extra $90 billion this year from Donald Trump's illegal war on Iran. And what's the Liberal response? A tax cut that oil companies will simply pocket by raising prices. Instead of handing more money to oil giants, why doesn't this government cap gas prices, tax windfall profits, and use those funds to give people real relief?
Le ministre des Finances.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's in fact an important question. Mr. Speaker, you will be happy to say that yesterday, in fact, the suspension of the fuel excess tax federal, Mr. Speaker, came into force until Labor Day. But to his point, Mr. Speaker, you will remember that in last year we gave additional power to the Competition Bureau to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that they will have the tool and the enforcement capacity to make sure that we have more competition in this country. We all understand that more competition usually leads to more choice for consumer and better price for consumer, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member for Vancouver East.
Well, the high cost of living is fueled by greedflation, and the Liberals know it. The top 1% now holds nearly a quarter of all wealth, while the bottom 40% scrape by with just over 3%. Oil companies are on track to make $90 billion in windfall profits from Trump's illegal war. Half measures like a temporary federal gas tax suspension will not stop this gross inequality. Will the Prime Minister bring in a windfall profit tax and price caps on gas to stop oil companies from price gouging Canadians? Yes or no?
L'honorable ministre des Finances.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member. That's a very important question, and I'm sure all members of this House are interested by the matter. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, we're doing our part on the federal side. Last year, she would have seen that we gave additional power to the Competition Bureau to make sure that they can investigate, that they would have enforcement tool, and we will continue, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that there's more tool in the toolbox of all the enforcement agency to make sure there's more competition and always better price for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Je voudrais signaler aux députés la présence à la tribune.
I'd like to inform you of the presence of Christian Mbadou Fansu, Minister of La Francophonie and the Congolese Diaspora of the Democratic Republic of Congo.
I don't see any. It being 3:14, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Call in the members. The question is as follows. Mr. Jenis, seconded by Mrs. Jansen, moved that the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities presented on Wednesday, March 11th, 2026 be concurred in. La période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Dentel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Alan.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Beltold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mr. Halsey.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Mr. Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Monsieur Groslo.
Monsieur Groslo.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Ow.
Mr. Ow.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury S, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury S, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Cobania.
Mrs. Cobania.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Dawson.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conans.
Ms. Cronus.
Ms. Cronus.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Deschaines.
Monsieur Deschaines.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jasic.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Belanger, Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Alty.
Ms. Alty.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt, Saanich Suk.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt, Saanich Suk.
Madame Chanette.
Madame Chanette.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Madame Maynard.
Madame Maynard.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Ms. Chi.
Ms. Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Mr. Ramsey.
Mr. Ramsey.
Ms. Church.
Ms. Church.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Ms. Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Madame Lapointe Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe Sudbury.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Madame Dondurant.
Madame Dondurant.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Deschênes Thériault.
Mr. Deschênes Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Ms. Fancy.
Miss Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Ms. Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Ms. Hurtle.
Miss Hurdle.
Mr. Joseph.
Mr. Joseph.
Mr. Lavoie.
Mr. Lavoie.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallette Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Marat Bay of Quinty.
Ms. Miedema.
Miss Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Miss Nathan.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Miss O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Ms. Royer.
Miss Roy.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sari.
Mr. Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Ms. Sodi.
Miss Sodi.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Mr. Villeneuve.
Mr. Villeneuve.
Mr. Watchorn.
Mr. Watchorn.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has now ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raised hand function and the chair will recognize them. Seeing no raised hands, I would ask the table to now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 152, 152. Nays contre 165, 165.
I declare the motion defeated.
Yes. The Honourable Minister. I'm sorry, I can't hear the Minister.
My telephone app did not work.
I guess the member's asking for unanimous consent to consider her vote. Okay. Those opposed to the Honourable Minister moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. So the Honourable Member voted which way?
It's nay, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All good. All good. Okay. I'm now prepared to rule on the point of order raised on April 17th, 2026 by the Deputy House Leader of the Government in the House of Commons regarding the admissibility of amendments adopted by the Standing Committee on National Defence to Bill C-11, an act to amend the National Defence Act and other acts. The member contended that during clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, 6 amendments, CPC 1, CPC 1 and CPC 10, BQ 2, CPC 16, NDP 4, and BQ 3 were adopted by the committee after having been ruled inadmissible by the chair. The member requested that the Speaker review the content of the bill as amended and determine whether the 6 amendments in question exceed the scope and principle of the bill as determined by the House at second reading. The member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman argued that the 6 amendments in question are consistent with the principle and scope of the bill. He claimed that CPC 1 fixes an unintended omission from the bill and that the mention of the Judge Advocate General in the bill's summary demonstrates the importance of the position. With respect to CPC 16, BQ 2, and NDP 4, he argued that these amendments had the support of all committee members. He contended that BQ 3 both increases the pool of potential military judges, something already contemplated in the bill, and would result in judges released from the forces, which he argued is consistent with the principle of enhancing the independence of the military justice system. Finally, he argued that CPC 10, by providing for the appointment of a liaison officer for the accused, makes a change consistent with the bill's proposal concerning a victim's liaison officer.
The member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton also intervened on the matter. He argued that amendments BQ2 and BQ3 should not have been ruled inadmissible by the chair. Regarding BQ2, the member maintained that it merely requires the government to table a plan to study the creation of an Inspector General on sexual misconduct without creating a position or requiring new spending, and was supported by expert testimony and unanimously adopted in committee. As for BQ3, the member argued it was not meant to correct an omission from the bill or introduced by the government. It was namely to strengthen the independence of military judges by ensuring they cease to be members of the Canadian Armed Forces upon appointment.
Compte tenu des arguments avancés.
In light of the arguments made, the Chair has carefully reviewed Bill C-11 as adopted by the House at second reading and the amendments in question. The principal or main legislative objectives of the bill appear to be reform the military justice system with a particular view to enhancing the independence of authorities in the system and removing the military justice system's jurisdiction over crimes of a sexual nature. The amendments in question propose changes to the National Defense Act. Two of the amendments, CPC 1 and CPC 16, were deemed inadmissible by the chair of the committee, since they seek to amend a section of the Act that is not amended by Bill C-11. For further amendments, namely BQ2, NDP4, CPC 10, and BQ3 were deemed admissible by the chair of the committee on the grounds that they exceed the scope of the bill as adopted by the House at second reading.
We'll first address the amendments that were ruled inadmissible due to a violation of the Parent Act principle. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 4th edition, explains this principle in section 16.75 as follows, quote, in the case of a bill referred to a committee after second reading, an amendment is generally inadmissible if it proposes to amend a statute that is not before the committee, or a section of the Parent Act, unless the latter is specifically amended by a clause of the bill. In certain cases, such amendments can, however, be admissible if they are shown to be directly relevant to the subject matter of the bill being considered while meeting the criteria of principle and scope, unquote. CPC 1 creates a new time limit during which an officer may act on behalf of the Judge Advocate General with the possibility of extension by approval of the Governor and Council. Similarly, CPC 16 creates a new clause to amend the appointment process for the Chief Military Judge to ensure the position cannot be vacant for more than 120 days. Both amendments seek to amend sections of the Act that the bill does not address. While the bill does mention both positions, the version adopted at second reading did not amend the appointment process for the Judge Advocate General, the process through which others can act on behalf of the Judge Advocate General, or the appointment process for the Chief Military Judge. In the case of CPC 1 and CPC 16, the Chair agrees that the amendments were inadmissible as they are inconsistent with the Parent Act principle.
The Chair will now consider the remaining amendments, which were ruled to be inadmissible for exceeding the scope of the bill. As Speaker Milliken noted in a ruling on January 9, 2008, at pages 2,312 to 2,313 of the debate, and I quote, the principle refers to the purpose or objective of a bill, while the scope refers to its legislative scheme or the mechanisms that will give effect to the principle, purpose, or objective of a bill. Unquote. BQ2 seeks, in Clause 8 of the bill, to add a new Section 70.4 in the Act, which would require the preparation of a plan to create an Office of the Inspector General for Sexual Misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces. The Deputy Government House Leader had also suggested in her intervention that this amendment could infringe upon the financial prerogative of the Crown. While the Chair does not find that the preparation of the plan would impose a charge on the public treasury, an Office of an Inspector General for Sexual Misconduct does appear to be a new concept that is beyond the scope of the bill as adopted by the House at second reading.
4 amends Clause 6 of the bill by adding new sections 71.164 and 5 to the Act to ensure to the extent possible that every person involved in the investigation or prosecution has training or experience in trauma-informed approaches. Bill C-11 amends Section 71.16 of the Act, but in a very limited matter, only to provide that an individual acting on a person's behalf can request that a victim's liaison officer be appointed. To add a requirement for every person involved in an investigation or prosecution to have this sort of training appears to the Chair to go beyond the scope of the changes proposed in the bill. Furthermore, the bill is silent on training related to trauma-informed approaches, which also appears to the Chair to be a new concept beyond the scope of the bill. CPC 10 adds a new clause to the bill that adds a new section in the Act, which would create a new mechanism for the appointment of a liaison officer to assist the accused. The Act already provides for a liaison officer for the victim, but not for the accused. The bill, therefore, is not introducing this concept, but rather is simply modifying a matter related to the appointment of a victim's liaison officer. The concept of a liaison officer for the accused appears to be an entirely new concept that was not already contemplated by the bill as adopted at second reading and appears to the Chair to exceed its scope.
Finally, BQ3 amends Clause 18 of the bill by further expanding the class of persons who are eligible to be appointed as a military judge, and provided that any officers or non-commissioned members appointed to be military judges are to be released from the Canadian Armed Forces. As stated in paragraph E of its summary, the bill already expands the class of persons who are eligible to be appointed as military judges. To amend these provisions to further expand that class of persons appears to the Chair to be consistent with the legislative scheme of the bill. However, the amendment also introduces the new concept of the release from the Canadian Forces of anyone appointed as military judges. And this appears to be beyond the scope of the specific change the bill proposed to make to the Act. In the Chair's view, while these amendments may to varying degrees relate to the principles of B11, they nevertheless go beyond the legislative scheme and concepts provided for in the bill, and were correctly ruled inadmissible by the Chair of the committee as being outside its scope. Consequently, I order the aforementioned amendments, adding new clauses 2.1, 9.1, and 19.1, as well as those amending clauses 8, 9, and 18, be declared null and void and no longer form part of the bill as reported to the House. In addition, I am ordering a reprint of Bill C-11 with the removal of the inadmissible amendments. This reprinted versions will stand as the official version of the bill for consideration at report stage. I'd like to thank members for their attention.
House that because of the deferred recorded division, the time provided for government orders will be extended by 13 minutes. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills commons, consideration at report stage of Bill C-10, Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation Act.
Ruling by the Speaker. Okay. An act respecting the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation, loi concernant le comité.
An act respecting the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation.
There's one motion and amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-10. Motion number 1 will be debated and voted upon. Je vais maintenant soumettre la motion.
I will now submit motion number 1 to the House.
Mr. Ross, seconded by Mr. Jennings, moves that Bill C-10 be amended by deleting the short title. What do we do now? Where is it? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government. Oh, I'm sorry. The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I get to my comments, I'd like to draw the attention to Cancer Awareness Day in honor of my younger sister, my mother, and all those fighting this horrible disease, and the support team that help out those that are trying to fight the cancer. So we're talking about the government actually trying to create a new position which should be titled Treaty Commissioner. And the rationale for this is that somehow this will give accountability to the government implementing and honoring the modern-day treaties that have been signed, mainly in BC, negotiated BC for the last 30 years, 40 years, and I've got the honor of one treaty in my riding, the Niska Treaty, 20 years old, and yet they still can't get the federal government to cooperate as a treaty partner, as outlined in the treaty itself. I've also got 2 First Nations that are up for ratification, the Kitsillas First Nation and Kits and Kalem. They are actually going through the ratification stage right now in BC. But they're going to face the same problems that Niska, Tsawwassen, Manulth, and other First Nations are experiencing right now in modern-day treaties, in that they can't get Canada to the table to participate as a modern-day treaty in partnership with Canada. Now, this Liberal government seems to wants the world to think that if you create a treaty commissioner, there will be accountability, and Canada will then get to the table and cooperate with these First Nations who have signed treaties, modern-day treaties. But what they'll forget to tell you is that this issue is 20 years old. It comes back annually. There have been reports, endless reports, even to the point where the Government of Canada themselves created a document called the Cabinet Directive on the Federal Approach to Modern Treaty Implementation. They've got headings called Roles and Responsibilities, Deputy Minister's Oversight Committee, Modern Treaty Implementation Office, evaluation on the directive itself. On top of that is the expected rhetoric that the government will ensure that they are aware of, understand, and fulfill their department's obligations pursuant to all modern treaties in effect. Sounds good, except they don't do it. The treaty itself is supposed to be a document that says Canada, BC, and First Nations shall work together in key areas. A First Nation gives up its asserted rights and title and comes into a constitutionally protected document, agreement, in good faith, in the spirit that the First Nation signs a treaty will walk beside Canada, BC, and help build Canada together. The First Nations are there. They want to implement. They want to build, not just for their own First Nation, but for Canada overall. So who's missing? Canada. In fact, when you think about this document, the Cabinet Directive on the Federal Approach to Modern Treaty Implementation, where did that document come from? It came from another document. It came from Canada's Collaborative Modern Treaty Implementation Policy. And this has more headings than the first document I showed you. It goes into length ad nauseum in terms of how Canada this year will commit to implementing the treaties that they've signed with First Nations. They've got the regular rhetoric, the message from the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations. They've got the purpose. They got the context, the interpretation, the application, the principles guiding the timely, effective, full implementation of modern treaties, advancing objectives of modern treaties, direction to public servants, meaning every single ministry under the federal government that is tasked with working with their counterparts in these Treaty First Nations, they've been directed to do a job. There's a heading on legislative policy and program design considerations, monitoring, evaluation, and review, commitments to further work on essential components of this policy. Then you got the annexes, intergovernmental relationships, intergovernmental leaders forum, intergovernment policy circle, accountability and oversight. All these documents, all these announcements that come up year after year over 30 years, simply to state one thing: Canada is not living up to its obligations that they signed on to with these modern-day treaties. So is it any wonder that the First Nations will take anything that will show accountability to the First Nations have already signed it? Now, there's already mechanisms in this place that actually speak to the accountability. There's already entities outside of this House that speak to the accountability that should be there, but isn't. We've got the Auditor General and his report on saying whether or not this government is living up to its commitments and obligations under the treaty. We've got that. In BC, we've got the BC Treaty Commission. The keeper of the process is how they refer to it. And then now we've got every single department under the federal government that is supposed to be held accountable and should be sending reports to this government, to the cabinet, on why they are or are not living up to these commitments. We've logged down massive amounts of forests to produce all this paperwork, just for the simple issue of saying we want to work with First Nations who've signed a treaty, that have given up their Aboriginal rights and title. The one example that comes to mind, the biggest example that comes to mind, is the Niska, who's in my territory, and they wanted to be respected as a treaty partner. They take pride in their treaty. Not only is it a form of independence that they're still working on, but they thought they'd be walking side by side with the federal and provincial government. Not so, according to the Niska. On Bill C-48, the tanker ban, the Niska urged the government that the moratorium must not be introduced. The tanker ban should not be introduced before the implications on their nation and their treaty was well understood. And more importantly, that the moratorium should not cover Niska Treaty lands, Niska Treaty territory. Now, the Niska, to be clear, were not supporting a tanker ban. They were not for it. They weren't against it. They just felt that they were owed a higher level duty of consultation when Canada was proposing this. They didn't get it. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to close with this, because this is bringing me back to the days of the BC legislature, in which I warned the BC legislature not to play games with Aboriginal issues. Whether you were talking about the case law, whether you were talking about UNDRIP, and now BC is chaos. I give the same warning to this House. You should not play games with Aboriginal issues, or else you are going to see the chaos, the confusion get built on in terms of what we're seeing in BC right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to respond quickly to the member's last comments, I can assure him, whether it's the Prime Minister or members of the government benches, you will find that we will not play games with Indigenous people. Indigenous people are, in fact, nation in which we are obligated to work with. The legislation that is being proposed, C10, I believe, establishing the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation, is something that is being relatively well received. And I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts in terms of the principles of the legislation as proposed and the general feeling of the Indigenous communities that he represents, but also beyond the province of BC.
Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And with all due respect, you are playing games with Aboriginal issues. Not the Speaker, through the Speaker, to the member of the Liberal government. You are playing games. You've got 20 years of reports. You've got the Canada's Collaborative Modern Treaty Implementation Policy that you have not implemented. Out of that, you've got the Cabinet Directive on the federal approach to modern-day treaty implementation that you have not implemented. So you are playing.
Just going to interrupt the member. Just a reminder to the member to speak through the chair, not directly to the other member that he's referring to, and to find another way to word it when using the you. We're always speaking through the speaker, not directly to the speaker. As the member finished his statement. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand my colleague when he says that we shouldn't be playing games. Not playing games at all when it comes to the implementation of treaties. Canada's history shows that the federal government is very rarely sensitive to minorities, be they Indigenous or Quebecers, but there is a certain consensus. We would be ready to move forward with C10 at this stage. What should be amended in C10, according to my colleagues, so that it would be acceptable for the Conservatives?
Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
I'm not sure if there's any amendment that you can propose that will actually breathe life into these agreements. These announcements. It's all there in black and white. It's detailed. It's so detailed, right down to the last letter. Creating another position to implement what they should have been doing right from day one it's just giving the First Nations and the Canadian public a false sense of security, or even accomplishment for that matter.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. The Wet'suwet'en issue, many Canadians were captivated by what was happening in their territory, where a pipeline was being blocked, a project was being blocked. Well, I met Hereditary Chief Teresa Tate Day. She came to me and said, Bob, 80% of us in the Wet'suwet'en really support this project, elected chiefs and hereditary chiefs, and there was a small group of hereditary chiefs that were opposed to the project. Guess which group that the minister from this Liberal government actually was sent out to negotiate with? It was only the people that were in opposition to the project. And I think, we talk about in good faith. Does the member from Skeena Bulkley Valley think the Liberals really do want to work in good faith with First Nations?
The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you to the member for that question. And no, I don't think this Liberal government is sincere. Otherwise, why would we need a treaty commissioner? When it's already laid out in a number of agreements, a number of announcements, and the treaty itself says that they've got to be partnering up on these clauses in each treaty. And we had the games in the BC legislature as well. An ex-minister from this place was actually hired by the BC NDP to settle out that pipeline blockade issue. And we couldn't see the report because the report was deemed as an oral report. So we still don't know what the consequences of that was.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I want to acknowledge, with respect, that we're gathered on the ancestral lands of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people, and these territories are unceded and unsurrendered, and they have been places of meeting and exchange for centuries. Je suis conscient que le Parlement lui-même est depuis.
I'm aware that Parliament has often been a place where agreements are negotiated. It is particularly opportune to come back to this history and examine this history as we are studying a bill that sees how Canada acquits itself from its obligations and its commitments with Indigenous peoples.
Rise today to speak in support of Bill C-10 and act to create a commissioner for modern treaty implementation. And Mr. Speaker, the path towards reconciliation has never been simple. That said, treaties, both historic and modern, have shaped and will continue to shape the relationship between the Crown and Indigenous peoples, and as such are vital to reconciliation efforts. Modern treaties in particular are essential to this work. These constitutional agreements emerged in the 1970s as Canada sought to address unresolved land claims through negotiated agreements rather than prolonged litigation. Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the member for Skinny-Bulkley Valley, who comes from the great region of the Nisga'a, who were among the early signers onto a modern treaty. And many Yukon First Nations were also at the forefront of the push for modern treaties. In 1973, Elijah Smith and a delegation of Yukon chiefs went to Ottawa to meet with the Prime Minister of Canada to present the historic document, Together Today for Our Children Tomorrow. And this document was among the first land claim proposals to be accepted by the Government of Canada under its new comprehensive land claims policy, and the negotiation of modern treaties in the Yukon began shortly thereafter. Ces accords visent à apporter clarté et sécurité juridique.
These agreements seek to reduce conflict, promote economic development, and show all the conditions for governments. It was designed to put aside grievances of the past and to rectify them and to have good frameworks for the future.
For modern treaty nations across Canada. At present, there are 27 self-governing nations operating under modern treaties. In the Yukon today, 11 out of 14 First Nations are governed by such agreements. And taken together, these agreements cover a significant portion of Canada's land and sea mass, particularly in the north. They involve thousands of specific obligations and engage more than 30 federal departments and agencies. And this scale and complexity makes effective implementation essential. They also make coordination challenging. The Yukon stands as a strong example of what modern treaties can achieve. Yukon First Nations exercise lawmaking authority, manage lands and resources, and deliver programs and services in accordance with their agreements. At the same time, the Yukon's experience demonstrates a clear lesson. Even well-designed treaties require consistent and coordinated federal follow-through if they're able to fully achieve their intent. Implementation is not automatic. It requires sustained attention, institutional knowledge, and accountability over time.
It is in this context that Bill C-10 should be understood. The legislation is timely. It builds upon previous efforts and moves farther than earlier proposals. It represents a concrete step forward on the continuing path towards reconciliation. Bill C-10 was carefully studied by the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, of which I am a member. The committee heard testimony from 27 witnesses representing self-governing First Nations across Canada. After clause-by-clause consideration, the committee returned the bill to the House without amendment up to now.
Unanimous. And this outcome speaks to the strength and consistency of the evidence heard at committee. Witnesses from across the country spoke clearly about the need for an independent body dedicated to modern treaty implementation. They emphasized that existing mechanisms have not been sufficient to address systemic and recurring challenges. Mr. Speaker, I found the testimony of Grand Chief Mathia Alatini of the Council of Yukon First Nations particularly compelling. Yukon First Nations were again among the earliest modern treaty partners in Canada, and their experience offers important insight. The Grand Chief explained that although modern treaties clearly define obligations, the absence of an independent body to track progress has allowed unresolved issues to persist for long periods. Treaty nations are often required to raise the same concerns repeatedly with limited resolution. She emphasized that the proposed commissioner would not reopen agreements or disrupt existing processes. Rather, the office would elevate unresolved implementation issues, provide objective assessment, and help restore momentum where progress has stalled. Une témoin de la nation Naskapi de Québec.
Witnesses from the Naskapi Nation in Quebec said that modern treaties are very important, especially for evolution of federal government policies, and it's also important for the economic and social development of involved communities. A treaty that was signed in the 70s can now be finalized properly, but it is essential to oversee this implementation and to remember the spirit of the treaty, as well as the context in which it was signed. She said how important it is to have a modern treaty commissioner to oversee this work to ensure that expectations meet the current situation, all while honoring the commitments which have been made.
Members have raised thoughtful questions during the committee study, including whether a new commissioner was necessary and whether the Office of the Auditor General could fulfill this role. Witnesses addressed these questions directly. They explained that while the Auditor General has strong investigatory powers, its work necessarily spans the entire federal government. Reviews of modern treaty implementation have therefore been broad and episodic. Modern treaty implementation, by contrast, requires continuous attention, subject matter expertise, and institutional memory. A dedicated commissioner would complement existing oversight bodies rather than duplicating them by bringing continuous attention and this institutional memory to this work. En fin de compte, le projet de loi.
Ultimately, the bill returned to the House without amendment. Witness testimony helped address concerns and reinforce the need for this legislation.
Mesdames et Messieurs les députés,
Honourable members, modern treaty partners across Canada are calling for action. They are not asking for new promises. They are asking for the faithful implementation of agreements already made.
And now we must act. This bill has been years in the making. Passing it now will ensure that arguments already made are honoured in practice and would mark another meaningful step forward on the path of reconciliation. Jonathan, Mr. Speaker, McWitch, Koyanami, Ganoshish Masito.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know my colleague and friend has been a very strong advocate with regards to the whole Truth and Reconciliation file, understands and appreciates the aspects, the many different aspects in the North, especially when it comes in terms of the future potential of the North. And there is that obligation that we have as a nation. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts in regards to the Truth and Reconciliation, working towards that, how the modern treaties is a positive step forward, and how all of us benefit by having that independent advocate.
Parliamentary Secretary to Minister for Northern Arctic Affairs.
I want to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for a very important question, and this is I feel so proud as the Member of Parliament for the Yukon to be able to talk about the progress that we have seen through modern treaties. Self-governing modern treaty nations are working towards implementation. Implementation, I know, has often been frustrating, but the progress that they have as partners in everything that happens in the Yukon has been incredible to witness.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. Every one of these treaties is a contract, and every one of them is a contract between a First Nation or an Indigenous group and the Crown. And all of them have dispute resolutions. And normally when someone is in breach of a contract, they contact the other party and they say, you are in breach of this contract, and the party either says, I am or I'm not. My question is why do we need a commissioner to do this job when the Crown really should be looking at, the government should be looking at these contracts, abiding by them, and fixing their behavior if they're not?
Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Northern Arctic Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. And I do want to make a distinction, though, between a contract and a treaty. And I think, in particular, a modern treaty is a profoundly deep agreement that is often the work of years, if not decades, of putting together the right framework that is suited to that First Nation and workable within the Government of Canada. And again, there have been frustrations in implementation over the years in implementing these treaties, but on the other hand, we have seen incredible progress. So I do think that, again, I am speaking on behalf of these modern treaty nations who are asking for an independent commissioner to ensure that the spirit and the commitments of modern treaties are met by Canada.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'aimerais...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech on C10. In committee, we've often heard about how important it is to work together on this bill. Can my colleagues tell us more about how important it is to work together? Can he tell us more about the process and how the process led to this very strong bill that we have before us today? And it's strong because it was made in strong partnership. The honourable member, I thank my committee colleague for her question. She raises a very important point. It's important to underscore this. We had a previous version of this bill in the last Parliament, but this has all been co-developed with First Nations, with modern treaties, which, of course, respects the spirit and principles of this legislation. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Côte-Nord, Kawawachi-Kamash, Nitassinan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to speak today on behalf of the Bill Québécois about C10. And I would like to thank all groups who together developed this bill. 130 Indigenous groups, First Nations and Inuit groups worked together, and they have been calling for legislation like this for decades. I would also like to thank members of the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee who also worked together during committee study of the bill. They all worked to find ways to improve the bill. They wanted to do very thorough work because the version that was tabled in the last Parliament was different, but now we have a newer iteration. We all agree about it, and I think that we should move forward quickly. Mr. Speaker, different various Indigenous groups and partners were calling for a commissioner who could ensure accountability, transparency, generally accountability from the federal government relating to its obligations. These obligations, of course, are not considered as having been met or fulfilled, which is why we have this legislation today. Now, it may seem shocking, Mr. Speaker, because the federal government should, of course, be accountable and transparent. The federal government should take responsibility for what it does and does not do, but that is not the case. So, unfortunately, following up on the Auditor General's work, Indigenous groups had to call for a commissioner who would also work to ensure that the federal government is fulfilling its obligations. C10 is a step in the right direction. First Nations and Inuit groups have been calling for this. This is for treaty implementation. What First Nations have observed over the past decades now is that despite the fact that the federal government has an obligation to implement modern treaties, well, in reality, that's not occurring. Things take too long, and First Nations have to take their issues to the court. And a lot of money is spent, for instance, money on legal fees, all that for the government to be finally told that it does need to fulfill its obligations, which seems to be common sense. But since the government is not doing so, we need a commissioner to hold the government accountable. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois stands for self-determination. We stand for that 100%. We support all lawful, legitimate requests for self-determination. Colonialism still exists, and colonialism brutally attempted to eliminate or assimilate some nations. This is yet another way to take back control for First Nations and Inuit who are dealing with the government's inability to do its duty. We support that. We also support the fact that they can be free of the Indian Act and they can sign modern treaties to get away from that paternalistic legislation and for paternalism that has lasted for 150 years or even longer, because that has been around since before Canada itself. Now, non-Indigenous Canadians don't even think about this because it's obvious for them. Governance is about identity, culture, language, and territory. Signing these treaties will promote all of that, empowerment of First Nations to take charge of all this for themselves. They will also have more power over economic development opportunities and social development, as well as environmental protection. It's major. Signing a modern treaty makes all of that possible. It's major. It enables these groups to govern based on their values and based on what their people want. We, the Bloc Québécois, as sovereigntists, know what that's like. I want to govern myself, to be able to protect my language, my culture, and the life that I want for myself and my fellow Quebecers, the life that I want for future generations of Quebecers. So, of course, Indigenous nations and Inuit communities, we want them to have exactly the same thing. We want them to have the same opportunities for emancipation, especially from the Indian Act. I'll try to speed up. Now, beyond self-determination, I'd like to bring up an element that was raised in committee, and I found it very interesting. Many witnesses raised this. Despite the fact that treaties are ratified, when it comes to implement them, we realize that there can be many differences in interpretation of these treaties and how they're interpreted by various departments. Because, of course, there are many relevant departments: Crown Indigenous Relations, Indigenous Services. First Nations and the government work with these various departments. It will be helpful to have a commissioner who can serve as a liaison between departments and allow for uniform interpretation and understanding of these treaties. As a result, treaties can be implemented faster, more consistently, and more uniformly. There could also be more consistency and uniformity in the different steps of the implementation process. I also wanted to bring to the attention of this House a criticism which was made many times, and I've heard it in this place too. The criticism is that despite the fact that there's a commissioner, the commissioner would be a watchdog, but a watchdog that doesn't bite. So the commissioner will, of course, ensure that the government is fulfilling its treaty implementation obligations, but the commissioner will also be able to signal or report that something is not working, but will not be able to compel the government to take action. There is a report which will be tabled before the House, but then it will be up to the executive branch to take action. So this bill is not the be-all and end-all solution, but the principle behind the bill and the principle behind all of this is laudable and necessary. We hope that this will push the government and put pressure on the government so that they choose, because this is a matter of choosing, of will. I hope that they will choose and want to implement treaties diligently, quickly, and in the best interests of Indigenous groups. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I wish to reiterate the Bloc Québécois position. We support the bill, but as we've said, of course we support this. We want there to be a commissioner, but we don't want to have to appoint a commissioner in addition to the Auditor General just to ensure that the government is fulfilling its obligations. We don't want to have to be doing this. Now, this is, of course, not surprising, but the government should do what it's supposed to do, what is mandatory for it to do, yet here we are forced to set up a commissioner position so that the government will be accountable. So I hope that the government will support this legislation, respect it, and that way perhaps the commissioner will not have to follow up on the government's action.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee colleague. I thank her for all of her work on this bill. I know that my colleague made many comments and had many points to make. Can she tell us more about committee testimony we heard from Quebec's First Nations? Can she tell us more about what they had to say about the implementation of modern treaties and about those groups' frustration with the lack of follow-up and commitment by the government when it comes to these modern treaties? The Honourable Member for Côte-Nord-Kawawashikamash-Nitassinan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are already 3 modern treaties in Quebec. These treaties were signed several decades ago. As for what we heard in committee, these groups are frustrated because they're fighting on an uneven playing field against the federal government. They have to take their problems to the courts to ensure that their rights are upheld, even though the government is the one not doing what it's supposed to be done. This is a waste of time and money. And this money could be used by First Nations, be it for education, be it for healthcare, rather than them having to spend this money on legal action against the federal government for the federal government to just do what it's supposed to be doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my Bloc colleague for her speech. With regards to Bill C-10, Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation Act, there is a concern about creating a new office. It is an extra layer of bureaucracy and cost, not a guarantee of meaningful change. With this concern, I was wondering if the Bloc Québécois have similar concerns about how the Liberal government will add bureaucracy and cost. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Côte-Nord-Kawawashikamash. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we mentioned it at committee on several occasions. We said earlier what we would like, well, we wouldn't have to have this commissioner if the government fulfilled its obligations. So this would be a watchdog without teeth. The commissioner would not have any binding powers. So perhaps this is just wishful thinking, but we need the government to fulfill its obligations, and then we wouldn't need a commissioner. But I think it's good to underscore this extra layer. But the First Nations do hope to have this position so that we can put pressure on the government and try to move things forward faster. We'll see what will happen, and then we'll come back to this House, perhaps to give the commissioner more teeth, or if things didn't work, we'll see what we need to do so that treaties are truly implemented. Thank you.
Comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. It's always interesting and important and relevant to hear her. And I've also noted that in this bill, there is an issue that seems to be fundamental. We shouldn't have to have legislation for the government to do its job and to ensure that these treaties are implemented. But I've noted at the same time that Commission will not have any teeth or power to sanction. So does my colleague think there's a link between these two things? The government has to adopt legislation to have oversight on its action. At the same time, it seems uncomfortable to give the person who's overseeing them teeth. The honourable member for Côte-Nord, Coquitlam. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Of course. Well, that's interesting. But if I put myself in the place of the government, perhaps I would prefer for the commissioner not to have teeth. But they still do have obligations, and I hope that the government will be responsible and fulfill them. But I agree with my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord. Of course, when you vote for a bill, you hope that things, if they don't fulfill the responsibilities, things won't be too hurtful.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Udlukut, Tanzi, hello, bonjour. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I want to acknowledge that Canada's Parliament is located on the unceded and unsurrendered traditional territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin people. To understand the opportunity before us today, we need to look honestly at the history that brought us here. For centuries, treaties have been the foundation of that relationship. In the 18th century, the peace and friendship treaties were meant to restore stability after conflict. Later, treaties signed after 1763 opened much of this country to non-Indigenous settlement in exchange for specific rights and benefits, such as annuities, reserve lands, and commitments. These agreements, now known as the historic treaties, were followed by decades of colonial policies. We acknowledge those truths as part of our shared journey of reconciliation. A new era began in 1973 with the Supreme Court of Canada's decision in the Calder case. The Nisga'a Tribal Council sought recognition of their title to their homelands. After the case was dismissed on a technicality, the court affirmed that Aboriginal title existed before colonialization. That recognition pushed Canada to create its first lands claim policy. The shift set the stage for the first modern treaty, the 1975 James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement. The Cree and Inuit negotiated this agreement after Hydro-Quebec attempted to develop their lands without consultation. The treaty acknowledged their rights and created a new model for treaty making in Canada. In 1982, the Constitution affirmed the rights of Indigenous peoples and recognized that future agreements, including modern treaties, would continue to define those rights. Yet challenges persist. The 1996 report of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal People found that Canada lacked the structures needed to oversee treaty implementation, and the recommendation to create an implementation office to support the renewed relationship. For over 20 years, calls for stronger oversight grew louder. In 2003, the Land Claims Agreements Coalition was formed, and shortly thereafter began to advocate for an independent oversight body. In 2008, the Standing Senate Committee on Aboriginal Peoples urged the government to work with Indigenous partners to establish an independent commission through legislation to oversee the implementation of modern treaties. That history and effort that began over 20 years ago is what led to the co-development process that produced the legislation before us here today. At the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, during study of Bill C-10, Indigenous leaders described how these long-standing challenges continue to show up in practice. Chief Troy Sam, Chief Councillor of Kitsum-Kalum Band Council, reminded that implementation is not theoretical. It affects on-the-ground decisions regarding land, resources, and governance every day. Nicole Rempel of Comox First Nation highlighted that implementation determines whether governance functions effectively and whether economic development can move forward with confidence, underscoring the importance of predictability and addressing issues early. These stories reflect a pattern seen across modern treaty nations. While commitments are negotiated in good faith, there is still work to do to strengthen consistency in how they're implemented and to fully realize their intended benefits. In March 2023, Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada began a focused co-development effort with modern treaty partners. Much of this work took place through the Modern Treaty Implementation Policy Working Group, which brought together representatives from most of the 27 modern treaties and federal officials. Partners who preferred other engagement methods were consulted, and their concerns were using their own chosen approaches. Key principled guidance guided this work together. The Commissioner was designed to be an independent body that reports to Parliament and hold government to account, with a mandate focused specifically on modern treaties. It's grounded in independence, objectivity, impartiality, and expert knowledge, with the authority to require departments to provide the information necessary to carry out its mandate. In terms of scope, the Commissioner was designed to address persistent challenges in awareness, understanding, and action on modern treaty implementation across all federal departments and agencies by providing independent and expert oversight. The Commissioner would provide whole-of-government independent oversight to improve awareness, understanding, and action across the federal public service of modern treaty obligations, objectives, and relationships. To support this, the Commissioner's core functions include reviews, performance audits, and briefings. That's why the structure of the Commissioner matters. The role was designed to be independent, with the ability to look across departments, identify and analyze systemic issues, and provide clear public reporting to Parliament. Grounded in this co-development design and shared set of principles, the next step was to move forward with establishing the Commissioner. At the second annual Intergovernmental Leaders Forum in May of 2024, the Prime Minister announced the intention to establish an independent oversight body led by a Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation, an agent of Parliament. This marked a significant shift in the modern treaty relationship, reflecting a shared commitment to accountability and partnership. Following that announcement, the draft legislative proposal was shared with more than 130 partners, including modern treaty partners, group negotiating modern treaties, self-government partners, national Indigenous organizations, regional organizations, provincial, territorial governments, and others. The goal was simple: ensure that every partner with an interest in the Commissioner's work had the opportunity to engage on this legislation. The consultations took place between May and July of 2024, and in total, more than 100 proposed changes were submitted. Several themes emerged. Indigenous partners must be involved in the Commissioner's work at the same level as federal institutions. Stronger consultation requirements were needed throughout the legislation, including with the independent review process. The Commissioner's mandate needed to clearly include agreements that support modern treaties, such as self-government and fiscal arrangements. These insights shape the proposed legislation before us. Partners have been clear in their support. Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated stated that creation of the Commissioner demonstrates a real step towards genuine collaboration from Canada. The Tilikuk government said, "This is an exciting moment that our hard work has actually paid off." The Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations met with modern treaty leadership to review the revisions. Partners expressed strong support and urged Canada to move forward quickly. Legislation to create a Commissioner was introduced in October 2024, and although prorogation of Parliament paused the legislative process, Indigenous modern treaty partners consistently called for the reintroduction of this legislation. They want this legislation passed. They helped build it, and they see it as a major step forward in strengthening the treaty relationship. At committee, Indigenous leaders spoke favorably about the proposed legislation. They positively described the co-development process. They emphasized that the bill reflects decades of advocacy. They spoke about the Commissioner's ability to strengthen relationships, improve coordination across departments, and help prevent disputes from escalating to litigation. They also highlighted the importance of a whole-of-government approach and the need for consistent, specialized oversight, something the Auditor General, with a broad mandate, cannot provide. These perspectives reflect a shared belief that the Commissioner is a needed institution, one that modern treaty partners have consistently called for over the past 2 decades. Mr. Speaker, this legislation represents a key milestone. It responds to more than 20 years of calls from modern treaty partners for greater accountability and oversight. It delivers on our commitment in Canada's collaborative modern treaty implementation policy. It reflects the combined co-development efforts of Canada and modern treaty partners, and it strengthens the foundation for a renewed relationship between the Crown and Indigenous people. Modern treaties drive social, cultural, and economic growth. They are a key thread in Canada's constitutional fabric. They create economic opportunities for Indigenous partners and for all people in Canada, including on projects relevant to the One Canadian Economy Act, which integrated Indigenous leadership into national infrastructure and climate planning. They're essential to building a stronger, more resilient country. Today, we have the opportunity to honor those commitments, Mr. Speaker. I ask members of this House to vote yes on this legislation. Miigwech, merci, thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her speech. I just have a really simple yes or no question for her, and it is this. Would this Commissioner be necessary at all if her department simply lived up to its treaty obligations?
Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
I thank the member opposite for her question, and I believe that Crown Indigenous Relations and all departments in this government, they're doing the work of implementing these modern treaties to the best of their extent. However, there are numerous modern treaties. There are risks being even more significant modern treaties or new ones signed. We need help to do the work effectively.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs.
I want to thank my colleague on INAN Committee for her speech, and I wanted, based on the testimony, her experience through this process, how she distinguishes the role of an independent Modern Treaty Commissioner versus an Auditor General. Because certainly the most frequent objection that we hear from members of the opposition party are that this is just adding another layer of bureaucracy. So I think it would be helpful to make that distinction. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
I thank my colleague for the important question. And exactly that, I think that what we have seen repeatedly through the testimony that we heard was the need for this independent, distinctive body that has the knowledge and expertise to oversee the implementations of these modern treaties. I mean, furthermore, the Auditor General is on to one review and then to the next audit and to the next audit. An independent commissioner tasked with only modern treaties and looking at those will also be able to help educate departments across government that all have obligations to follow through, and that ongoing relationship and communication between departments, between the commissioner, I think will really help to realize the full extent of these treaties.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to, here's a list of the current agencies that we have. The Modern Treaties Implementation Office, the Assessment of Modern Treaty Implications Office, the Performance Management Framework, the Modern Treaty Management Environment Office, the Deputy Minister's Oversight Committee, and the Reconciliation Secretariat. We also have the Auditor General reports. How does this new commissioner solve any problems other than creating more reports that 7 offices already generate? Here's a radical idea. Maybe the Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister enforce these offices to just do their job.
I recognize the Parliamentary Secretary. Just remind the members not to use props in the chamber. The Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Indigenous Services.
I thank my colleague for his question. And as we've heard, despite the efforts currently in place, there seems to be systemic issues that we are trying to resolve. With the implementation of a specific commissioner tasked solely with educating government departments about the implications of treaties and their implementation, what's needed, that ongoing oversight, conversation and development and education across the board, I think will really help to put the necessary resources in the right places in order to move these things forward.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, we've seen it's important to implement these modern treaties. We know it's important in some way, although we find C10 disappointing. But this legislation does set up a commissioner's office so it can make recommendations and table reports. But this commissioner doesn't have any teeth. But I'd like to know, in practical and ethical terms, can my colleague explain what the consequences are for the government if it decides not or to ignore the commissioner's recommendations? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think what sets the commissioner apart in this situation is the follow-up of these treaties. They're going to make sure there's ongoing dialogue in terms of the follow-up in the case of each of these treaties, whereas in other cases, there's a report, they just move on to the next one. There's no ongoing follow-up so that the government's aware of its responsibilities, and we're making real progress in this respect. Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I'd like to inform the House that the questions we raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni, Natural Resources, and the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, International Development.
Resuming debate, reprise débat, l'honorable député Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent, Akiwangat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I have the great pleasure and honour of representing the people of my riding who have put their trust in me. And I'm very proud to have Wandake in my riding and to represent them here at the House of Commons. And I also represent them at the National Assembly in Quebec. And I'm very proud to speak today to this bill that directly concerns the First Nations. And as you'll see in my speech, the great chief of the Wendat in the 1970s played a key role in what we're talking about today. So, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about the creation of a commissioner for modern treaty implementation. And modern treaties are agreements which have been in place for some 50 years between the First Nations and government authorities at provincial and federal levels. And I'd like to reassure everyone, particularly First Nations, we are 100% in agreement with modern treaties. In fact, when the Right Honourable Stephen Harper held the confidence of Canadians, on 5 occasions, the Harper government signed modern treaties. And then in the following years, under a government that said that there's nothing more important than its relationship with the First Nations, there were no modern treaties signed with First Nations. But, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the Liberal government under Trudeau liked to talk the talk, but they had no concrete action. And modern treaties help with economic development with First Nations, but there was nothing under Justin Trudeau, but there were 5 under Stephen Harper. I have serious reservations concerning the creation of this modern treaty commissioner position. And for this bill, the member for Montmorency-Charlevoix, I can't say if he's behind me because we can't say if members are in the chamber, but this honourable member fully pointed out last November that with respect to this bill, we have enough bureaucracy in Canada. We don't want to add another layer. Over the past 10 years, there's over 110,000 new public servants that have been created, and they've spent $20 billion on consultations, this government. So we think we should not add further red tape to this government in terms of the relationship with First Nations, even because we already have several elements in place for treaties and follow-up. We don't need to create a new layer of red tape and of new administrative burden because First Nations are our partners. They are partners in prosperity, and that's why we need to encourage modern treaty creations for First Nations, for their development, just like we do for all of Canada's development.
Let us remember how all this began, these modern treaties. I think that Quebec was a laboratory for the situation in the 50s. Hydroelectricity started and knew the biggest growth that it has since. Hydroelectric dams were built between 1953 and 1956, and then in 1956, Hydro-Quebec was asked to make the Outarde and Manicouagan rivers powerhouses of hydroelectricity. And this is part of Quebec's pride. Manic 5, that started in 1958, and all of these projects were on indigenous land. But imagine, at the time, there was absolutely nothing, no agreement with First Nations. People turned up, they dug, they had their machinery, they built their dam. Thank you, good night. Nothing for First Nations. Only in 1965 did Premier Jean Lesage offer compensation for the nation near Manic 5. They gave them $150,000. Thank you, good night, once again. And that's how things used to work back then. In 1971, Mr. Speaker, the project of the century came up. The Liberal Premier, Robert Bourassa, in 1971, said he will start the Bay James development, where they were going to double Quebec's hydroelectric potential with a $5 billion project. Everything's great, let's go. But once again, no consultations, nothing with First Nations. There was a young Cree leader, Billy Diamond, at the time. He raised the issue, and he federated Crees throughout Quebec with the support of the Quebec Indigenous Association, the leader of which was the leader of the Wendat's. They bring it to court, and on the 15th of November, a very important day for Quebec, not the 15th of November 1976, 1973, a Justice Malouf of the Quebec courts, rules in favor of the Cree and says we have to stop the Bay James development immediately. That was a bombshell. For the first time, a justice recognized that Indigenous rights had to be respected in a specific project. The appellate court, 1 week later, reverses this decision while saying that there needs to be discussions between the government and the First Nations. And that's when real discussions began. But some people were still critical. Many people were saying, well, it's all well and good, but some said, we won't allow Indigenous people to hamper Quebec's economic growth. But it wasn't a question of doing that. It was a question of creating richness and wealth for everyone, so that everyone can contribute and so that everyone can benefit from it, whilst respecting the rights, century or millennial rights of Indigenous people living on the land. And that's why in 1975 there was the Bay James Convention. Some people say it was on the 11th of November. Some people will say that it was on the 15th of November, 1976, but it was in November. November is a great month for what we're talking about today. And Mr. Speaker, this was the first agreement, the first modern treaty. After that, there have been others. We understand that this first agreement, 50 years later, is being celebrated. Why? Because the government recognized the importance of First Nations. They offered $225 million for the 20 years to come, but they also gave the tools necessary to the development of the people living there, develop themselves in a social capacity, in education, but also for creating wealth and industry. And that's what we see now in all communities, in many Indigenous communities rather. There is a spirit of entrepreneurship that is much stronger than what existed in the past. And what allowed this to be is the coming of modern treaties. There have been 26 such treaties since the Bay James Convention. 5 were done so under the Harper government, and unfortunately, over the last 10 years, there have been nothing. There has been nothing. There should be other treaties. We need more development hand in hand with Indigenous peoples. And I would like to remind everyone that I'm proud to represent the people of Wendake. Historically speaking, Mr. Speaker, the Wendat have always been traders. And this before the arrival of Europeans, but also after the Europeans arrived. The Wendat have always been noted as being entrepreneurs. And today I'm very proud to say that 150 companies are in Wendake. This nation has commitments with other partners, private partners, like Structure BNS, BL, it could be Emosar, Wendat Construction, or the Museum Hotel. These are examples that show that the Wendake are the pride of my region and of Canada. That shows that we can and we must work together hand in hand for the prosperity of our country, for the prosperity of First Nations. It can be done, it must be done through modern treaties. So let us continue to do it well, but let's allow First Nations especially to develop their full potential for their heritage and for the economy.
Question et commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, the legislation is actually very straightforward. I think that there's a general feeling that's there within the different communities, but in particular Indigenous communities, from what I understand, that see the real true value of modern day treaty implementation agreements, and having a commissioner that is truly independent, that reports back to Parliament. There's checks and balances in place to ensure that we, as a government, move forward on such an important and critical file to the nation. And my understanding is the principle that the Conservative Party is taking on the issue is that they don't believe there is a need for an independent commissioner. Is that correct?
Honourable for Louis Saint-Laurent, Akiamourac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Winnipeg for his question. Very interesting one, by the way. Because, yes, we do support traité moderne. I don't know how you say that in English, but traité moderne. We do support that all the way. And we need more that kind of treaty. What we're opposing is to have another level of bureaucracy with the commissioner. I think we have all the people involved in this government right now to get involved in that and to be sure that they can do the job that you want to have for the commissioner, while we don't have to create it. And let me remind you, Mr. Speaker, that in 1960s, the Liberal Party was on the side to cancel the Indian Act and to cancel the Indian reserve system under Pierre Elliott Trudeau. And finally, they backtrack on that. They didn't do that. And Jean Chrétien, a former Prime Minister, at that time he was Indian Affairs Minister. This is the way we identify the minister. And he gave 500...
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have a simple question for him. This new red tape, would it be necessary if the government and the minister respected commitments incumbent upon him through the treaties? The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, what a joy, what honour to respond in French to that excellently spoken sentence. I have a lot of respect and esteem for my colleague from British Columbia. I can't say if she's here or not, but I always love it when I work with her. The question had to do with the commissioner. Yes, I always believe that we don't need a commissioner. Public servants that already exist are perfectly capable of doing the work and of making sure that modern treaties are followed up on. But we need them in the first place, and that's why we're asking this government to actually move forward, to create real projects, to have real results, rather than just having blah, blah, blah.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague here, seeing as we sit on the Public Accounts Committee together, and that committee is ultimately there to make account of the taxpayer dollars, does he believe, or what are his thoughts on spending $10.6 million over the next 4 years of taxpayer money to do the job that Parliamentary Secretary, Minister, and 6 other agencies currently do, or should be doing?
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent, Camelrac.
To thank my colleague for Hamilton, and his question is right on the target, Mr. Speaker. We spend too much money right now, so this is why we can invest all that money where we need it. We don't have to hire other people and to create another level of bureaucracy. Millions of dollars can be invested for the First Nation, for the development of the First Nation, instead of for the development of bureaucracy.
We have time for a short question. Usually MPs have to be in their spot, but the MP for Mirabel. I didn't get an answer from the Liberals from my question. Through this bill, the government implements an office of the Commissioner, the decisions of which won't be binding. So, if the government doesn't respect the Commissioner's recommendations, what will the consequences be? The honourable member in 15 sentences. Well, that's exactly why we are against the creation of a new layer of bureaucracy. What they need, what Indigenous people need, is working better hand in hand to create more wealth for them. We want to have a greater number of modern treaties, but for that we need real projects and real results.
Reprise de débat, the honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'm very happy to represent Nunavut on this side of the House. I was a parliamentarian when this bill was originally tabled in the 44th Parliament as C-77, so I do have some history with this bill. And I'd like to also acknowledge that we are on unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Anishinaabe people of these lands. This bill is such an important bill because it's a bill that was co-developed with modern treaty organizations. Indigenous modern treaty partners have worked hard to get this bill to the state. They have sought independent oversight and accountability mechanisms of the federal government to modern treaty implementation. We must honor their work, and we must do what we can to get this bill passed. The modern treaty holders deserve to have their work reflected in the work we do as parliamentarians. Canada is currently implementing 27 modern treaties. Of these 27 modern treaties, 6 include a comprehensive land claim settlement agreement. 1 includes only self-government provisions and is unrelated to any land claim, and 20 address both a comprehensive land claim and self-government in some way. This is an important bill because of the accountability that would be sought, and it would ensure federal government meets its treaty obligations. Modern treaties are a constitutionally entrenched commitment between Crown and Indigenous partners to build true nation-to-nation, Inuit Crown, and government-to-government relationships. An independent commissioner with audit and reporting powers could hold government departments to account and overcome long-standing inertia in treaty implementation. The commissioner will be important to ensure a nonpartisan oversight. Bill C-10 is important because it advances reconciliation and self-determination through oversight and accountability of the federal government. Modern treaties create stability and predictability over rights, lands, and interests. The creation of the Commission will help ensure better and timelier treaty implementation. It could reduce legal disputes and uncertainty, enabling Indigenous economic participation. I am disappointed to hear the Conservative trend to diminish the important work of the modern treaty partners that co-developed this bill. Creating the commissioner is not just about creating bureaucracy. It is an added mechanism to ensure reconciliation. Just like in public safety, there is not only one office that ensures it. We don't only rely on the RCMP. We don't only rely on CSIS. We don't only rely on municipal law enforcement. That is the same for reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Reconciliation cannot only be completed by one department of the Government of Canada. Monitoring implementation cannot only be done by the Auditor General of Canada. As an agent of Parliament, the independence of the office will be crucial to ensure that modern treaty nations and governments have a means to strengthen their relationship while avoiding legal action. Modern treaty holders have said at committee that the only recourse they have to seek legal action. We all know how costly these legal actions become. Ensuring that there's a better way to to have modern treaty partners work with government departments through the Commissioner will help to strengthen relationships so that the Commissioner, as an independent oversight body, one that does not have party affiliations, will help ensure that the independence reported by the Commissioner at this Parliament have records and debates about the important work that Commissioner will do. The Commissioner's work will cover all federal activities related to modern treaty implementation. This includes work tied to the treaties themselves, as well as associated self-government agreements or related arrangements. The Commissioner will focus on whether federal action aligns with three core principles. Number one, strengthen relationships with treaty partners. 2, advance the obligations and objectives outlined in agreements. And 3, uphold the honor of the Crown through timely and effective implementation. Reviews are the Commissioner's most flexible tool. It is fit for purpose, which means they can examine many things, including a single federal activity, how multiple departments act on a shared obligation, recurring issues raised by one or multiple modern treaty partners, or systemic barriers that appear across agreements. As has been mentioned by others in this House, NTI Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated has worked in partnership with the Land Claims Coalition to ensure that this bill has been introduced, and I commend them for their work to ensure that Inuit rights based on the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement are being implemented, and we must do what we can to ensure that the many modern treaty holders who's worked hard are being heard, and I appreciate all the work that's been done. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also thank my member opposite for the speech. From that side of the House, often the Conservatives are criticized all the way back to the Harper government. During the Harper government, dealing with Indigenous treaties, the Harper government didn't need a commissioner. Why is it that this Liberal government, that they needed to add bureaucracy and costs, such as the implementation of this new commissioner? Why is this commissioner needed?
For Nunavut.
And I thank the member for his question. I do remind him that through you that the Harper government is also the same government that made huge cuts to programs that would have benefited Indigenous peoples, like the Aboriginal Healing Foundation. If those funds hadn't been cut, maybe they would not have been cut if we had had the commissioner back then. So that highlights how important the work of the commissioner is.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to start off by just complimenting the member from Nunavut.
Hear, hear.
You know, I have found her over the years to be exceptionally passionate, with a caring heart in dealing with issues in an apolitical fashion.
Absolutely.
And the contributions to the Parliament have been most impressive, and I'm looking forward to working with her on issues of such importance.
Hear, hear.
Northern Canada plays such a critical role to the future prosperity of Indigenous people, of Canada as a whole, and I'm wondering if she could just provide her thoughts in regards to why it's so important that we get it right and we continue to push to get it right and move forward.
Honourable Member from Nunavut.
Kuyanamik, to my colleague for that important question. It really is very important to get it right, because no matter what government we have, that the prominence that is given to reconciliation will always have to exist because of where Canada resides. We are on Indigenous people's lands, and we must always acknowledge. That's why it is always important to say what we do is where we continue to do our work, and the relationships that we have with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis will always have to be long-standing relationships, and advancing reconciliation will always be something that we all have to continue to keep as a priority.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires to Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to ask the member a question. When she was part of the NDP, we had spoken before. She hasn't really been the strongest supporter of natural resource projects in the north, specifically Nunavut. But I guess I would ask, knowing that how the natural resource jobs are incredibly important to residents of Nunavut, and we're seeing some of these mines develop, it's a great thing for Nunavummiut and youth. Does she say, or does she guess that adding a commissioner will actually enable more natural resource development and more jobs? Does she think it's going to be a positive for the economy of Nunavut?
Honourable Member for Nunavut.
That's a bit of a confusing question. First of all, I should always say that I've always been supportive of people, Inuit Northerners who work in the mines in Nunavut. I've not ever spoken against the workers. I do have, of course, I've always placed prominence on making sure that there's better relationships between mining companies and Inuit rights holders, Indigenous right holders. Once those relationships are strengthened, I think that we could definitely see better economic development opportunities for Inuit, for Indigenous peoples who want to remain hunters, who want to make sure that the wildlife is protected, and that we do better to combat climate change. And with the commissioner, in response to the role of the commissioner, we do need to make sure that the commissioner gets that is created, because the commissioner, as I said during my speech, will help make sure that the honor of the crown is upheld, and being able to review that is going to be such an important function. That is why we need to make sure that this bill gets passed right away.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honor to rise once again in the People's House and today to address Bill C-10 in regards to the appointing of a commissioner for modern treaty implementation. As I begin my remarks, Mr. Speaker, I can't help but think that we are yet again dealing with another announcement and yet again no results in sight type of proclamation. We continuously hear from the members on the other side the making of grand announcements and pronouncements, but really with no sincere or legitimate prospects of delivery. What we're hearing in reviewing this bill is once again a government that is high in the art of optics, but really grades low as it relates to actual deliverables and measurable results. I couldn't help but think of an old story I was told several years ago before I was elected by a gentleman who's quite astute, who follows politics in New Brunswick and nationally and has for some time. And he told me this story a few years ago, and it kind of came back to me as I was preparing remarks for this today. He said, "Now, Richard, you can always tell. There's always a tell in politics." He said, "You know, you can tell when you're being kind of set up for something." And I said, "Oh, what's that? Please do tell." And he said, "Oh, yes." He said, "Oftentimes," he says, "you know that you're being set up when in politics you hear a politician or a parliamentarian or a legislator sit you down and they hear your story, they nod their head, they show an empathetic look, and even a listening ear. They nod graciously, and they'll agree occasionally, and they'll sigh when it's appropriate to sigh, and they'll shake their head when it's appropriate to shake their head, and they'll look greatly concerned." But he said, "You can tell for sure that probably not a whole lot's going to get done that matters or consequential. Because what they'll say is, well, look, we are seized with this matter. We are laser focused on this matter. And we are absolutely consumed with this matter. In fact, it is a high priority for us to make sure that this matter is dealt with. In fact, we're so concerned with this matter that we're going to put it under active study. And we're going to establish a committee and a commission to further examine the problem that you brought to us here today." He said, "Young man, I want to assure you, as soon as a politician or a parliamentarian or a legislator begins to talk like that, I can guarantee you that your issue is not their priority." And I walked away from that meeting realizing I'd probably heard a sound lesson in politics. And how often have we heard in this House that we're laser focused on this matter? We're seized with this issue. This is of utmost priority for this government. We will put that under active study, and we'll enact another commissioner, and we'll appoint a commissioner to look at it. That commissioner has no real authority, and that commissioner doesn't have really any responsibility, but I want you to know we are seized with the issue, so take great comfort in that. And so I draw the conclusion from that matter that likely we better take this particular pronouncement with a whole lot of salt. And I further go on, Mr. Speaker, with saying to Canadians, I know our aspirations may be good in this, and our intentions may be well, but I hear, as it were, the old song of old that says what we're looking for is a little less talk and a whole lot more action. And I find myself kind of thinking of that. Oh, what we're looking for is a little RESPECT. And it's time that we had a little more respect and a little more action that's concrete and tangible and measurable and that has results and metrics to it that we can thereby determine whether they've actually implemented the grandiose response to the urgent need before the House. But I will say, Mr. Speaker, that after all of this, I've come to the conclusion that this is once again great in optics, but probably not overwhelmingly successful in outcomes. I think what we want is to get to the place where outcomes are going to be the priority of any of these types of implementations. It's one thing that we have treaties, and that's important, and they need to be respected and acted upon. And modern treaties that can be done, and we know this can happen because under the previous Conservative government, they had no less than 6 treaties that got implemented in 5 years. And believe it or not, they didn't have a commissioner. No, the Crown And the government and the minister took on their area of responsibility and implemented the treaty. Oh my land, it's an amazing concept. And I think when that concept is embraced by our dear friends on the other side of the aisle, I know that Canadians will be thrilled and satisfied with real results rather than yet another announcement of a grand commissioner and a grand commission to further examine, further illustrate, further study, and further review. Let's come up with someone who's going to take action, and that can be the government, the minister, acting upon the treaties that are agreed to get real projects done that will enhance the lives of all Canadians, our Indigenous friends, as well as all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. So I get excited about the potential when these things get enacted. But I think I, like a lot of other Canadians, view this a little bit with some skepticism when it comes to yet another proclamation of another layer of bureaucracy. We don't need another office established. We don't need another commission established. We don't need yet another person hired and more consultants hired and another grand project announced. What we need is action on what has already been laid out and put forward by many of our Indigenous friends across the country, as well as those who have great insights, provincial governments, municipal governments, those who want to, our private sector projects they'd like to have undertaken in agreement and in accordance with our Indigenous friends. So why not start to implement those good ideas rather than, let's establish another layer of government. Let's get beyond that and start enacting these things. And I think when we do, Mr. Speaker, I think then Canadians will be encouraged. And I'm going to conclude quickly, and I couldn't help but think of this. It's a famous story. It's an ancient story. It goes back some time. And as I was reflecting on my remarks today, I couldn't help but think of it. It's a story of a father who had two sons. He went to approach the first son, and he said, "Son, I need you to go take care of this and do this." And the first son, he was really matter of fact, "No, I can't do that. Sorry, I can't do it." And he ended up saying no. But the more he thought about it later, he felt bad. He repented of that and said, "I'm going to go do what's right to do." And he ended up doing it. The second son, when he was approached by the father to do it, he enthusiastically said, "Oh, yes, we're going to do this. I'll do it, Father, don't you worry." But guess what? He decided not to do it. So he said great things, but did bad things. The other didn't have the right initial response, but he took the right action. And guess which son pleased the father? Obviously the first son, even though his initial response was not good, he did the right thing in the end. And you know what? I believe our Indigenous friends and our Canadian friends from coast to coast to coast are looking to us in this House saying, I know we haven't always got it right, and I know it hasn't always been done right in the past, but let's do what's right now, turn from the things that are wrong, and take the right steps, do a lot less talking, and do a lot more walking, and get the things done that's right for Canada without another grand commission. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Question and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is actually very clear that our dear friend and colleague on the other side misses preaching at church. Because I almost enjoyed that and forgot that he talked about not consulting. And this is actually the essence of this motion. He talks about the dear friends, our Indigenous friends across Canada, yet he talked about Harper. Harper did not consult Indigenous communities when he made those cuts, and we are actually providing the opportunity to consult Canadians. As much as it was lovely to listen to him talk, I think he fails to answer to the question that we are consulting Indigenous communities across Canada. Can he talk about that? Why would he take that away from Indigenous communities that are actually asking us to be consulted to make sure that this happens?
The Honourable Member for Topic, Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a lot of respect for my colleague on the other side of the aisle as well, and enjoy our conversations. But I must say, I think what we're doing is actually, the position that we're taking is in regards to removing yet another barrier between direct communication between those who are wanting to put actions in place, wanting to get projects done. Why not have those direct consultations, those direct conversations with the ministers, the Crown, and Indigenous peoples, and then get the projects done. I just think this removes a layer of bureaucracy that is not necessary at this time.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Northumberland Clark.
This member and I share a reverence for an old book that describes a nation that when it had sins, it would take a goat out and call it and put all the sins on that goat and drive that goat out, and with it would be all the sins of the nation. Does the member see anything, an analogy here, that when this government fails to live up to their treaty obligations, they're putting this commissioner up as their scapegoat?
The Honourable Member for Tobique Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague for his question. I will say this, that in regards to scapegoating, which was an old practice for sure, scapegoating was always where someone else ended up bearing the responsibility for the sins of others. And I think what happens is we're seeing a tendency in politics of late, and that can happen in any political party, but obviously it's evidently at place here now. We can see where it's always the fault of someone else, somewhere else, some other jurisdiction, some other nation, somewhere around the world. But you know what? Real responsibility starts at home, and we must get our own house in order so that we can bring about change here, and that real responsibility is here in this House with us making the right decisions for Canadians.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from New Brunswick for that excellent speech. It's certainly been eye-opening, particularly for our members across the way, and despite the second son in that scenario that he mentioned, perhaps just being a Liberal, we know that good parents love children, whether they vote the way the parents do or whether they don't. But I wonder if the member opposite, or the member down the way, would describe just a little bit in detail why he thinks that Liberals often get so addicted to this creation of additional bureaucracy, more pushing away issues from the decision-making of Cabinet in order to deflect, and rather than take accountability for their actions and their own decisions.
The Honourable Member for Tobique Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will say this, oftentimes when there's more and more layers between the ultimate decision makers and those who are on the receiving end of those decisions, it is a means of protection, a means of shielding. I think what happens is ultimate responsibility is when we peel back the layers and say, you know what, it's time we took action and we took responsibility and we got to work. Because to delay and to further delay is to ultimately deny. What we need to do is get to where we take action and implement the treaties and the modern treaties that are going to get put in place to help infrastructure that's going to help all Canadians from coast to coast get put in place. Thank you.
Questions and comments? We have time for a short question. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Honestly, I'm quite disgusted with the mockery of the way that this debate is going. Probably being the only Indigenous member in this Parliament at the moment, it is really unfortunate to see how this speech mocks the way that how hard Indigenous partners have made to ensure that this commission can be created, and I would love an apology about how this member prefers to respect Indigenous.
I did say a short question or comment. The Honourable Member for Tobique Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, by no means was any disrespect intended, never towards our Indigenous friends. We are having a lively discussion about an implementation of a particular recommendation of government. And I will say we've had some of our Indigenous friends and colleagues from this side of the House speak very adamantly and passionately against this proposal as well. So that includes some Indigenous friends who serve in this House on this side of the House, and I'm sure they would not expect an apology.
I have a point of order from the member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Chair, I think you'll reflect that the member for Nunavut questioned the attendance of certain members in the chamber in her comment there, which wasn't a question, which is, of course, against the rules of this place.
I have a point of order for the Deputy Government House Leader on the same point of order.
Order, Mr. Speaker. The member did not mention anything of such sort. She called out what she felt was disrespectful comments from the opposite member, and she asked for an apology, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
So, I carefully listened to what the member for Nunavut was saying, and the way, order. I carefully listened to what the member for Nunavut was saying, and there is a rule in the House that says you cannot make reference to the presence or lack of presence. Order. Order. Let me finish the ruling. What the member for Nunavut said was, and there is a standing order that says you cannot make a reference to the presence or lack of presence of a member in the House of Commons. That's not what the member was referring to, my understanding. She was reflecting on a member's Indigenous ancestry, and since I, as Speaker, don't know whether the members have ancestry or don't have ancestry, I don't assume anything either. I saw nothing in her statement that infringed on the rules. Now, I do invite members to reflect on the standing orders and the fact that we shouldn't do indirectly, we can't do directly, we should always be careful to abide by the rules. I did not hear anything to violate rules. That being said, now I will invoke Standing Order 10, which says that members cannot debate with the Speaker on a ruling. And now we'll go back to resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I come to this place from the traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, Mr. Speaker, including the Snuneymuxw and the Seminis nations. We're also home to a thriving Mid-Island Métis community. Getting to know people in these communities has deepened my understanding of the interconnectedness of people to the land, the human connection we all share, and the link between our generation to both the past and the future. These concepts have been invaluable to me in shaping how I think about the work that we do here in this place. And so I rise today to speak to Bill C-10, the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation Act, in a spirit I hope all members of this House can share, a genuine commitment to reconciliation that is meaningful, reasonable, and affordable for the people that we serve. Now, while there are no modern treaties currently being implemented in my riding, that does not mean that these issues are distant from us. As we move forward together, we will need outcomes that are clear, durable, and widely understood. Most importantly, we will need to build genuine trust, not just through words, but through consistent action over time. Modern treaties aim to resolve broad claims and create long-term certainty. They're meant to provide a stable foundation for partnership, economic development, and self-determination. These are not symbolic documents. They are binding agreements negotiated in good faith that set out how land, resources, and governance will work together for generations. When Canada signs a treaty, it makes a promise. That promise must be honored. But there have been real problems in the implementation of these agreements. That is a serious concern, and it deserves a serious response. As I contemplated this debate, Mr. Speaker, I was reminded of a simple story about a village that once built a bridge across a wide river. The village people threw themselves into the task. They hired an engineer and achieved broad agreement on the design. The bridge was constructed, and when it was ready to use, the opening was celebrated by everyone because it promised to connect people and create opportunity. Satisfied with a job well done, the engineer moved on to other projects. One day, a little girl noticed some small cracks in the bridge and reported them to the village leadership, who convened a meeting to see what they should do. Some said the bridge was still strong and the cracks just needed to be filled in. Others said it needed to be replaced entirely. Committees were formed, reports were written, but the cracks were left untouched. And one day, after a heavy storm, Mr. Speaker, the bridge simply gave way. In the end, the problem was not how the bridge was built. It was with the way it was maintained. When everyone is responsible for doing something, no one is responsible. Modern treaties are meant to be that bridge. They are meant to connect people, resolve uncertainty, and create a foundation upon which opportunity can be built and realized. But if not properly implemented, no agreement can deliver the certainty or opportunity that it was designed to provide. Bill C-10 attempts to remedy that problem, Mr. Speaker, and I think all members of this House agree that Crown accountability is essential to reconciliation. We agree that Canada must meet its obligations, not just on day one, but every day. We agree that transparency matters, and we agree that reconciliation must move beyond words to real results on the ground. Where there is less agreement, Mr. Speaker, is on how best to achieve that. Bill C-10 proposes the creation of a new federal bureaucracy, headed by a commissioner to oversee the implementation of modern treaties. At first glance, that may sound like a practical solution. But when we look more closely, we have to ask a simple question. Will this actually cause the federal government to fulfill its treaty obligations? Or will it create yet another layer of bureaucracy, mired in paperwork and backlogs, without delivering the outcomes people are waiting for? Before I turn to that question, I want to address something that many Canadians are feeling right now. Across the country, and particularly in my home province of British Columbia, there is growing uncertainty and debate around DRIPA, UNDRIP, and recent court decisions involving Aboriginal rights and titles. Some of those concerns will come to this place, Mr. Speaker, but not today. Bill C-10 is not about expanding rights, redefining land claims, or changing property ownership. It does not create new treaties. It does not alter existing ones. It does not affect private property. This bill deals with a narrow question. Once a treaty is signed, will the federal government fulfill the commitments that it made in the treaty? When it doesn't, the bridge I spoke about collapses, resulting in conflict, protracted litigation, angst, and more uncertainty. The concern with Bill C-10 is therefore not about whether accountability is needed. It's about whether this particular approach will deliver it. Every one of these treaties has a dispute resolution mechanism. In the recent Musqueam Agreement, it's right at the front, almost in anticipation that it will need to be referred to. Moreover, we already have an institution in this country whose sole purpose is to hold government to account. The Office of the Auditor General is independent, respected, and has a clear mandate to examine whether government programs are achieving their intended results. Creating a place for the activities contemplated by the Commissioner for Treaty Implementation within the Auditor General's office would make good use of the tools we already have, strengthened where necessary, rather than creating an entirely new bureaucracy. This approach would preserve independence, it would avoid duplication, and it would respect the need for fiscal responsibility. Because we also have to be honest about the cost. Every new office comes with a price tag. Staff, administration, reporting structures, it all adds up. In the case of this office, I believe to about $10.6 million over 4 years. At a time when Canadians are facing real pressures, it is reasonable to ask whether those resources would be better directed towards actually implementing treaty commitments rather than creating all the trappings of yet another bureaucracy. It is also reasonable to ask, as my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois repeatedly did during their speeches, whether the least expensive option here would be for the Crown and the Minister to abide by and implement the treaty provisions so that this additional office would be unnecessary. Where is the ministerial accountability, Mr. Speaker? Which brings me to another concern that deserves attention and has been raised by many of my colleagues. The proposed commissioner would have the ability to report and make recommendations, but not to compel action. If the government has failed to act on existing findings, what assurance do we have that another report, another office will change that? Reconciliation cannot become an exercise in process. It must be measured by progress. Meaningful reconciliation means honoring commitments in a timely and consistent way. Reasonable reconciliation means using existing institutions wisely, avoiding duplication, and ensuring that accountability mechanisms are strong and effective. Affordable reconciliation means recognizing that resources are not unlimited and that every dollar spent on administration is a dollar not spent on housing, infrastructure, or economic opportunity. These principles are not in conflict with reconciliation, Mr. Speaker. They are essential to it. Many modern treaty nations support this bill. Their voices matter. Their experience matters, and their frustration with the modern treaty implementation process is entirely justified. We should listen carefully to what they are saying. But listening also means asking whether the proposed solution will deliver what is needed. Listening means making sure the cracks in the bridge are addressed, not just talked about, studied, or reported on. If we are serious about implementing modern treaties, then the Crown should implement them. The Minister should focus on clear timelines, measurable outcomes, and consequences when commitments are not met. Reconciliation must bring people together, Mr. Speaker. It must build trust, not erode it. The Commissioner should not be a way to avoid ministerial or governmental accountability. That is the spirit in which I approach Bill C-10. The path forward must be practical, effective, and focused on results. Because at the end of the day, reconciliation is not about creating offices in Ottawa. It is about building and maintaining the bridges that we build in a way that makes people even more confident about building bridges, so that we can continue to do that in a way that ensures that the promises behind them remain strong for generations to come. HoC CM, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is somewhat disheartening that the Conservative Party has taken the position to delete the entire bill, showing their opposition to what is something that's really important in Canadian society. Having a Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation is a positive thing, and I genuinely believe that the general feeling amongst Indigenous leaders and beyond is supportive, recognizing that this Commissioner can play a critical role in terms of advancing modern treaties. And I understand why it is. The Conservatives have been very clear why they oppose it. It's unfortunate, but my question is, does she believe that she's on side with a majority of the Indigenous communities?
Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I think a majority of the Indigenous communities in this country join me in lamenting the fact that this government doesn't keep its word, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague her thoughts on spending $10.6 million over the next 4 years when, as we heard many colleagues on our side, outline that that's probably what the Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister of this portfolio should be doing anyway.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I want to thank my colleague for his question. You know, in my speech, I talked about the importance of building bridges. And there is no question that there are things that we could do with this $10.6 million that would benefit First Nations, that would benefit Canada. But the truth is that the reason to avoid spending this money is to keep the commitments and to implement the treaties. Because if we do that, what we will get in return is priceless, Mr. Speaker. What we will get is reconciliation.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'd like to know what she thinks about, well, we're talking about a bill here that is to have oversight for the federal government when it respects the treaties it signs. Would it not be able to apply to other things with respect to the government? For example, the notwithstanding clause for the Constitution which was adopted by Pierre Elliott Trudeau, and that the government seems to want to challenge. Perhaps the Commissioner could oversee to make sure the government respects its signature of the Constitution, both with this and the treaty. I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks of that.
Ladysmith.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker?
My colleague for his question. I am not entirely sure that I see the connection between the notwithstanding clause and the bill that we are speaking about today. But what I would say is that the Government of Canada needs to do a better job of connecting and communicating with Canadians so that they understand why it is taking the decisions that it's taking, so that we can avoid disputes in the first place.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I thank the member for her speech. I wonder what she has to say to the many First Nations, the modern treaty organizations that have negotiated over 20 years to get this bill tabled. This is their hard work that was co-developed with the federal government. What does she have to say to them, and what their efforts have meant to make sure that this bill can be tabled so that we can have the commissioner created?
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I want to thank the member for her question. I think that this is her question is a wonderful opportunity to reflect on how important it is as members that we keep our words to our constituents and that we don't break our trust with them. The government, excuse me, the Liberal government, the reason it has taken 20 years to get here is because government has not kept its promise. These treaties need to be implemented, and all people in this House should be honoring their constituents. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I start, I would like to recognize all the volunteers across Canada for National Volunteer Week. I know in my home riding of Hamilton East, Stony Creek, there's many, many members of my community that give hours and hours every week to make our city flow. They are the oil between the gears. Without them, kids wouldn't play soccer. And honestly, without volunteers, I wouldn't be here representing Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
You are doing a good job.
Thank you. For decades, Mr. Speaker, governments have talked about reconciliation, but without accountability, it's just words. And frankly, words are not good enough. Canadians expect action. Indigenous communities deserve results, and yet time and time again, what we see from this Liberal government is delay, deflection, and more bureaucracy. The Liberal government's Bill C-10, which would create a Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation, looks less like a meaningful solution and more like an attempt to paper over a decade of broken promises to Indigenous peoples. We do not need another layer of bureaucracy to tell us what we already know. The Office of the Auditor General has said it. Indigenous leaders across this country have said it. All Canadians can see for themselves. The government is failing to meet its obligation, and Canadians expect better. Now let's take a step back and talk about what modern treaties actually are. A modern-day treaty is a comprehensive land claim agreement that are negotiated between First Nations, Inuit, and Métis group and the federal government. The purpose is straightforward: to resolve long-standing issues around land ownership, resource rights, and governance in a defined territory. These agreements can cover a wide range of areas: land, access to resources, financial compensation, and governance rights. Once in place, these treaties carry the force of federal law. They can clarify or, in some cases, replace rights set out under historic treaties. And let me be clear, Conservatives support modern treaties. We support Indigenous communities that want to move beyond the outdated and restrictive Indian Act. But what we do not support is the Liberal approach of throwing more taxpayer dollars at the problem while failing to deliver real results. Creating another office in Ottawa will not fix what this government has failed on. If we want to understand the real issue here, we need to look at the government's actual track record. Let's take a look at the facts. In October 2025, the Auditor General tabled a report titled Follow-up on Programs for First Nations. The findings were clear, and frankly, they were deeply concerning. The auditor found that Indigenous Service Canada had made unsatisfactory progress in implementing actions on 53% of the recommendations made since 2015. That is 18 out of 34 recommendations, more than half. At the same time, the department's spending on programs increased 84% since the 2019-20 fiscal year. So let's think about that. Spending has gone up dramatically, but outcomes have not improved in a meaningful way. That should concern every single member of this House. The Auditor General has also identified several key barriers preventing progress. The first was a lack of continued attention from management, and that raises a simple question. If there is no constant leadership and focus, how can these programs succeed? The second barrier was a lack of clarity around service levels. Systems become overly complicated when they are layered with bureaucracy. It becomes harder, not easier, for communities to access the services they need. The third barrier was the lack of support to build capacity in the First Nations communities. And this point is critical. If we are serious about reconciliation, we need to empower communities, not trap them in systems they can't effectively navigate.
Order. I believe the member from Winnipeg North is rising on a point of order.
Yes, so thank you, and my apologies for the interruption, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That motion number 1 in relation to the report stage on Bill C-10, an act respecting the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation, be deemed negativized on division, and that the motion for the concurrence at report stage of Bill C-10 be deemed moved and deemed adopted on division.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Accordingly, motion number 1 is defeated on division, and the bill is concurred in at report stage on division. For Winnipeg North, I believe is rising on another point of order.
To indicate unanimous consent, I believe is there to call it 5:43 so we can be in government.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. It being 5:43 p.m., the House will now proceed to consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming consideration of M16, use of underused and surplus federal lands and buildings for services for veterans. Standing in the name of Ms. Hertel.
Order. On resuming debate, the honourable member for Courtney Alberni has about 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on his time. The honourable member for Courtney Alberni, and we'll have a little bit of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first, again, I want to thank my colleague from Cumberland Colchester for bringing this motion forward and for raising this important issue about how we support veterans. This motion proposes, Mr. Speaker, a study on how unused federal lands and buildings could support veterans, including housing and community services. We support studying these ideas, but let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. This is a non-binding motion. It asks for only a study. Veterans don't live in studies. Many of them are facing insecurity now, and we already know enough to act. If this motion passes and the Government Operations Committee undertakes this study, it must hear directly from veterans about their lived experiences, including the Veterans Ombudsman, Colonel retired Nishika Jardin, who's been working tirelessly to advance the concerns and urgent needs of veterans. This includes mental health supports for veterans and their families, suicide prevention, rehabilitation, and other critical services, in addition to housing. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the legions in my riding across Vancouver Island and this country and the local nonprofit housing organizations that support people experiencing homelessness, including, Mr. Speaker, many that support military and RCMP veterans and their families. In the Comox Valley alone, 16 veterans have been identified as homeless, representing about 12% of the total homeless population. This should never happen in a country like Canada, Mr. Speaker, and the Government of Canada pledges a sacred obligation to support veterans and their families. Mr. Speaker, this is to ensure care, compassion, and respect, and ensure that this is often, as you know, Mr. Speaker, referred to as a social covenant. This isn't delivering that, Mr. Speaker. We can see what works, and I think about in Esquimalt, the Veterans House, formerly known as Cockrell House, that's been helping veterans transition out of homelessness with safe, stable, and on-site supports. And I want to acknowledge Angus Stanfield from the Royal Canadian Legion for getting that off the ground. The model works. It provides dignity, stability, and community, but it totally relies on donations and volunteers. That's why it's not scaled up, Mr. Speaker. So certainly we need to be able to implement and use government lands to ensure that all veterans have a safe place to live. We can't be relying on nonprofits to do what the government clearly has a responsibility to do. At a time of housing crisis, it should be used to house people, these lands, especially those most affected, including their veterans and families, and of course Indigenous peoples. No veteran and no veteran's family should ever be without a home in this country. And Mr. Speaker, we've heard directly from veterans about what this failure looks like in practice. I think about in the Comox Valley, retired Corporal William Webb, who served in the 1st Regiment of the Royal Canadian Horse Artillery. He told a parliamentary committee in 2019 that after nearly 20 years of service, he cycled through 9 case managers and ultimately became homeless. He said, quote, "Case managers weren't aware of what to do when a veteran like me is soon to be homeless and then becomes homeless. Mr. Speaker, if the system doesn't know what to do when a veteran becomes homeless, then the system isn't working. And we need to be honest about how we got here. In 1992, the government pulled out of housing, Mr. Speaker. We know that this can be fixed, Mr. Speaker. There's plenty of opportunities, but let's face it, the opportunity is now. Keep public land public, build housing, fund it properly, and prioritize veterans and their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot Acton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no point reiterating the motion. The description has already been mentioned, so I'll go straight to the point. We won't support this motion. I'd like to explain why. The motion gives OGO Committee the right to undertake a study on what could be done with underused and surplus federal lands for centres that offer services to veterans, but they already mentioned the conclusion. That's the conclusion, offering them to become centres for veteran services. So it's not a good way to start a study when one already knows what the conclusion will be. The motion also says that we're going to be meeting our NATO funding targets earlier than committed, but the government made that commitment 10 years ago. It also says that there's an assumption that an increasing number of CA service members that will lead to a growth in the ranks of Canadian veterans over the next few decades, which is logical, yes, but it diverts our attention from real issues caused by the government's action. For example, according to a recent study from the Auditor General, active forces are finding it very difficult to find housing. The difficulty to find affordable housing is directly linked to government decisions, as confirmed by the PBO, who said, "We believe that rent is currently 26% higher than it would have been had there been less immigration." Immigration through the Century Initiative has an inevitable impact on veterans' access to housing in Quebec and Canada. Accessing healthcare is also an issue with regards to disability benefits, access to Canada Life, or through private companies in this program for readaptation for Canadian veterans. But apart from the inexactitudes in the text, the worst is that this motion also compels OGO, which is Government Operations and Estimates, compels OGO to undertake a study with a specific calendar to be respected. Usually committees are masters of their own calendar, so why would the House suddenly impose that calendar on a committee? That would include a vote from non-recognized members, members from non-recognized parties, people that don't necessarily sit on a committee. So they would suddenly be able to decide on the works of a committee that they are not a member of. The motion doesn't offer anything to improve the situation because it just compels OGO to carry out a study, to examine the conclusions, but the conclusions are always vague. The findings say that federal lands must be used to serve as centres for serving veterans. The committee will have only 6 months to do so, so it imposes a calendar on the committee. It's even more unacceptable when you see, Mr. Speaker, the current context. There are 2 official opposition parties. The The two opposition parties are a majority at the committee, but we could be outvoted rather by members from non-recognized parties. The Committee for Veteran Affairs would be better tooled to come up with tangible recommendations than OGO. It seems logical. The other issue with this study is that most services are of provincial jurisdictions. It's not Ottawa that offers healthcare, it's provinces. Ottawa doesn't build affordable housing, provinces. More often, municipalities do. Ottawa doesn't fight against addictions and homelessness, but once again, it's municipalities and provinces. The best solution for Ottawa is therefore to devolve these buildings to provinces instead of creating new parallel structures. The motion talks about service, providing services through federal buildings, but a number of civilian organizations have better tools than the federal government to do so. These services are often provincial. The government could cede their buildings to provinces, and that's the solution I have already mentioned, and then they could make good use of it by building housing. In order to help veterans, Ottawa has to work uphill. The Liberals have closed their eyes to abuse in the army, and so a number of veterans have psychological issues after their service. The same is true with regards to transitioning to a civilian life. Ottawa does not do enough to accompany force members after they leave the forces. They're used to a structured and controlled environment, and so often they don't have the right tools to face their new reality. One of the crying problems is housing. The situation has a major impact on the population, but especially for veterans. But the motion doesn't talk about it at all. Despite its goodwill, and I'm not saying it comes from ill will, but there are many negative and ignorant aspects to it. How much time do I have left? 3 minutes, perfect. I'd like to take the opportunity to spend the rest of my time to talk about the following. Housing for active force members. The motion states that the number of veterans will go up over the next few years. However, the Canadian Army currently has a lot of trouble offering housing to active service members, and the Auditor General noted this in a recent study. In this study, 227 highly priority repairs were noted in 32 buildings on 3 bases. The latest estimations from National Defence show the need for 5,200 to 7,200 extra housing units for its members. That was the case in 2019, but despite new builds, there is still a shortfall of 3,200 units. Now, if I still have a bit of time, I'd like to come back to the following. I'd like to add a bit more information about the issue of the House's interference in the Government Operations and Estimates Standing Committee, because for us it's completely unacceptable to give this power to the House, who could intervene in a committee's work. I said it earlier, there are parties like the NDP and the Green Party that are MPs in the House, but they're not recognized. They're not a recognized party, so they're not part of committees. But they will be able to influence and impose their opinion upon the actions of a committee, even if they don't sit on said committee, despite the fact that the House of Commons has a framework for committees, and that's good. But committees still have a certain operational autonomy to compel witnesses, to invite witnesses, to compel the tabling of documents, to determine the scope of the studies without extra instructions. They can delegate part of all of their powers to subcommittees. So, given these 3 issues, this motion is a naive one, in our opinion. that gives even more powers to the members of the House of Commons on the work of committees, and we were against this. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I hope all parliamentarians will think about this motion.
The
Honourable Member for Compton Stanstead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand today as we're coming to the end of a debate on a motion that is important and that will have a real impact on veterans, people who have served Canada with courage. M16 was tabled by my colleague from Cumberland Colchester, and it seeks to offer to OGO a new mandate to examine how we can better use unused or underused federal lands or surplus federal lands of buildings so that we can provide services to veterans. At the heart of the motion, there is a very clear objective, which is to improve access to services for our former forces members. And contrary to my colleague, I would like to state that it is the federal government's jurisdiction to offer health care to those who have fought for our country. So this is part of Veteran Affairs Canada's work, which offers programs to support those who live with significant health or physical or mental health issues, as well as their families. This motion comes at an opportune juncture. Like my colleague mentioned, the Government of Canada is making historic investments in the armed forces and respects its commitments to NATO earlier than expected, contrary to what the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Acton mentioned. We announced that the Canadian Armed Forces registered a record enrollment number. 7,310 people joined the armed forces during fiscal 25-26, which is a peak over the last 30 years. What does this mean? That over the next 10 years, we have to be ready to have thousands of forces members. We must expect them to become veterans afterwards. So this doesn't seek only to meet current challenges, but also seeks to anticipate future needs through planning that needs to be enlightened and effective, not only for veterans, then for the taxpayer. When we ask Canadians to serve their country, our commitment to them is that we will support them. We will care for them, we will accompany them, and these commitments don't end when someone takes off their uniform for the last time. We still have responsibilities. The motion represents a commitment and an opportunity, that to better care for our veterans who have done a lot and who have given a lot to protect us. Mr. Speaker, the federal government is responsible for a vast portfolio of underused and surplus federal lands and buildings. So, this motion seeks to examine how said lands and buildings could be reassigned to support programs and services for veterans. These spaces could, for example, offer training, education, healthcare, mental health care, or affordable housing for veterans. So, Mr. Speaker, the member for Cumberland Colchester often quotes the Ralston building, which is a historic building that is closely linked to Nova Scotia's Highlander Regiment and the Army as a whole. This regiment disembarked on Juno Beach on D-Day today. However, the future of the building is unsure. In 2016, it was declared surplus. In 2020, it was closed because of structural issues. And it was closed in 2025 for environmental reasons. The local community has mobilized to try and preserve this building. But if there is no clear vision or a clear long-term commitment, the building could continue to be unused despite its clear potential and the needs that we have. Like the member said, this building could become a real resource center for veterans with affordable housing for those who are transiting towards civilian life, with mental health care, with peer support networks, with professional reorientation programs, and perhaps even a museum to put forward the Highlanders' heritage. There are other buildings throughout Canada, buildings that are in communities represented by a number of our colleagues. And so we have to think about how we can transform public assets into tangible solutions that honour the past whilst meeting current needs.
We, as federal members of parliament, have a duty to veterans, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, we must support this motion. We need to look into the possibility of breathing new life into these properties. That would also go hand in hand with existing initiatives to support veterans while improving access to housing. In September, our government launched Build Canada Homes. It's a federal organization dedicated to building affordable homes. The initiative also uses public lands. It offers incentives to builders. It attracts private investment and supports modern construction methods, building methods, in order to build the homes we need in Canada, including for veterans. We also continue to fund the Fighting Homelessness Among Veterans initiative. In 2025, the Minister of Veterans Affairs announced $22.5 million in additional funding to support initiatives to prevent homelessness among veterans in Canada. These are important initiatives and programs, but let's be honest, we have a duty to do even more. That's why we need to use underused federal lands. This is a real opportunity to take real action. Veterans have unique needs, and they need services which match their reality. If we have excess lands and unused buildings, which can be used for those services, then we should do everything that we can to put those buildings to use. The transition from military life to civilian life can be difficult. There are many reasons why veterans may need support. Leaving a structured environment like the Canadian Armed Forces to return to a more unpredictable life, well, that's a transition that requires time and resources. Also, there are veterans dealing with physical and mental health issues after their service. This can include post-traumatic stress disorder or other physical and psychological issues. Foreign Affairs Canada, when it offers services, ensures that no further problems are developed or that problems do not become worse. If we can use unused federal lands and buildings to offer more services to veterans, then we should seriously look into that and also make it happen. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague said, this motion would be a win-win. This would offer better coordinated services to veterans in accessible, community-rooted places. There could be peer support networks, for instance, and there would not be unnecessary obstacles or too much distance to travel. This would also be good for communities. It could create jobs, it could support vulnerable groups, and enhance public infrastructure. This would also be a better use of existing public infrastructure. It could lead to savings and better results. For members of Parliament of all political stripes, this would mean one simple thing: working together to find real solutions for the people we represent. Mr. Speaker, the men and women who serve in our armed forces offer Canada the highest service. They deserve the support and services that they need when they need them. So I call on all members to support Motion 16, use of underused and surplus federal lands and buildings for services for veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise on M16.
Now, I don't support this bill, and I oppose it actually in so many different ways, I'm not even sure I can get through it all in the 10 minutes that is allotted to me. Now, first of all, this is one of the worst do-nothing private member bills motions I've dealt with in 10 and a half years. Possibly the worst, of course, was former member from Chateauguay-Lacal, who used up 2 PMB slots just to change the name of her riding. Now, members will know after every election, the parties all agree on unanimous consent to change the name of the ridings. Then, this member had used up 2 slots just to change the name of the riding. Now, for those wondering, not every member of parliament gets an opportunity to table a private member's motion or bill. There is a draw, and generally of the 343 of us, less the 30 or 40 so in cabinet, out of the 310 ballpark left, usually depending on the length of the parliament, whether it's 2 years like the 2019 one or a bit longer, maybe the top 40, 60 names drawn will actually get to be heard in this House. So it's pretty rare, and it's a great opportunity for an MP to bring through a private member's bill. We saw a member from Kamloops bring in one to address intimate partner violence, an excellent PMB. I had an opportunity in the first parliament, I was here 2015, to bring in a private member's bill to eliminate discriminatory taxing against seniors by eliminating the mandatory RRIF withdrawals, which unfortunately the Liberals voted against. So shocking to see someone come to this House, a rare opportunity to get a PMB heard, just to basically ask a committee to do a study. Now, what's ridiculous about it, any MP could show up at that meeting from a recognized party, in this case it's the Operations Committee that I've sat on for 10 years, and just table the motion for us to study it. Currently, the makeup in the Operations Committee, we all generally agree to look at different things, and we will pass them together. I think the last 3 studies we've done have all been passed together unanimously among the parties to work collaboratively together. The member could have just simply showed up at OGO and said, here's the motion, and we could have worked it out and actually done it, instead of actually using up an important item like a PMB. Now, the PMB itself asks the government not to, the general sentiment, I think, they're trying to say is convert government offices to use for veterans. But it actually starts off by asking that the House not actually do that, but to recognize the great job the Liberal government is doing with spending for the armed forces. It starts off not to help veterans, but that the House recognizes the government is making historic investments in the armed forces to meet our NATO funding targets. It doesn't mention, by the way, that $5 billion is actually reprofiled out of pensions, and another $2.5 billion is merely reprofiling the civilian Coast Guard as defense, the same civilian Coast Guard that the Chief of the Coast Guard says there's no plan to arm. So here's, again, instead of actually working to help veterans, it's, won't you please recognize the Liberal government, tell us how great we are. It's a false thing. The actual bill or motion goes on to instruct the Standing Committee of Government Relations on OGO, the mighty OGO, by the way, to undertake a study on alternative ways to make use of underused and surplus federal lands, fine, in ways to help reinvigorate communities by serving as centers that provide services for veterans. Now, unfortunately, the problem is that final line makes it outside the OGO, the Operations Committee, mandate. We don't have a mandate to reinvigorate communities or provide suggestions on reinvigorating communities. Perhaps HUMA, perhaps Veterans Affairs, but it's outside the committee's mandate. And again, if she wanted to bring this in, if any member wants to bring in a motion, they just have to show up any Tuesday afternoon at 3:30 or any Thursday at 11 and simply table the motion. No need to waste hours in this House for a motion to study something that is not actually binding on the government. I'll give an example. Just last month, the Operations Committee voted on and agreed, voted majority, to this House, that the government extend the previous parliamentary budget office, the interim parliamentary budget officer. But we saw today the Liberals actually voted in their own candidate. So there's no imperative on the government to actually listen to a committee study. Canada Post, the recommendations that the Operations Committee tabled were ignored. And of course, what did we hear today? $1.6 billion loss from operations from Canada Post. A lot of those losses could have been dealt with if the government had actually listened to or followed committee recommendations, but they're not forced to. From the Green Book, a motion is a proposal moved by one member in accordance with the well-established rules in the House to do something. It could have simply come into OGO and done a motion. Now, what could a perhaps Liberal member brought in instead? Now, I look at her writing. Cumberland Colchester, child poverty is 25.5%. Now, can you imagine when you're going through, door knocking through that community for an election, 25% child poverty. Amherst Women's Shelter, a 50% increase in requests for beds in December 2025 compared to the previous year. Now, can you imagine going door knocking, hey, please vote for me, what's your biggest issue? Not child poverty, not the fact there's a 50% increase in requests for help for women's shelters because of intimate partner violence. I wonder how many people actually said, I want you to have OGO study something outside of its mandate. Honestly, does anyone think a single person in that writing actually said, let's do that study? Other issues. Amherst business owners told Global News they're feeling unsafe. Donna Golgan, the owner of a restaurant next door to a crime scene where someone was shot, says, I wish I could say I'm shocked, but I'm not shocked. I expected something like this to happen over the last year or so because crime is up so high. It's above something like 50%, violent crimes 50% above the national standard. And again, can you imagine this is your priority, to have OGO do a study outside of its mandate when you could actually just walk in to any committee and drop a motion to actually study this? 30% of all renter households are living in housing that is officially considered unaffordable. So we have a rental crisis as well. As of August 1st, there's 7,900 Nova Scotians that need a family doctor. So this riding is about 1/12 of the province's population, so it's about 800 are living without a family doctor, 1 out of every 12 in that riding. 8 out of 37 ERs in the province were closed simultaneously due to staff shortages. In the members' riding, Pugwash, Perborough, sorry, I probably pronounced that wrong, and Spring Hill experienced frequent closures of their emergency rooms. So you can't find a doctor, and if you do have an emergency, in these communities, they're shutting down access. Can you imagine, though, and you're hearing that? So what is your reaction to come to this House and put through a motion to tie up the Operations Committee? This is not a motion or private member's bill to move forward something for the community. It's not one that would actually move forward anything that's going to help veterans. It's done to tie up an opposition-led committee. That is the cold hard facts. The member is part of the government. She could actually walk to the vice chair and say, why don't you do this for us? She's a part of the government. If this was an issue, she could actually work inside her own caucus to address issues for Veterans Affairs. We heard Veterans Affairs come to the Operations Committee on the CER cuts, the expenditure review cuts, where they're actually cutting access to veterans for pension help. Pension help that is showing that 90% of the reviews are going in the favor of the veterans. And the Liberals have cut this. So instead of actually helping veterans, they're cutting services to them. This motion does nothing to help Canadians or veterans or anyone in that member's riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise débat. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives want to help veterans by taking real action, not with yet another study. For years, the government has known that many federal buildings were empty. In 2017, a report revealed that almost half of federal office space was not being used. But the government has still not done anything about that. The Auditor General confirmed that over $1 billion was spent to reduce office space, but very little progress had been made. So this continues to cost taxpayers a lot of money. This motion is based on the wrong idea. The Auditor General said that the Canadian Armed Forces are missing their recruitment target. They are 5,000 people short, 5,000 recruits short. The government announced over $4 billion in cuts to Veterans Affairs Canada. They can't say that they want to offer more services to veterans, all while cutting in the budget. The government should use empty buildings and also help veterans. They should do so now.
With respect to veterans, and I think my colleague from Edmonton West ably made many of the arguments that I was planning on making with respect to kind of the general absurdity of Liberal MPs from the government, using rare private members' bill slots to put forward motions asking committees to do studies. Briefly, to summarize those arguments, if a member believes that a committee should study an issue, the member can simply go to the committee, make the appropriate arrangements with their colleagues at that committee, and move the motion at that committee to do the study. The House does not need to instruct a committee to do a study. It at times chooses to, but the simplest way to achieve that objective is to simply go to the committee and move for that study. And that frees up your private member's bill slot to actually put forward an additional initiative. The only reason to use a private member's bill slot in the House to do an instruction to committee is because you can't think of anything else to do with your private member's bill slot. And that seems like a missed opportunity when, again, you could simply go to the committee to move that study motion. Moreover, I think the committee itself is often in the best position to prioritize the various options in terms of a study. There are certainly important studies that the House may wish to bring to a committee's attention time. The House can do other things like create special committees. It can provide committees with priority access to resources of the House. There are certain powers that the House uniquely has and the House uniquely can exercise, but nothing in this motion proposes the unique use of powers which only are powers of the House. This motion is directing a committee to do something which a committee could choose to do itself. Further, a member could use the time to actually propose legislation on this matter, which the member has chosen not to do. I know the committee itself is already doing important work in a number of different areas, and I wanted to use the balance of my time to talk a bit about some of the work that has, I know, already happened at various committees dealing with veterans issues, and also to highlight some additional work being done by the opposition on veterans. Now, I've had the pleasure of working with our veterans shadow minister, drawing attention to the critical issue of how veterans have been treated by Veterans Affairs Canada, particularly in the context where they are seeking access to other services and have facilitated death or MAID proposed to them instead. And it is based on these conversations and evidence gathered at the Veterans Affairs Committee that I've put forward Bill C-260 the Care Not Coercion Act, which is a use of a private member's bill slot to put forward specific legislation that tries to change law in a way that a motion at committee cannot. So what veterans are deeply concerned about is how, in a growing number of cases, representing multiple different caseworkers from multiple different provinces, an untold number of veterans reporting that they have called Veterans Affairs Canada asking for help, asking for assistance with a stair lift, asking for mental health supports, asking for other kinds of supports. And instead of receiving the support that they have asked for, bureaucrats from Veterans Affairs Canada have proposed to them that they pursue facilitated death instead. And this is wrong. It is a violation of a sacred trust, and it unfortunately really drives people away from seeking the help that they are entitled to. The reality of the life of a veteran, I think, often involves a constant need to interface repeatedly with Veterans Affairs Canada, to explain things that have been explained before, to advocate for things that a person should be entitled to. So this constant need to be in annoying and at certain points painful dialogue with Veterans Affairs Canada to seek basic things that you're entitled to is unfortunately just a part of the life of many veterans. And we should work to do better and to push for a reality in which veterans don't have to be frustrated by or even fear these contacts with bureaucrats, and instead that they can simply, as a matter of course, receive the services that they have been promised, receive the services that they are entitled to. But moreover, when people are not receiving the services that they are entitled to, and are instead having bureaucrats with no direct involvement in medical services or facilitated death, nonetheless being told, well, if you're frustrated by all these things, or if you're having such difficulty, well, why don't you pursue facilitated death instead? That is wrong. And I think in the past the government has acknowledged that this is wrong when they've been unable to deny that it's happened. But we need to go further and actually ensure that this sort of thing doesn't happen again. And that's why I put forward Bill C-260, the Care Not Coercion Act. Bill C-260 would ensure that a person in this country would not receive a recommendation or pressure for facilitated death from a bureaucrat when they are seeking unrelated public services. It doesn't apply in cases where a person is asking for information about facilitated death. It doesn't apply in the case of a conversation with a doctor or a nurse. But it does mean that if you're contacting government bureaucrats asking about public services, that they will, if my bill passes, Bill C-260 passes, they will no longer be told, well, we can't get you that stair lift in the time you want it, but why don't you consider facilitated death instead? It's ghoulish and bizarre that this has happened in this country, but it has happened. It has happened many times to many different veterans in different provinces across the country, demonstrating pretty clearly that it wasn't just a one-off. This is something that has involved multiple different caseworkers on the part of the government. So I think there are many ways in which we can and must do better for our veterans in this country. And one clear step we can take is address the re-traumatization, the pain, the frustration that is often associated with this need to regularly re-contact and be in touch with bureaucrats in cases where those interactions have been very negative for the individuals. And we could try to put parameters around what is and is not appropriate in those conversations in order to protect veterans. That is concrete legislation, Bill C-260, the Care Not Coercion Act, that Conservatives are putting forward. It builds off work that has been done at committee. I commend my colleagues, particularly in the Veterans Affairs Committee, who have been studying the issue of veteran suicide, who have been looking at these instances of pressure and coercion around facilitated death and other things. This is the work being done by committee. And again, I suggest members that want the committee to do other studies or work on other issues to go to those committees, to talk to the members of those committees, and put forward ideas there for studies as they're entitled to do.
Resuming debate. Please do débat. I therefore offer the member for Cumberland Colchester the right to reply for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now, as our government is making historic investments in the Canadian Armed Forces, we must not only prepare for thousands of new service members to put on the uniform, we must also consider what it means for them to one day become veterans. Because, while meeting the commitments we've made to our NATO allies is important, the commitments we make to the soldiers, sailors, and aviators in the Canadian Armed Forces, those commitments are paramount. But quite honestly, this is an area where we have fallen short in the past, again and again. Through both Liberal and Conservative governments, none of us has succeeded in providing the full support that our veterans deserve. No government has gotten it perfectly right. Now, I expect I'm not supposed to say that, but it's true. And the way I see things is we can stand around these hallowed halls for the next decade, continuing to play the blame game, or we can step up and do the right thing. We cannot, in good conscience, use our frustration at past inaction as logic for blocking action today. Over the past couple months, I've found myself approaching this issue, this opportunity, with the words of poet and president Václav Havel humming in my ear. He said that the real question is whether the brighter future is really always so distant. What if, he asks, it has been here for a long time already, and only our own blindness has prevented us from seeing it? What if solutions we're looking for have been here for a long time already? What if the pieces of this brighter future are found in resources we already have? The motion that has been put forward here is focused on the future. It's focused on veterans. It's focused on recognizing opportunities available to us within resources that already exist. Motion M16 directs that we undertake a fast and focused study to examine the best ways to activate the potential in surplus federal properties across the country. Such a study will provide us with a roadmap for communities to adapt to their own specific local circumstances. Motion M16 allows us to actually take the time to outline a strategy for local action at scale. One size doesn't have to fit all. But what we desperately need is a plan to move us beyond these one-off agreements and delays that lead to missed opportunities and crumbling buildings. I would venture to say that not a single member in this chamber disagrees with the goal of utilizing federal properties more effectively. And I bet you won't find an MP who thinks we shouldn't be striving for better supports and services for veterans. We already agree on these things. This motion seeks to move the situation beyond the administrative limbo that has for too long constrained the federal government from efficiently coordinating with provinces, municipalities, First Nations, and nonprofit groups that might better maximize the potential within many government-owned properties. Mr. Speaker, the North Nova Scotia Highlanders landed on Juno Beach 82 years ago this June. They fought their way across Northwest Europe, they liberated villages, and they paid an unbearable price. The Colonel James Leighton Ralston Armory in Amherst, Nova Scotia, the building where the Highlanders gathered and trained and kept that legacy alive, is one of the underutilized properties I've been speaking about today. Property that deserves better than the red tape of administrative limbo. Property that deserves a future. I believe we can do better. Better for the riding of Airdrie Cochrane, better for Lauren T. LaBelle, better for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan, better for Cumberland Colchester. Better for communities from coast to coast to coast. And this motion is how we start. Even now, the words of Havel continue to hum, asking whether the brighter future is really always so distant. What if only our own blindness has prevented us from seeing it? I ask the membership of this chamber to focus on the future and support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The question is as follows. Ms. Hurtle, seconded by Mr. Kellaway, move that A, the House recognize that the government is making historic investments in the Canadian Armed Forces to meet our NATO funding targets earlier than committed. 2, the assumption that an increasing number of CAF service members will lead to a growth in the ranks of Canadian veterans over the next decades, and B, it be an instruction to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates to undertake a study on the alternative ways to make use of underused and surplus federal lands and buildings in ways that help reinvigorate communities by serving as centres that help or that provide services for veterans, provided that 1, there be no more than 6 and no less than 4 meetings held in the study. 2, the committee report its findings to the House of Commons within 6 months following the adoption of this motion. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026, at the end of the time provided for oral questions. Order. I have the honour to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Bill S-225, an act to establish National Thanadelthur Day. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight on behalf of those who've been cut out of the conversation on the Liberals' pipeline MOU with Alberta Premier Danielle Smith and the Canadian taxpayers who are continually on the hook for big oil subsidies. It's time for their voices to be heard. The MOU fails to respect First Nations' emphatic stance against a new pipeline to the North Coast. It fails to respect the crucial principle of free, prior and informed consent. And it fails to respect the BC government's clear stance that the oil tanker moratorium must stay in place. But there's another group this MOU fails to respect. That's Canadian taxpayers. The federal government already subsidizes fossil fuels to the tune of $30 billion, and with no proponent lined up, this new pipeline could be yet another taxpayer-funded, subsidized boondoggle. Mr. Speaker, we've seen this film before with the Trans Mountain expansion. In 2 separate investigations, the Parliamentary Budget Officer found TMX to be a net loss. And since the government purchased the pipeline in 2018, its costs have ballooned from $7.4 billion to $34 billion. And in the long term, Mr. Speaker, subsidizing fossil fuel export infrastructure is a losing game and a bad investment. In a climate-safe scenario, around 70% of new LNG projects would never recover their costs due to low demand and a structural oversupply. Carbon Tracker projects that in the long term, the financial risks of new Canadian oil and gas projects are double their potential rewards. And while taxpayers lose out, big oil is reaping the rewards. The top 5 Canadian oil companies made over $25 billion in profits just last year, and will make $90 billion in windfall profits from the war on Iran. Now, big oil is already raking in profits off a pipeline they wanted, but refused to buy. And now they want another one. And while the Liberals and Conservatives won't even ask big oil to support relief for everyday people through a windfall profits tax, it's instead subsidizing them further with a gas tax cut that big oil should be covering, Mr. Speaker. Between this MOU and the over $1.8 billion in subsidies for mainly foreign-owned LNG projects, the government appears ready to repeat the same mistake they made with TMX. These giveaways to polluters also hurt our health and the health of future generations. We remember the hundreds who died in the 2021 heat dome in British Columbia. We've seen the devastating effects of wildfire smoke, including the tragic death of 9-year-old Carter Vi. Health Canada points out that these are not distant risks. These are happening now. There are also growing legal issues. Cases before the courts argue that government failure on climate action violates Canadian charter rights to life, liberty, and security of the person. A case in Ontario supported by EcoJustice reached all the way to the Superior Court before the provincial government gutted its environmental regulations to evade legal scrutiny. Internationally, an ICJ advisory opinion finds, quote, the failure of a state to take appropriate action to protect the climate system from greenhouse gas emissions, including fossil fuel production, fossil fuel consumption, the granting of fossil fuel exploration licenses or the provision of fossil fuel subsidies may constitute an internationally wrongful act, end quote. It's absurd to ask Canadian taxpayers to subsidize big oil and then go back and ask them to finance their own climate crisis. But that's exactly what the Liberals are doing here. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve clarity. Is this government going to commit to a pipeline and tanker project that ignores Indigenous consent, deepens the climate crisis, and expose Canadians to financial and legal risk? Or will it respect rights, protect communities, and invest in a sustainable future by cancelling this backroom deal? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to respond to the important issue raised by my friend and colleague, member for Courtenay Alberni. Let me start by being absolutely clear about what the government has said publicly and consistently. The Prime Minister has stated repeatedly in this House and outside it, the projects should move forward with the agreement of the impacted jurisdiction and the impacted Indigenous nations. This has not changed. So far, no project has been proposed before the regulators. There is no decision to lift the oil tanker moratorium. What the member referred to is a memorandum of understanding between Canada and Alberta. This MOU does not sidestep Indigenous rights or decision-making. The member suggested that coastal First Nations have been ignored or sidelined. This is not accurate. When concerns were raised, the Prime Minister publicly committed to meeting with the coastal First Nations and, in fact, met with their leadership in January. Federal ministers have consistently said that engagement must be nation to nation, meaningful and grounded in respect for Indigenous rights and title. That is not a box-checking exercise. It is a legal and constitutional requirement, and it is how this government approaches all major projects. Meaningful engagement and consultation also means meaningful economic opportunity for Indigenous rights holders. That means opportunities defined by Indigenous nations themselves, grounded in skills training, long-term employment, ownership, and real participation in economic decision-making, not only as a condition, but as part of building durable, respectful partnership that support shared prosperity. As for looking at adjustment to the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act, we may not need to even look at the Act depending on the project ultimately proposed. But if we do, I can assure you that nothing about that process will be skipped. Robust consultations will be held. Mr. Speaker, trust is built through actions, not rhetoric. That is why the government has been clear that Indigenous participation is not symbolic and not optional. Indigenous nations are rights holders. Their input and decisions matter. This is also why the government has been clear that British Columbia must be meaningfully involved. The MOU clearly stipulates that robust engagement must be held with the BC government and that the people of British Columbia must benefit from any project and move forward in their province. The member is right that the coast has a history and that history matters. It's precisely because of that history that this government has rejected the idea of ramming projects through. Canada is navigating a complicated global moment with real debates about energy security, climate responsibility, and economic resilience. Those debates must be grounded in facts, law, and respect for rights, not assumptions about decisions that have not been made. We will continue to engage and consult directly with Indigenous nations. We will continue to respect provincial jurisdiction, and we will not move forward on any project unless those conditions are met. That is how we build a stronger Canada, by working together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals may try to dismiss these concerns, but Canadians can see what's happening. This government is still funding big oil with over $30 billion in taxpayer dollars and subsidies while refusing to be transparent about the real cost. We've already seen the consequences. Projects like the Trans Mountain expansion have shown that public financing of fossil fuel infrastructure can leave Canadians carrying the risk while private interests take the reward. All this while new oil and gas development risks millions more carbon-related deaths and charter rights concerns pile up for an ever-shrinking market. These oil and gas subsidies make no economic sense, force Canadians to pay for their own climate catastrophe, and could violate international law. In Budget 25, the government is proposing a so-called strategic financing framework to coordinate funding across Crown corporations and agencies. At a time when families are facing rising costs and communities are dealing with the impacts of climate change, Canadians deserve to know exactly what that means. Does it mean more public money flowing to oil and gas? Does it mean more risk being shifted onto taxpayers? Will the government come clean about how much more it plans to give to big polluters and why?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, the question before us is not whether trust matters. It does. There is no proposal submitted before regulators so far, and any path forward must respect the rights of Indigenous peoples. The Prime Minister has said this plainly, and ministers have repeated it in this House and in committee. Engagement is ongoing, not finished. Robust consultations with rights holders will be undertaken as we move forward in this space. The decisions of Indigenous nations must be respected. That is not backtracking. It is how we uphold rights, responsibilities, and the rule of law. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands, I'm going to offer her the floor. I understand there may be a problem with the microphone, but I'll call on the member and hopefully it'll resolve itself. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Just a second, please, sir. I'm sorry. It came unhooked, but I have it. I do. I agree. Adequate, and I hope that that this is working all right, Mr. Speaker, and I'll proceed. Thank you. I'm raising a question tonight in adjournment proceedings that I first raised on February 5th, Mr. Speaker. That was the end of our annual World Development Week. And I raised a question in great sadness because the Liberal Party platform in the last election committed something that mattered, and it committed not to cut development assistance. And this stood in stark contrast to the Conservative Party commitment to cut development assistance. It was one of those issues on which voters could make a pivotal choice. Sometimes it seemed they were saying the same thing, Liberals saying, we're going to get rid of the consumer carbon price, and Conservatives saying, we're going to get rid of the consumer carbon price. Same thing. But on the issue of development assistance, there was a clear choice to be made because the Liberals said very clearly, we will not cut development assistance. This matters particularly in the world today where shocking things have happened south of the border. Under the Trump administration, two critical decisions were made that imperil millions and millions of the world's poorest. One was the decision to cut all ties and cut funding, and the U.S. was the biggest funder of the World Health Organization, the organization that helps with immunizations against polio and malaria and TB. A lot of us in Parliament and across Canada are Rotarians. We worked with the End Polio program that was supported by Canadians from coast to coast to coast. When Trump cut funding to World Health Organization, they cut funding to one of the biggest partners working around the world with Rotarians to end the scourge of polio around the world. At the same time, pretty much, Elon Musk and his Doge machine and his fake but real chainsaw cut USAID. Now, that was one of the world's biggest donor organizations, from a government state donor to the poorest of the poor. Again, Canada's role in this is important. We've shown, if not leadership in terms of dollars, we've always shown leadership in exhorting others to do more. As our former prime minister, he was prime minister in the past tense, Lester B. Pearson, when he chaired a UN agency that said, and he set the target, if industrialized countries, if the wealthy donor countries would only put 0.7% of our GDP into overseas development assistance, we could end poverty. The closest we ever got to that target, 0.7% of our GDP to ODA, was back in 1992 when the Prime Minister was Brian Mulroney. And at the Rio Earth Summit, Canada had 0.48%. Now, tragically, the Liberals broke the promise. We're now down to, we were never as close as we were under Mulroney, but we dropped quite a bit. We dropped more because breaking their promise, the Liberals, under our current Prime Minister, cut $2.8 billion from development assistance. So at a time when the world looks to us to step up, help repair the damage done by the hole created by the U.S. stepping away from the poorest of the poor, we're doing the same and stepping away instead of stepping up. And I urge the minister, and this was a moment of sadness after I posed the question on February 5th, to point out to the minister that it's the first time in 50 years that Canada has not had a full cabinet minister responsible for development assistance, but a Secretary of State, who I know means well, but the Secretary of State for development assistance is not the same thing as having a cabinet minister at the table. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope to pursue this matter.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question raised by the member for Saanich Gulf Islands regarding Canada's commitment to international assistance. This is an important issue that speaks directly to Canada's values and our role within the global community. In this vein, I want to acknowledge the deep commitments of international development organizations and their frontline workers who advance peace, prosperity, and stability around the world. Their work reflects Canada's values and our long-standing belief that international assistance is an essential pillar for global security and shared prosperity. Let's be clear. Our government remains firmly committed to Canada's international assistance priorities. We continue to fight poverty, advance gender equality, strengthen health, education, and food systems, build climate resilience, and deliver urgent humanitarian aid. These investments are not optional. They are essential to preventing conflict, responding to crises, promoting prosperity and security, and fostering lasting stability. Canada's international assistance spending grew significantly in recent years to respond to global crises from COVID-19 pandemic to Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine. Budget 2025 announced a reduction of roughly $2.7 billion over 4 years, returning spending to the more sustainable pre-pandemic levels. In today's fiscal climate, it is more important than ever that our international assistance, including official development assistance, be strategic and impactful. Moving forward, we're prioritizing results and effectiveness to ensure every dollar supports meaningful impacts and outcomes. Providing international assistance also strengthens Canada's security, economic resilience, and global influence by promoting the stability vital to our shared prosperity. It ensures that international assistance efforts not only reduce poverty abroad, but also generate mutual benefits, including economic opportunities for Canadians. This is why our government takes a pragmatic and principled approach. We're focusing our multilateral and bilateral efforts where Canada can advance shared priorities, strengthen economic resilience, and support stability, helping our partners grow while benefiting Canadians at home. We're using all available tools to maximize the impact of our assistance, while remaining guided by our core values of human rights, gender equality, and poverty reduction. Despite the challenges, there is opportunity. Partner countries are seeking relationships that support their priorities and give them space to grow, helping them build stronger economies, improve governance, and strengthen climate resilience. By positioning Canada as a trusted partner, we not only advance these outcomes abroad, but we also advance our own security, economic interest, and global influence. Our international assistance is focused on creating a more stable, prosperous, and resilient world. Canada's long-standing experience in international assistance underscores that leadership is measured by effectiveness, credibility, and long-term engagement. That's why we continue to work with trusted Canadian partners, multilateral institutions, and local organizations to deliver results. Mr. Speaker, as the world evolves, Canada remains committed to our international assistance objectives and unwavering in addressing poverty, inequality, and instability. Canada leads with purpose, compassion, and pragmatism to deliver real results at home and abroad. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Oh, I wish that was all true. I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for saying that we're committed. But if we're committed, why have we cut when the Liberal budget promised it would not be cut? At a time that the world is screaming out there are increased humanitarian pressures. There are humanitarian pressures in Gaza, in Darfur, in Ukraine, all around the world. And if anyone looks to Canada for help, we've cut development assistance by $2.7 billion this year. We can't talk out of both sides of our mouth forever. It catches up with us. We must do more, and Canadians care about the poorest of the poor. We know that in the climate crisis, there will be more environmental refugees, more people turning up on our shores, looking for help and looking for assistance. The U.S. has turned insular, turned more selfish than ever. Canada needs to look outward. We need to be more generous than ever. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's continued commitment to international assistance is important, but commitment alone is not enough. Global challenges are increasingly complex, including pandemic, conflicts, and climate change, to shifting geopolitical dynamics. Budget 2025 reduces international assistance by $2.7 billion over 4 years, making it even more important that every dollar is strategic, effective, and results-driven. Without a strategic, pragmatic approach, even well-intentioned aid risks being diluted and less effective. Canada must continue to focus not only on what we fund, but how we fund it, prioritizing partnerships and tools that deliver measurable and sustainable impact. This includes supporting initiatives that reduce poverty while also creating mutual benefits, such as opportunities for Canadian businesses and promoting regional, global security and stability critical to our shared prosperity. Principles remain essential, including respect for human rights, gender equality, and poverty reduction. But pragmatism ensures our resources achieve maximum results. Leadership is measured by results, and Canada's credibility depends on the differences we make on the ground. Thank you.
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2:00 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.